think we are live on YouTube now. I just think it's a different link than the one we have, but it should be okay. We
So can you show the link? Because then this needs to be published on the website.
Yeah.
Because there are now people waiting in the original link.
Yeah. I found you. Some upstream.
I've checked and I can see also on YouTube.
It works? Okay.
Yes.
But in the original link or the new one?
I just Googled it. I can send a link that I Googled. Found.
It's not in the original link. That's not working.
Yeah, it's a different one. Let me.
Can you not post a comment in the original one, which is TypeLab Europe, and then basically people can jump to that?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, actually, yes. Let me do that. Let's share the link. It's alrighty, and change this.
Okay.
I think it like the comment is already there, but I'm also changing the name of this one so people can join in.
Yeah, there's a 20-second delay or so, but that's normal.
This. This. I'm also going to drop it here. And I'll
All right, that seems to work. Thank you, Tim.
Yes.
Welcome everyone. Another TypeLab, another year. Seems like blink of the eye, and then there's typographics again. We are not there. We are in the Netherlands. Tim and I delved in The Hague. For those who are new, a little history about TypeLab. It is its 33rd year, and that doesn't mean that there have been 33 TypeLabs. There had been a break of years. But the first one was in 1993 as an alternate version of A-Type-I in Antwerp. Antwerp, the year before, people got some kind of dissatisfied with the way A-Type-I was doing conferences. Like one one lecture, and that was it. And very official. So we said it should be much more hands-on. This is all way before internet, and so there was some kind of a mild guerrilla happening, initiated by Gerrit Noordzij. Are there other ways that we can do? Can we come together at HRPI and also introduce new designers, students to the conversation, and not just sitting in a room listening to one story. So the year, HRPI didn't like that so much, but they had to give in at the end because ACFA, the copier in Belgium, who was the main sponsor in Antwerp for the 1993 HRPI, forced the HRPI to listen to this group of young designers that wanted to do it differently. So we got a room in the hotel sponsored by ACFA with copy machines and Macs, and it was very new at that time. And we made newspapers and overnight with the typefaces of the previous day. That has been going on for a couple of years. We did one in HRPI in San Francisco and in Paris and Barcelona, and the last one was in '96 in The Hague. And then that way of working had become mainstream to HRPI conferences. People bring their own computers. You sit with a couple of people to present, or you have a larger group, or you even do it online. So in '96, there was it kind of with every revolution that's successful, the people organizing it become part of the board and then part of the mainstream, and so that kind of ended TypeLab at that point. It had done its purpose. But then when Cara started typographics, there was a plan, why don't we want to do something similar? There's an official part of typographics, which is the traditional way, large group, and sitting in a room and waiting for the speakers to present. And we could have something on the side that is more low-key, doesn't necessarily say less quality, because you can have the same people, but then talking in different kind of conversation. So there could be crits, there could be small presentations, demos, and so the first years we did that we did some in New York during typographics, and then when COVID came, it went all online. It was all really new. I think the first TypeLab during COVID had 2,000 visitors. I don't think we can expect that amount ever anymore, which is good. So then when live typographics started again, there was a choice. We could go back to just live TypeLabs. But then, since so many people joined in 3 different channels, an Asian channel, a Americas channel, and a Europe channel, many people can join in that never are capable or willing or to join typographics live in New York. So why don't we do it both? Which means that some years I go there and some years I stay, like this year, I stay at home. And then we have a co-operation with a lot of people helping. I'm gently moving away, organizing everything. And I think that it's good for other people to take that over and join in, like Tim is doing today and tomorrow. So there's a request going out. Cara does a lot of work on that, mailing people if you have something to say, and then half of the people say, yeah, but I'm not sure if I have time to make a presentation. And then we say, it doesn't have to be a presentation, just show what you're working on. If someone, if there's an intern in the studio, or you have someone, you have a visitor in your studio, what would you show? That's not a presentation you need to make and spend a lot of time on. So making it low level for people to enter. There's hardly any judgment in front, so people are responsible for what they show. And it's always a surprising mix of what people are doing. There can be people with names, and there can be people who just graduated showing their work. It's always interesting and refreshing to see that. So we have 2 days here. Here is Europe in Europe time, starting at 12, which is almost, and then tomorrow as well. And there is a live channel, the Americas, which is on New York time, which starts a bit later. You can check on the side for there's some overlap also. And that's why this is streamed, because we can't expect people to be watching for 24 hours, and you may want to skip presentations, or you may want to see them in your own time zone. So that's why YouTube is there. It's not an endless recording. It means that after some days, I think in a week or so, we will close the channel. It's more like to give people the opportunity to join in if they're in different time zones. It's not archiving the TypeLab. We think it's more something that is as a time limit. This is a moment presentation. This is what people work on. It's not necessarily a lifetime documentary. The other thing I want to mention, on Sunday there is the presentation on this channel again from Type Media graduates. So their graduation is tomorrow, and then they join in on Sunday to do live their presentation, what they're presenting to the teachers tomorrow, and that will be recorded and be shown in the graduation exhibition at the Academy as a video. That's about it. I think let's start. We have 10 minutes for the next presentation to start. Anyone has questions, want to join in something right now?
Say hi.
Or say hi.
No questions, but impressive how long is TypeLab already on. I didn't know the story. Very
Oh,
interesting.
okay. I always think, should I tell it again? Because I did so many times, but there's always new people.
Yeah, I think
that-
it's worth it every
yeah.
time someone new will be surprised.
Yeah. Um, yeah, a bit about my presentation, which will be the end of the day. It's a trailer version of a series of lessons I do with in Cooper, where the next one subscription starts in September for the series of 10 lessons. It's the 5th series. We already had 4, some former students, quote, of the previous ones are here. I saw Jeremy.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. And you're the only one who did it twice, which is still appreciated. I don't think I should invite you for a third time, but they're always different. Yeah. So what I do is later in the end of the day, we start a lesson that could have been the first lesson of that series, just to show you how that works. So what we'll do is we scroll through the topics of the 10 lessons as an example of the 4 series that already have been. And then I intend to do it live. So it's not, I don't have a presentation. It's really an open studio. Tell me what you want to see. And so we can scroll through topics. And if you say, hey, that's interesting, I can, we have 1.5 hours. I can dive in and show you a bit of that. And if not, then I'll just make a selection of some topics. But that's in the end of the day. In the meantime, we have a lot of other interesting presentations, and the next one I have to find. I had too many windows open.
Yeah, I think the first one is Julia.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, by the way, I'll the animations that you see in the titles during the upcoming days are animated all by script, and they are with the just released typeface by Anna Koresh, who greatly submitted her typeface to be used or misused, or how do you say it, in this way. But one of the topics later in the day is during that first lesson is that I'll explain a bit how those animations were made. That's always the problem with TypeLab. The list of names and titles is like finished the previous night before TypeLab, and then you still have to make 70 animations. The only way of doing that is by scripting them, and then let it run for a couple of hours, and they have all the animations. I'll show you a bit how that worked and the software that was used for that. All right, let's go to Julia, and I'll share a bit of
Yes.
oh yeah, I can't share. No problem. I'll
Wait. Yes.
No, I can. So this is the title of the next. Julia, are you here?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Welcome. Officially, we have still 5 minutes left, but I can hand you over the sharing. And
okay, yeah, I will start sharing.
I think you have to.
Okay.
Yeah, there you are.
Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, we can. Welcome. Yeah, officially we have 4 more minutes, but I guess that's okay. People join in exactly at that time. They can look back or they watch YouTube because it's a bit later. Yeah, please introduce yourself, and floor is yours. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm Yulia Gonina, a type designer and the founder of Shrifteria. And first, I want to thank the Type Graphics and TypeLab teams for putting this program together and for the opportunity to take part in it. Before moving into the buildings themselves, I want to briefly explain where this project started. So I moved to Montreal and to North America in general only about a year ago. So for me, the city was not just a new place to live, but also a new visual environment to read. And as a type designer, I naturally started noticing public lettering on facades, old commercial buildings, banks, stores, institutions, and so on. At first, it was just curiosity, taking pictures, comparing details. But gradually, this turned into a small research project and a couple of articles about it. So today I want to talk about public lettering in Montreal, but not as a collection of just beautiful old signs and not as something necessarily unique to Montreal. I am more interested in using the city as one case study for a broader question. How can we read lettering as part of architecture? The title for this talk is When the Layout is a Building, because in many of these examples, the facade begins to behave almost like a typographic page. But instead of paper or screen, the material is not only the letter form itself, but the wall, the surface, the relief, and even the shadow around it. This is the lens of the talk, not letters in isolation, but the relationship they form with the facades. I'll focus on Montreal from the 1880s to the 1930s, a period where the city's commercial, institutional, and cultural architecture changed very visibly. This is not a complete history of Montreal architecture, and it is not a complete catalog of inscriptions. It is more like a short walk through the city with a typographic lens. Before we look at the letters themselves, I want to start with the building. A facade is already a kind of layout. It can be described using concepts familiar to any designer: hierarchy, alignment, rhythm, margins, contrast, and scale. So when lettering appears on a facade, it enters an existing system. It can follow that system, it can interrupt it, reinforce it, or create a second layer of hierarchy. So this is why architectural lettering is so interesting to me as a type designer. The letter form is only one part of the story. The real question is how the letters behave inside the larger composition. In the examples from the mid-1890s, we can observe how lettering begins to define institutional roles more clearly. Oh, I'm sorry. So, just some confusion with slides. So let me start from the mid-1880s. It's the period where I found the latest well-preserved inscriptions. So this is the reason why I start from this date. And in this period, we can observe how lettering interferes the architecture. So it kind of makes some contrast with it. The British Empire building is a good example. Its facade looks backwards. It has modeled stone, arches, ornaments, and references to Venetian Renaissance and Gothic Revival architecture. But the inscription feels more contemporary for its time, closer to commercial typography of the late 19th century, when grotesques were becoming increasingly visible in public and commercial lettering. Against such a decorative facade, the constructed grotesque inscription creates a controlled and contemporary layer. Nordheimer works in a similar way, but the contrast is more nuanced. The building has heavy Romanesque massing, deep arches, and strong structural grid. The lettering does not copy the historical style, but it answers the building's weight and discipline. The letters are heavy, narrow, squared, and rhythmically controlled. So the inscription brings a more contemporary typographic logic to the facade, while also connecting to the architecture through mass, proportion, and order. So the next period is where we can see how lettering defines institutional role. For example, Berks was a high-end jewelry and silverware company. So here the lettering had to do more than identify the building. It also had to communicate luxury, refinement, and trust. The upper inscription is refined and slightly mannered. The shifted waist, the elongated crossbars, and the subtle historical inflections all feel appropriate for a jeweler. The lower design is also mannered, but in a stricter way. And the metal plate with the visible bolts adds a restrained industrial note, quite characteristic of the period. Hudson's Bay shows a very different commercial logic. This building is closer to warehouse architecture, repetitive, infrastructural, and efficient. Its roofline inscription uses a hard, dehumanized grotesque, squared forms, closed counters, no softness. It reads less like decoration and more like a permanent industrial header for the whole facade. Sun Life is about trust and long-term security. The facade projects this through Gothic and classical references, making the insurance company feel established and reliable. The inscription introduces a more contemporary typographic voice, but it is not disconnected from the building. Its narrow, slightly elongated grotesque letters echo the facade's strong vertical rhythm. The window divisions, pointed forms, and clearly articulated decorative elements. So the historic architecture creates symbolic trust, while the typography signals a contemporary insurance institution operating inside it. Around the early 1900s, the contrast between lettering and architecture becomes less sharp. The facades themselves become more ordered and repetitive, and the lettering begins to respond to that structure. A good example to the shift is telegraph chambers, built in 1901. The building already follows an early skyscraper logic, a stone base at street level, a taller brick shaft above it, and a stronger upper termination. So the facade starts to work almost like a structure page. As a strong corner, the repeated windows, and the continuous horizontal cornice create a clear architectural grid. And the lettering does not sit outside this system, it is placed within it. using different parts of the facade for different kinds of information. The main inscription, telegraph chambers, is placed above the entrance in the stone frieze. It uses a condensed Elsevier-like serif, historical and respectable, but also narrow and constructed. Because of its position, it reads as the formal name of the building. Lower on the facade, the word messengers has a different role. It is more direct, more practical, and closer to service signage. So here the difference is not only typographic style, it is also placement, that the facade separates ceremonial identity from everyday operation. A useful pair here to look at is the Coristin and Beardmore buildings, especially since they stand next to each other. They belong to a very similar architectural frame: narrow commercial facades, regular window breadths, strong vertical divisions, and a clear masonry structure. But the lettering answers that shared structure differently. Coristin uses a strict lettering reminiscent of Florentine grotesque. Beardmore moves toward heavier and more constructed contemporary forms. At first, they seem to represent two different typographic worlds, but what connects them is their discipline. Both inscriptions are carefully controlled, proportioned, and fitted into the surrounding architecture order. So this is not a simple story of old letters versus modern letters. It is more interesting because two neighboring buildings working with a similar architectural logic arrive at different typographic answers. Moving into the 1910s and early 1920s, we see a brief, vivid return to Gothic and medieval motives. At the same time, the early skyscraper logic continues to develop. Facades become taller, vertical emphasis becomes stronger, and the division between base shaft and upper termination becomes clearer. So these Gothic references do not appear as pure historical revival. They are filtered through a more modern architectural logic, more vertical, more disciplined, and more geometric. The Southam building is a case of historical styling applied to an early skyscraper form. It uses Gothic revival language, medieval ornaments, strong vertical emphasis, and even some Egyptian-inspired decorative motifs. But these references are organized through a more modern facade logic, taller, stricter, and more disciplined. Its Lombardic capitals work in the same way. They refer to medieval lettering, but in a pared down, stylized, more geometric register. The Caron building takes a similar combination of medieval reference and early skyscraper structure, but makes it more restrained. The lettering follows this direction too. Its Lombardic capitals keep the medieval reference, but they feel more simplified and rationalized than in Southam. Maureen is a bit different. Unlike Southam and Caron, it is not really a skyscraper. It is only three-story tall, so it feels almost like the richly decorated lower part of a Gothic skyscraper, but without the tower above. Here, the medieval references are more abundant and more ornamental, although still highly geometric. The inscription also keeps a fuller revival character. Its Lombardic capitals feel closer to decorative initial letters than to a rationalized architectural alphabet. So in this phase, medieval references return in a more controlled form. Gothic and Lombardic details are simplified, stylized, and fitted into stricter facade compositions. By the late 1920s, Beaux-Arts classicism comes into play with Roman capitals, classical proportions, and a more monumental architectural tone. Lettering and architecture are again closely linked in style, but the classical language is not identical from one building to another. The Hermes building has a narrow, highly vertical facade with strict window lines and simplified vegetal ornament. Its inscription stays in the same register, thin, tightly condensed serif capitals, almost jeweler-like in feeling. Their narrowness reinforces the building's upward pull. The Dominion Square building is much more monumental. Here, Beaux-Arts classicism is evident in heavy massing, symmetry, and institutional weight. The inscription answers in Trajan-like capitals, giving the name the same formal authority as the surrounding architecture. La Longue Effraie is smaller and lighter in tone. It is a classically symmetrical shop front, but it leans toward clean, early Art Deco. The lettering is Roman in structure, but small details loosen it. A slightly raised waistline and a decorative ampersand make the inscription feel less formal and more retail. So in this phase, classical models return. They are adapted to different architectural scales and purposes, like elegant verticality, institutional monumentality, or lighter commercial display. And now we move into the early 1930s. After the medieval revival of the 1910s and early 1920s and the Beaux-Arts classicism of the late 1920s, this building show a more fully developed Art Deco language. Edifice Aldred is one of Montreal's iconic Art Deco buildings. It is a setback tower, vertical, stepped, functional, and strongly geometric. The facade is organized through repeated window lines, upward movement, and a disciplined reduction of ornament. The inscription follows the same logic. The letters are narrow geometric capitals built for clarity with vertical emphasis, and they show efficiency. They feel connected to the same architectural system, constructed, controlled, and functional. Drummond Medical Building shows a related idea at the smaller scale. Its facade is organized through narrow vertical base, repeated panels, reduced ornament, and clear geometric order. And the lettering is clean, geometric sans, reinforcing the building's rational character. So at this point, typography and architecture share the same organizing principles: verticality, repetition, efficiency, and constructed geometry. And by the mid-1930s, the connection becomes more material. In the former Canadian Historical Museum, the building is almost pure geometry. A broad, wide facade, very little decoration, and only a few elements breaking the surface. The inscription is treated in the same way. It is recessed into the wall, so the letters are not strongly drawn or applied. They become visible through shallow relief, light, and shadow. The forms are geometric enough to belong to the building, but they keep some historical echoes, especially in details like the short crossbar E and the wider, more expansive S. Casa d'Italia takes this material logic in a different direction. The building is made from clear assembled masses with smooth lines and a strong horizontal composition. It is almost like a rectangle and a semicircle put together. The inscription answers with heavy modular letters built from simple geometric blocks. Most of the forms are straight and block-like, while the rounded D echoes the actual curved part of the facade. As the architecture is made of large legible masses, the typography answers with simply solid letters constructed from simple geometric shapes. So by this point, decoration is no longer mainly small ornaments or historical details. It is in the large geometric masses themselves, in the building and in the letters. Across these examples, we see several ways typography can respond to architecture as a context. Sometimes it creates contrast. A historical facade is paired with more economical contemporary inscriptions. Sometimes it clarifies the role of the building: luxury, infrastructure, finance, civic identity, and so on. Sometimes it aligns with the facade's rhythm, proportions, and architectural order. And sometimes it becomes part of the building's own material and visual system. And this extends beyond architecture. The same logic applies whenever type has to live within a strong carrier, a storefront, a package, or an exhibition wall, or a wayfinding system. In these situations, lettering is not just placed into a surface. It can absorb the carrier's geometry, rhythm, material, and character, and make the whole system more coherent. And this is where I leave the story for today. Thank you for listening. I'd be happy to answer questions, and I'm also always happy to continue this conversation afterward. The original articles behind this talk are linked here, so you can read the longer version of the research, see more examples, and follow the full chronology in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia.
Thank
Very
you.
awesome. Very interesting summing up. What is the context that you made this? Is it a study or that would be one question, and the other is does it have any relation with your own type design? Is it something that you use, or is it a sidetrack?
So as for the context, for me, it's more like a hobby project. So I just decided to write these articles because I kind of have a lot of interest in it, just to see what's going on around me, especially in a new place. And I don't want to contain it in myself. I just want to make it public and if somebody is interested as well, I'll be very happy about it. So it's not like official research or study. It's yeah, it's more like a hobby project for me.
Mhm.
And
You're an observer.
yes, I am.
Yeah. Mhm.
And as for my work, it does affect my work. Probably not exactly this study, but I have three typefaces that were inspired by the cities I lived in. I have two typefaces, Shrifted Sans and Shrifted Serif, that were inspired by Stockholm. I spent a year there. And they were actually the first typefaces of my type foundry. So everything started from it. I didn't like connected the typography and architecture I've seen there and made its typefaces. I just was inspired by it. So it wasn't like a formal research back then.
Mhm.
And another typeface, it's called Rhythm Sans, and it is inspired by Belgrade, Serbia, where I also lived for a year. And it also inspired by the city, but not by the architecture, but more of like a feeling and the dynamic feeling of it by people. So yeah, it partly relates to my work as a type designer.
Mhm. Yeah, I can imagine, for instance, the very bold typefaces without counters. That could be a starting point. Um, for um, being urged as a type designer. Let's see how I can finish this, because the issue with titles on architecture is that they never complete. So you can, which is it's a disadvantage on one side. It's also an advantage because if the name allows, you can skip the difficult letters because you know you never have to make them in that weight or in that size. But it could be a challenge. What would the typeface be like if it's complete from this word?
Yeah, it would probably be something different. Sometimes uh, when I do something like that, probably uh, if I draw something inspired by any inscriptions, I find myself actually redrawing all the letters that
Mm,
I saw initially just because they have to fit into this system.
yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah, it
Okay.
happens.
Did you find any traditional wrong letters like reversed A's and S's upside down in your research?
Oh, definitely. For example, like the traditional wrong letters, like uh, flipped contrast in A's and Y's, and
Mm,
I think I even had some examples in my presentation somewhere.
mm,
So yeah, of course, I love them so much. I think it's beautiful.
mm. Thank you. Any questions from people who are here? There are no questions in the chat.
I don't think we have questions in the chat. Let me check YouTube. No, no questions. Just, I guess people are very happy with it.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you so much. This is really
thank
Yeah,
you for having me.
a TypeLab presentation. Thank you.
nice.
Um, which leads us to the next contributor.
I
Rito.
think Rito's next. I don't know if he's here yet, but
Yeah.
yeah, that's a very nice start talk.
Definitely.
Yes. Also, the YouTube link is now updated in the website. So if anybody wants to share the website, it should be updated now.
Which is done by Nick Sherman, by the way. He is building and maintaining the website. I'll change the animation.
Hi, Peter.
Hello?
Hi. Should I go next
Um,
in a bit?
let's see, where are you?
Yeah.
It's Ritu.
Yes. Let's see, where is my... So that's about resistance in analog. That's the title.
Yes.
Yes. Please go ahead.
Yes.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So hi everyone. I'm Ritu. I've been many things. I've been a designer, an editor, a production designer from time to time. So I work in a lot of mediums, but I think for me, the discipline of one informs the practice of another. And that has been, I think, the arc of my journey as somebody working in design. And today I'll talk about a decade of typographic irreverence, which is my practice in analog and the type combined together as it comes along. So I'll move through my decade-long practice as a conceptual note to my current relationship with typography, which is a bit contested. And I realize this might not be the forum for it, but I also feel like it also might just be the forum for it. So my discovery of design was my discovery of type as well, which was a result of being caught cheating in an ethics paper during my bachelor's in philosophy. So I had to attempt rote learning, and as a neurodivergent, it's incredibly difficult. So I made it beautiful and obsessive, which became this 62-page specter of like a tactile pleasure. So I'd understood obsession as a methodology for me. I didn't know I was neurodivergent at the time, but my grades were like a hint. So this was my first type. I couldn't find more, but this was my first attempt at type design. I was self-learning and making a lot moving from image to the obsession with type, Helvetica, Swiss design, whatever, like the Western canon that one thinks of. Then I came across this, which now I call Alphabots, which is the 36 years of type. Which was a discovery in lettering, and as a happy accident where I was attempting to draw Dorian Gray as a character. And then it escalated. So into concrete poetry and SMic writing combined together. So this was a D for Dorian Gray, and it started off, when I look at it now, it's horrible, but this is what it looks like now. And this is the series in between. It started off in 2019, I think, and it's still ongoing because it's really tolling for the eyes. This was just another exegesis of the same thought. This is Myth of Sisyphus and like an attempt at visualizing that. Then I went for my master's at the Royal College of Art, and things changed as they often do when you spend a lot of money. So letterpress, I was everything that I could. It made me feel things that I cannot imagine anything could. And then I started playing with the textures and tactilities of the machine, as well as the limitation of the machine that comes with, like, now that we work on computer, it feels very difficult. But also there is something so liberating. For me, it was very liberating. And then India at the time was drowning in manufactured hate of this different RSS regimes and the Hindutva regime that is currently at play. So there was an introduction of CA, which is Citizenship Amendment Act, and a law that deletes Muslims of their Indian citizenship. So those two ideas were, as they were coming together, COVID hit, I came back. I was going through, as one was, Instagram, social media became the place to be. And I came across Priyanka Paul, a dissident artist whose work draws from their lived experiences of queer and Ambedkarite anti-caste sensibilities. And they would be my reckoning with caste and my position as an oppressor, as a Brahmin. So then I was making a lot of work in type. The images were being informed and almost overtaken by type, but in a very sort of asemic writing format. I was also drawing a lot. Just really overwhelmed to the brink where I didn't know what to do. So informing my practice, and then it became too much. And then Dada came to my rescue, and the work became lighter and the questions became sharper. So Basquiat was, I discovered Basquiat back then, but also I was trying to work with already what I had. Then I did my first Devanagari type design, inspired by Saint Bride's collection of Gill Sans, the physical copy of Gill Sans. This was another project of Narendra Modi building his head office, the Central Vista project, a $1 trillion project, while people were dying left, right, and center during the COVID Delta wave in India. So it reads death, really, repetition of death in and around the thing. So I was seeing a lot of integration of text to it in conversation with the illustrations that I was making. I was trying to draw because I'd done like an animation module at the RCA, and I was drawing a lot. This again is another typographic screen print, this is basically Biden's speech after their military expulsion from Afghanistan. So this is his speech overlaid with Hello?
No,
Can you hear me?
yes, no, we can hear you. I think it was just like an open mic. It's
Okay.
okay. You can continue.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
So no worries. It was overlaid with two people who fell from that plane that was leaving Kabul. One was Zaki Anwari, who was 17 at the time, and he was a youth footballer. So then I was back at the RCA. I was mark making relentlessly because Anne, who was my very British, amazing tutor, would be very British with me if I didn't. So I was drawing a lot, as much as I could, very nonsensically, pointlessly. And she saw something in this illustration on the right, and she stuck with it. She kept asking me to think and look at it again and again and again. This was Muskan Khan, and she was surrounded by a Hindu mob in Karnataka while there was a hijab ban in educational spaces. And so she was surrounded by this Hindutva mob, and she raised her fist to Allahu Akbar, which was there was a violence about saying that, but also there was such the courage and the refusal to surrender her own and her presence as well as a person who wears hijab. So then I was back in the den in letterpress, and I was thinking through that what can I do with the medium of letterpress, and if I can use it to think through the overwhelming ruckus that comes with the political like overbearing stimulus. So Vandercook, the machine became my canvas, and I started thinking through these furniture pieces. As you can see on the right side of the image, it's a wooden composite block that basically holds the typographic composition together on the letterpress. So 7 hours a day for 3 months, using the machine that's set for type to not to draw almost. And it concluded as an absurd series of women in hijab. I call it, which is like, it's an onomatopoeia, which is basically like women saying fuck you to the system that is the machinery that is imbued so directly to oppress them on each and every step. So the first one is again Muskan Khan and the mob. The second is Shaheen Bagh, which was a site of historic protest held by the residents of Shaheen Bagh, women in hijab, and almost nurtured, and it became like the protest model across the country. And they held it, and the state machinery did everything that they could. They sent shooters time and again, but they wouldn't let it be dissolved or disturbed. And the third is Afreen Fatima, which was a reprisal by the UP government, Uttar Pradesh government, at her and on her activism. So her house was demolished in the middle of the night, and the family was harassed endlessly for months and months and months, and still does. So that was one of the projects I did as part of my master's. The other is a lot was happening when I went back. There was lack of housing, lack of support, lack of people, emotional turmoil. So I was thinking a lot, and the institution RCA became a space of great pain for me, because I was going after a deferral year, and there was no support at all. And for the payment, like having paid as much as you do in educational loans, it felt like a con. So serial biller was like this huge screen print to pay back the enormous student debt, and an institutional critique of being feeling like a cash cow from a third world country, featuring it was a very nonsensical, almost non-syntax writings of poetry and like puns that came together. And it was also like more is not enough, kind of typographic inundation as well. How much could I do with as many, like you go through a lot of these typefaces as you're designing, and I think this was like, for once I wanted to use as much as I could. This is what it hung as in the space that it did. Shout out to RCA for being very nice about it. And then this was another one. This was about the pain of being an immigrant and the experiences that came with it. And this was an etching of being an immigrant sofa surfing in London, and the excruciating pain of losing all things as you're moving from one place to another. But also, as I was to process it, I was writing a lot. And then that diary was also lost. And then this almost became like a cry on that. But because again, like processing things in the medium, the tactile medium, and how to make something that is image, to subvert the rules that it's usually etching is reserved for image making, letters is reserved for typesetting. And as this was another one, which was the country Spain. A ZOD is an alphabetical itemization of, like, it's a printed matter of Indian democracy in typographic poster series. So N is for no data, which is COVID. The government said they don't have any data of people, the number of people who've died. V is for Vanar Sena. These two are my favorites. Which is the mob always uses this saffron tika on their forehead. So this was also very absurd. It had to do with using type in a very sort of experimental, non-serious format to make fun that goes beyond. I mean, how do you respond to something that is so intrinsically irrational? And then this was made for my partner who kept body doubling with me during very suicidal thoughts, which also became like a very talismanic thing of safety for me. The phone calls and the screen became a very I hate screen generally, but this was one time I saw the benefits of it. This is another project which was around the fluff of what the anti-capitalist baby seals and the manifesto that they had made. I can't talk through that, but I came back for a breather, and then I was told that my visa had been, the application had been revoked without any reason, not responding, and forcefully canceling my application. I don't know what had to be done about it, and I felt very mugged. And in 2023, again, a lot of things happened. I lost all the works that I'd previously shown you, which was very tactile, super, again, scaled. And then my sister was diagnosed. So a lot was happening. It was like a state of very deep neurosis. And then I had this independent publications prior deliverable. And that became a very important tool to sense make what was happening, and if there is a way for me to get out of that state of not knowing what's what. Which is what this project was. It was a way of holding what was breaking inside, as well as what was being destroyed elsewhere in the world. The Gaza and Sudan and Congo genocides that are happening, and genocides happening across the world in indigenous places as well. So these are these are hand-drawn, manually illustrated paintings. And if you can see, it's almost like it was a Laurel dialogue with the question of what happens to people when they are shifted or erased from a place. So this was also going to be something that then informs my practice in future, which is just like this 8-9 months. I didn't know it at the time, but it was a very Laurel almost format of what had been written. The type was written very succinctly, and it was very difficult to hold back on using type to almost overwhelm the image. But because we decided that the images would carry the story almost as an oral thing, we kept it very short and almost like integrated it with the images. So then the type also informs a lot of my practice. This was production design using the wisdom of the vernacular design, the master type designers, the sign painters, sometimes in hot sauce design, sometimes in AI, ML, tech frontiers, sometimes in campaign designs and festivals. So all of that then last year concluded and almost became a question when I visited Nagarhole. So I was already thinking like what forms of knowledge and memory and resistance is a subject of consent to visibility. And I'd visited Nagarhole through Rajan, who was my friend and translator. He's been working with indigenous, he's a non-indigenous person. He's been working with them for over 17 years. So what is Nagarhole? This Nagarhole is often introduced as a tiger reserve. But before it became a conservation project, it was and remains land of the Adivasi people and the original right holders of the land. It is home to various communities, namely Janukurba, Bettakurba, Yarva, and Pania, whose relationship to the forest stretch far beyond the timelines of the modern state. And the relationship with the forest is very woven into their oral knowledge forms that is passed down through time. And conservation, which is often narrated as a very benevolent project, especially in Nagarhole, because it's this vast mammoth land that I don't know. It's like, I don't know the hectares, but it's enormous, and the benevolence of that, the story of that benevolence is also the story, is a very insidious story of violence that drives dispossession, forced generational bondage, criminalization, and encroachers in the land that raised them, that labels them as encroachers in their own land, coerces eviction on them from their ancestral lands in the name of tiger reserves, national parks, wildlife sanctuaries, and plantations, and conservation projects. So Nagarhole, this is what conservation looks like. These are heavy wires of electrical, this is electrical fencing. This is what happens in the name of encroachment. And these are ancestral inhabitants of the place. So, but Nagarhole is also a very land of sustained, unprecedented resistance and dialogue, which has survived decades. These are the people. They sat for a meeting, and they saw a tree that fell, and leaving everything behind, they spend they prioritize their job, which was to heal and to put it back. So a war is being waged on them, and I was trying to listen because I realized that I didn't know a lot. So what, as a visual communicator, was my job, and as a type lover, what does it do? So the court's demand, and the question was more than visual, it was also epistemological, because the court's demand documentation demands text, but the histories and relationships of and the knowledge forms do not exist in text. They are in stories and songs and memories and walking and land. So what happens to typography when it encounters a world that's not organized around text? Can it participate without extracting? And also, what does visualizing oral knowledge and histories mean? Does text become violence when imposed on them? And they are fighting the state. So there's also a question of, do they have to fight a battle that should never have been theirs, but also they end up using the frameworks of that is being imposed on them by the state. So these were my questions that started boiling in my head. And I went there for a Padyatra, which was a 16-day foot march for the community mobilization, as well as a dialogue of what is happening. So I worked for the 16-day Padyatra. I learned and worked with the community to create a banner, a sacred object to be carried throughout the footwalk. There was a carrier of memory and reclamation. Rocky, a young boy, would work through the Kannada typeface on the banner. And so if you see on the corners, there are these bees, and the bees are, so Janukurba translates to collector of the bees, bee collectors, sorry, honey collectors, sorry. So these are people who are masters of understanding. For them, the forest is a land. That land is a place where the animals, forest, and people exist on equal terms. So they understand the language of that land in a way that is unfathomable for us, I think. So this was an attempt at trying to sort of imbibing their visual or otherwise knowledge forms, what they have, oral knowledge forms in as a thing to be carried throughout the Padyatra. So people would carry it as and go behind, walk behind it. And I think they enjoyed the process because it was being directed by Thimanna, who is the clan leader, and informed by people around. And I was glad that he was not disappointed. And then there was a board to be installed at the end of the footwalk, which were at the entry gate, at one of the forest entry gates, as a declaration of the sacred customary lands of Adivasi clans as a self-governing area of the Adivasi people. So it was a declaration of their presence and an assertion of their belonging. So this was what the design of it looked like. Again, in a constant conversation with Timanna and Shivu. Shivu is a young leader of that place. He was constantly directing, helping me understand what works, what doesn't. The declaration, the type declaration is, again, I think it's they don't use a lot of type when it comes to their communities, but when they have to fight and assert their right on the border, that's when they use a lot of type. So I was a master type paint, Kannada master type sign painter. He painted the bits in between and then the left and right. I spoke to Shivu about what he thinks is a good form, and he spoke about elephants. So he comes from the elephant clan, and he talks about how he speaks to them and they're sacred, and the rituals that inform their fight as well, and how they talk to their ancestors and the process of it. So the what happened during the Padyatra also informed what we make. So on the left side, there are a lot of these. When he talked about it, that's what I understood of it. And on the right, there are these people who are cooking a communal meal alongside their sacred forest, which is like a land. It's a sacred place where they have these conversations, dialogues, and meetings with their elders and ancestors. So this is what it looked like. This was the place. These were the people. Ended it. It was a 2-day protest that then gave them. The safari was stopped as a result of it for a while. I think for a while it was. Now it's back at it. The other is, and in May, I was back for a dialogue that was to happen between different communities. So what they wanted was like, it was basically a declaration of stop consuming their land and their forest and their sacred spirits. So it was the different Adivasi communities were divided by state borders. So from Nagarhole, Wayanad, Muttanga, Satyamangalam, and Gudalur. So they all came together, which had happened after such a long time, after about 25 years. So I and Rajan, we were thinking, and then we started like looping in Shivu and what he thinks about creating a publication as a historical visual memory of centuries of violence that they remember. And we asked them we consistently kept asking Shivu, Thimanna, Ramakrishnanna, what they remember, and the elders, more importantly, the elders, the holder, the narrator of stories, and what they'd lost, what that felt like, what they remember of that dispossession unfolding. And then we divided that history into 4 panels of extraction and game hunting and dispossession and subjugation, which looked like this. This was the front part of it, which very assertively said the truth, which is conservation is a big lie, because there is a myth that's been built around the benevolence of conservation. And then this is the panel separation, which was about the declaration of reserve forest, then the declaration of game sanctuary, then the declaration of national parks and enforcement of Wildlife Protection Act. And then the more rightmost was about reclamation of the protest that happened during 90s against the Taj building a resort in Nagarhole. And they managed to stop that. And then basically like a conclusion of what that leads to the resistance and the fight that is still ongoing. So the forest, it was supposed to happen in Modkal, which is the site of historical protest against the Taj resort. So, but the forest officers arrived with a battalion accusing them of illegal assembly on the reserved land. So people were aghast and in a lot of pain, but next day they all came together and started having the dialogue. And it was one of the most I couldn't understand a word because it was happening in Kannada, but Ivan Illich once said that one of the best ways to understand and learn a language is in these resistance movements. And I think that was my reckoning with that. That's when I really understood that. Not to say that I understood all of it, but I think bits and pieces I was starting to, and I still am. So when the prints arrived, people held them in their hands and questioned them and laughed with them and argued over them. And then they sang resistance songs while they were carrying them. And that was a moment that shifted something for me. This was a screen print that arrived. This is people holding it. And then this was when they were singing different songs. This is the most left side is Aji, the elder. The right, the person right to him is Shivu. He's done an unprecedented thing. They've reclaimed a village called Karadikal, which has never happened in the history of India, and he's still fighting every single day for it. Thimanna is the clan chief in the right side. And right to him, Thimanna comes with like it's unimaginable amount of wisdom, and he has the best, he's such a style about him. And the lady to the rightmost is one of their leaders from a village, the name of which I can't remember, but she fed me, and she said that don't be shy, because at the end of the day, every battle is a battle of bread. This was an illustration that they really loved, which was an evolution of the conservationists or the conservation spectacle, which started with the British and continues with the Ambani Vantara project, which is a privatized wildlife, privatized safari forest. This was the dialogue thing. As we were going, we also started working with the colors that they would want to use for their committee, which is the Nagarhole Adivasi Jamapale Hakku Sthapana Samiti. So we started working and we're still at it. And then we ended with the Nagarhole Declaration, which is, I think, a good place to start these thoughts that I have now. So for years, I've been so interested in typography's ability to make things legible and then illegible as well. But Nagarhole made me question, like interested in everything that exceeds that, and histories that cannot be neatly typeset. So it still has a role, I think, in the political mammoth, capable of standing beside a struggle without speaking over it. So what forms of solidarity, memory, and resistance becomes possible when type stops behaving like a neutral vessel and begins acting as a participant in the world? So yeah, that would be my question that I stop with.
Thank you. Wow, that was a lot. It was super interesting. Yeah, and I really like the whole storytelling of how you started from something like very, I guess, personal, and then it still was personal at the end, but like it was more of like a community community thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
Welcome. Thank you for having me.
Of course. I don't think we have that much time for questions now because we are like just in time, but yeah, that was very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that we have Connor and Vincent next.
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
Hey guys.
Alrighty.
So,
Are you happy if I share my screen, Tam?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, beautiful. All right.
Perfect.
Lovely. Thanks very much for everyone attending. It's I'm calling in from Melbourne, from it's 9 p.m. on a Wednesday for me. Connor's gotten up pretty early. Is it 7 a.m. where you are?
Yeah, 7 a.m.
Yeah, so he's going to be a bit croaky and I'll be a bit croaky too. So apologies ahead of time. So if you've happened to have read the synopsis for our presentation today, our goal is to walk through a new RoboFont extension that we've been working on for, gosh, Connor, maybe it's been at least 4 or 5 months, maybe 6 months, for some time now. And so our hope is to demo it live today, which is, I know, risky and probably fraught and probably foolish, but it's we'll know it's going to be nice to better demonstrate and field questions as well. So we'll probably go for about 15, 20 minutes and have a bit of time after for some questions. Okay, so to begin with, for those who are RoboFont native type designers, you may come across this issue. This is something that I felt like as I've been drawing larger type families, I would commonly have this problem where I might have been working on two different styles of a face. So let's say the regular and the black, or it could be a regular and an italic, various kind of parts of a design space. And I'd have to be kind of juggling multiple windows. And this is not having a go at RoboFont, of course. Frederick, I know, is in the room. We love RoboFont, we love Space Center, but we did find, well, I was finding, I should speak for Connor, there were times where I would just be struggling to easily kind of make comparisons across the character set, and it might be where I might be trying to compare how the weight shifts, how am I dealing with contrast across a range of letter forms. And having two space centers was always just a little bit tricky. Sometimes I would end up moving things into the background as a way to kind of make sure I could visually compare things closely, but it always seemed like a little bit of a compromise. So I approached Connor, as I said, probably maybe 4 or 5 months ago, with the question of, would it be possible to build a version of Space Center that solves this problem, that addresses fundamentally, firstly, this idea of being able to visualize multiple UFOs in the one window. So I'll walk through what we're looking at here, which is Spaceport. There are a couple of things to draw your attention to. It's structured around 3 different modes, I guess we could call them: typing, spacing, and kerning. So initially we thought, look, we really want to be able to initially visualize multiple UFOs. It kind of grew a little bit, inevitably, with a bit of scope creep. My apologies, Connor. Where we were looking to also look at kerning, open type features, and even interpolation within the window too. On the right-hand side, we have what we call controllers. This first kind of page icon is the most important one to begin with. So clicking it will open this dialog on top. On the left, we can see fonts and design spaces. I've got a couple of preloaded that happen to be open. You can add all open fonts. You can see here this typeface syllabus regular is ticked and is what we can see. So the base use case was to add, let's say, a second face, like a regular italic. You can reorder these by just dragging them and clicking refresh order to change the pane view. I'll come back to this window later on as it becomes more relevant, but just to walk through and build up the kind of different use cases. So here we have 2 styles in the one window, which is we haven't really seen before, which we were excited about to begin with. I remember when Connor first showed me this. I'll just adjust the line height here. It's a bit tight. And let me just walk you through a couple of basic functions at the top here. We have our size or scale, the shortcuts Command minus and Command plus, or if you have the RoboFont shortcuts for Z and X, that also works to zoom in and out. We have leading. We do have some preset controllers here which will zoom to fit, do the best it can to fit to the width or to the height of the window. They can be buggy, so just keep that in mind. We do have this ability to just kind of toggle between different alignments. And then this button was quite handy. One of the things that we often wanted to compare was glyphs next to each other. So if we click this, what it'll do is put the two T's, the two Y's, the two P's, two L's, etc., next to each other. This has a kind of a break between them. One thing we added in the settings, which I'll jump over here now to this gear icon, which can actually be popped out by clicking this arrow and kind of persist, is the ability to kind of change whether it's multi-line or whether it flows along. Staying here maybe in the settings, I'll just show you a couple of other things. We can toggle the label, which you can see just above the type, the style. We can see metrics, so just the body and then the left and right side bearings. The matrix down the bottom, I personally like my space matrix at the top, but you can toggle the position of it and show and hide it. And then we have the kind of standard beam measure, which you can drag up and down. So they obviously show the measurement between where the beam hits the side bearings or between letters. We have basic inversion, and then kind of different views for the drawing. There's also a slider for the padding at the top too. Basic text formatting here as well. This whole project in general is a work in progress, but we're really excited to open source this after the conference and get people's feedback and have people work into it, etc. There's a number of other things we could potentially put into this settings area, but for now, that's the kind of the bare essentials. This I skipped over. This is just the kerning toggle, so it's blue and persists when it's on. The shortcut for that is just K. So we are now in the spacing mode. So clicking any glyph, just like in Space Center, we can adjust the spacing using our arrow keys. So arrow keys will be by 1. We can see it here changing by a single digit. Holding down Shift will shift it by 10, and then Command Shift will do it by hundreds. One nice thing that Connor built in was the ability to select multiple things. So for instance, I could select holding down Shift both of those glyphs and space them concurrently. You can also view the spacing by holding down Option and clicking a letter form. So it's showing me both E's across the two styles, which is nice, again, just in terms of comparisons between weights, etc., etc. I'm trying to think, am I missing anything with the spacing tab, Connor? I guess this leader, much like Space Center, we could add a glyph before or after. Am I forgetting anything in this particular mode?
I don't think so.
Okay. We'll jump to the type mode, which the shortcut is Command T, or just clicking type. You get a light kind of pink background, which you can change. But this is a different way of working and typing in a Space Center tube. The conventional Space Center has this kind of input area at the top. In ours, we can type directly in this window. So you can select all that, and it kind of syncs the text. One thing I wanted to be able to do as well was potentially have different text across these two. So there's a button up here that says unsync text. So clicking that will literally do what it says. And then if you do want to sync them again, wherever your cursor is, and if you click sync text, it will take that text and flow that through. So that's quite nice in terms of, this is a kind of a specific typing mode that you're in, all in the one interface. So Command T will toggle you back into the spacing mode. I'll jump to the final mode, which is kerning. Command K is the shortcut for that, or just clicking on kerning. You can see here some values, -10, -5, etc. So you can get between those and change those values in a very similar way. So obviously blue is when we're getting positive kerning. Similarly, you can actually select multiple things by holding down Shift. Maybe this is not a great word to be kerning. Just switch to that. So we can see these two values. If I select them both by holding down Shift, I can actually pull them apart at the same time. And similarly, by holding down Shift between various UFOs, you can make adjustments between them as well. One caveat with kerning is we still very much believe and use metrics machine for exhaustive kerning. This is probably just a feature that we would use for the kind of test fonts for something of a much smaller scale. And it was almost an experiment to see if we could pull it off to some degree. I think that's it for kerning. Back into the space mode, one thing we implemented here was the ability to look up our features, so access to our features. Again, maybe I'll just make some here, which might make more sense for what I'm demonstrating. So in our features controller here, turning on and off these, much like kind of font goggles, will allow you to toggle and test bold style, etc., etc. This is also a little pop-out if you want that floating. Okay. The next thing perhaps that's worth demonstrating if we jump back into our objects controller is design spaces. So hopefully as you're drawing and figuring out your poles, your masters, at some point you'll create a design space file. This happens to be a design space file for this typeface syllabus. It's currently open, so it's loaded. You can add them as you need. So it loads the instances and the sources. In red, we have the sources. With the blue dot, we have the instances. You can order them with these buttons here. There's some kind of logic around weight and width and italic and upright. And you can toggle them as need be, turning off the masters. You'll also see this up here called preview location. I'll just turn that on and show you what that does in a moment. We close that. Again, I'll put something more relevant. We can just change the view. We can now also, using this third interpolation controller, preview interpolations within this window too, and as extrapolations as well, so we can go beyond these masters, these poles. This is just a single axis, the weight. You can add instance, and then if you've got your design space open, which you actually have to, it'll add that instance just right there. A caveat again here, in terms of interpolation, we love design space. We love the kind of preview and what's possible within here. But I personally found it, I missed this superpolator, for those of you old enough to know the superpolator workflow and UI, and we love the ability to be able to kind of visualize how these instances are situated in space. I'll just load a more complex design space just to give you a sense of other variables. Then here, preview location. So yeah, this happens to have a weight axis and an optical axis vertically. So yeah, you can change them as needed, move in that X and Y space, add an instance, and have that directly added to your design space file. Okay, am I missing anything, Connor, at this point? I'm wondering if I've covered everything.
I'm trying to think. We do support, so I was testing this with Mutator Sans, Eric's typeface that he developed for like kind of testing the design space format and its possibilities. So for the most part, we were trying to, everything that typeface and design space does, we try to support it in Spaceport. So we have anisotropic interpolation previews, extrapolation previews. Let me think. I'm gonna pull it up on my computer just so I can see. Yeah, and also we try our best to, like, as you can see on the screen, we have these placeholders for non-interpolatable glyphs. So things look okay when you're still working on a work in progress project.
Yeah, what do these represent, Connor?
These are either that the glyphs are non-interpolatable, or there's just some other issue rendering that glyph. And so you can see in Vincent's interpolation view where there's the dotted line on the right side of that design space. So that's just our way of showing any location in the design space that uses a separate X and Y value for its location. Unfortunately, we're not able to show or manipulate that space in the view from the user's point of view, just because that would be a whole nightmare of interaction in the Dragon view. But if you have an anisotropic interpolate or location in your design space, you can at least see it in the view. So yeah, we tried to kind of push it to the extremes with mutator sans as an example.
Yeah, it's kind of a worst case scenario. Well, not worst case, but to account for everything. I'm cognizant that it's 9:20, so I might even pause here and just see if there's any particular questions that we could field with regards to the plugin, and we can open it up again and answer anything specific.
Not so much in the chat questions, but I have some if nobody else has.
I think
Oh,
there's any questions
there's a
right now
question.
in the chat.
Could I request a better version of the
Ah,
app?
yeah.
Yeah, when will it be available, mechanic, Connor?
That's the first question you get, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, it can be available probably by the end of the week. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I'll talk with Vincent. We'll figure that out. I think now it's just a matter of polishing off some documentation on the repo and making it live. But yeah,
Well,
I think we would love to have users as soon as possible, because Vincent and I can only try to break it as much as possible. We need other people to try to break it and give us feedback.
yeah, that's the best way. Ask other people to test it. Yeah, I never thought of this. I have some questions. You mentioned kerning. How do you deal with group kerning? Is there any way that you can access that, or it shows up, or?
So right now we are still relying on metrics machine, and anything that goes beyond just what you see in the view, we try to manage any of that stuff. No exceptions.
Yeah, editing is one thing, but I can imagine that you have some feedback. Like if you do this glyph, then be aware that you also do that glyph. Showing up the groups that it belongs to, just as information.
Yeah, I mean, we could totally have, so I personally love the overlay of groups in metrics machine, looking at those. And that could be a cool and useful view. But right now, like Vincent said, we are huge fans and users of metrics machine. So we were like carefully trying to figure out like what the difference of these would be. And it's like, this is very surface level kerning, but I still go into metrics machine way more. But yeah.
Other one, you showed italics with straight counters or straight margins. Is there an angle?
Oh,
Possibility?
yeah.
Great.
It does. I'm not actually sure why that could be a bug, but it does support slanted margins, and it takes into account italic, slant offset. The beam works with italics. Yeah. So you get all the advantages of slanted margins and all that stuff.
It also draws them.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Other one, you're referring to von Goggles, which is using half-bus for OpenType feature rendering. Are you using that as well?
Yes, we use HarfBuzz to process the OpenType features. We include actually Frederick and Tal's feature preview, which and we include that as a submodule in the extension, and we use a very similar processing of, so the way our extension is built is we have a custom font object, and when that gets loaded originally, it will load the features. So we do have like a reload, so it doesn't have to keep checking.
Yeah. Well, the bottom
And
line
so
is
yeah,
that you want similarity. If you look at the same string in the same
exactly,
font in
yeah,
the font goggles, there shouldn't, and it could be quite complex rules that work
yeah,
together. You want to be sure that they are the same.
yeah. So right now we actually only are parsing out, or we're only managing the G sub. We're not doing any GPOS in here. Hopefully we can figure that out positioning wise in the view, because right now we're actually using, this entire extension is using MERS and EasyUI from Tal. And the view is a MERS collection view. So this is also kind of like me figuring out how to push MERS to its extremes and figure out how to turn it into a text editor almost. I was watching a computer scientist talk about building a text editor, and I realized that it's very, very similar with mouse interactions and positioning and stuff.
It's a rabbit hole. It's
Yes,
endless.
yes.
One last question. Supporting the design spaces, does that also include the OpenType rules?
Not yet, but I do have some ideas for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because that's good to do replacement that are design space dependent, which cannot easily be done in the normal OpenType feature source. Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. It's impressive. This is you start with space with the space window from RubberFont, but you end with Superpolator almost. And so you're interpolating between the two.
Yes,
Yeah,
we clearly missed a percolator.
yeah, yeah, like many. We still have some time. Other questions?
There was a question about right to left. Not right now, but I would love to. I would love to implement that. I guess it's just also a matter of because we have our open type features loaded by default, we could also implement something similar to Frederick wrote the extension for supporting Arabic in Space Center, so we could probably figure out something similar to that, which would be nice.
Yeah, hopefully it's a good starting point. There's lots that can be done, and hoping people will take this and run with it and give us some solid feedback. In many ways, it might be the case where we end up stripping out things too, because it does a lot. It's a lot for Connor to manage. So yeah, we'll see where this goes. But I think it's a good point for us to put out in the wild and give people a chance to get stuck in.
Yeah, pull requests are welcome. So
request, is it available for Windows user by any chance?
that's a question for Frederick. So right now it's dependent on RoboFont. So yeah, Mac only for now.
Yeah,
because
RoboFont to answer for Frederick, RoboFont very much depends on the drawing libraries of the Mac. So if you want to at least make it compatible, you have to redo a lot of things yourself.
Yeah, we rely heavily on the internal libraries of RoboFont too. So it wouldn't really be possible.
Yeah.
Probably only got a minute left. Feel free to pipe up after this if any other questions come to mind. We'll be posting stuff on the RoboFont Discord, so you'll see it, some announcements on there. So please follow along on that community, the RoboFont community on Discord, if you want some further information. But yeah, thanks so much for.
What's your business model for it? Is it's a side product, or you want to charge on custom versions, or how does that work?
Yeah, every glyph you type, it's like $1. No, so it's pretty much I'm just funding it. Like it's something that I was just keen to see in the world and something that I wanted. And I know a lot of people have been asking similar questions on the kind of RoboFont community Discord, and it was an excuse for me to put the challenge to Connor and see how far he could push MERS. So yeah, I'm happy to sponsor it to this point, and it's going to be open source. So the business model is non-existent. It's really just about trying to give back to the community. So let's see where we take it.
Well, at least it's a showcase of what you can do.
Yeah, exactly.
If people have specific questions, or they want to have specific functions in a private version, you show that you can do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Sure. All right.
Okay,
Thank
brilliant.
you so much.
We're probably at time. Yeah.
Looking forward.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, Connor.
Thanks, guys.
Next is letters in transit.
Yes.
Hello.
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 Hi, can you hear me? Hi.
Yes.
Welcome.
I'm Lima. I'm speaking from London at the moment. I am at some Bride Foundation where I'm volunteering, and they've kindly given me a room. So
Okay.
I'm gonna start.
Is it as hot as in the rest of Europe?
It's really hot. It's proper heat wave here. Yeah.
Yeah. We feel with you.
Yeah. This room is nicely air conditioned though, so fingers crossed. Okay. So you can see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Right. So my research project is an investigation into Lithuanian printer issued type specimens. So this is from 1906 to 1940, and it's a way to examine how type forms emerge under conditions of political and material instability. So looking at circulation, adaptation, and typographic authorship kind of come out of that. So this began with a project Type West, where a type revival kind of paved the way for deeper historical investigation into a specific printing house called the Lightning, and the typographic cultures sort of the interwar Lithuania came along with it. So the Volmer typeface was the one that I was investigating, and it frequently appears as a titling face across textbooks, pedagogical publications, and commercial catalogs. Rather than existing as a isolated design object, it was kind of embedded in everyday publication of knowledge and education within national culture. So it's a typeface that originates from 1907 by Heinrich Weineck, and it was available from the Polish foundry Itzkowski under the name Socrates. So it may have reached Lithuania via that route or via Berlin through Volmer. So many thanks to Indra Kupperschmidt for identifying this typeface and providing a little additional information here. So in addition to Lithuanian type specimens, however, it was mislabeled as Cloakins. And while Cloakins and Volmer share a certain Art Nouveau stylistic connection in terms of nuance, the connection is actually also entirely independent. The typefaces are completely different. And Volmer appears rounder, quirkier, and this is sort of where the direction for me initially was leaning into during the revival process. So as with many Art Nouveau typefaces, the forms can tend towards inconsistency and can easily become overly expressive if not carefully controlled. So I was looking at ideas of restraint being sort of necessary to prevent the overall visual incoherency. What I liked about the typeface was that the forms had a general softness to them, which prompted an introduction of maybe more sharper, defined serif endings in order to retain a visual tension. And this is where Cloakins Antiqua, another typeface with a similar name, sort of entered the process because of this coincidental mislabeling of Cloakins in several Lithuanian type specimens. This led me to investigate the forms. And although this sort of false attribution proved to be, it was incorrect, the encounter became important almost like as a secondary influence on the revival. So taking a closer look at Cloakins Antiqua, it appears across a wide range of Lithuanian print contexts, from elementary primers to state official treasury documents and school publications, all within like 1920s. These materials are set in a typeface that's like modernizing, nevertheless, though carrying traces of historical and stylistic inheritance. And the general direction for me sort of was to draw from both of these typefaces with contrast and weight playing an important role in preserving their distinctive qualities. So the resulting design recalls like a buoyant character of maybe even late 1970s Art Nouveau revivals, but then combining the rounded archwork and the sharp terminals expressed in the tail endings. So the revival process ultimately led to questions that were historical rather than formal. And to understand the letter forms, I found myself needing to understand sort of a bigger infrastructures that were carrying them from one country to another. So this brought me to the history of the printing house Rebus, from where the specimen was from, which also printed in both pieces in both Lithuanian and Belarusian newspapers. And following the Polish occupation of Vilnius and the resulting restrictions on Lithuanian and Belarusian press, part of the print house's equipment was moved to Kaunas. So then during the Nazi occupation, it continued to function under constraint, printing weekly papers like Towards Freedom. And in 1944, some of its workers fled to Germany, took part of the equipment with them, and continued to print Lithuanian newspapers in displaced persons camps. So taken together, this history is kind of framing the printing house as a constantly migrating institution shaped by shifting political regime and by the need to sustain Lithuanian print culture across borders. And this is where the research really begins for me. If a single printing house and its workers and the equipment can move repeatedly across territories and political systems, perhaps type itself should also be understood not as a fixed entity, but as a fundamentally mobile. So this led me to ask, how did these typefaces arrive in Lithuania? Through what networks did they circulate? And how did the imported forms become embedded within visual language of a newly independent state? So to understand why these movements mattered, I needed to sort of step back and look at the condition of Lithuanian printing after the independence of 1918, when the country really lacked time and resources and equipment to rebuild its printing industry. So the situation was especially dire in Vilnius, which changed hands multiple times between the Polish forces and the Red Army. And in 1920, Polish forces seized the city, and it remained under their control for 19 years, basically leaving Lithuania without most of its printing houses and paper factories. So the reconstruction of the print culture, therefore, had to take place somewhere else. And it's impossible to discuss the interwar without looking back to the 19th century, when the Russian Empire's ban on Lithuanian language publications in Latin script led to the establishment of the printing houses in Lithuania Minor. So this was part of East Prussia, and the map highlights two key centers amongst many other ones, so Tilge and Klaipėda. This is where Lithuanian type specimens had so far been identified in library archives. So in this region, which was already rich in printing history, practices such as book smuggling and local typecasting were persistent well into the 19th and early 20th centuries. Just to touch on one of these, I don't know if many people know, but under the press ban, at night, the book smugglers would arrive at, for example, a printer's house, sleep on the floor. This is, you can see, printer Martynas Jankus. So he would fill their sacks with books and newspapers, and by dawn they would disappear into the forest on their way to Tauragė, for example. So some never made it across the border, others did. And it was as though these journeys, through these journeys, kind of Lithuanian print survived. So circulation of print in this region has always been a story of movement across borders and by forms of sort of cultural survival and dependence on this kind of circulation. So by early 20th century, many Lithuanian printing houses relied almost entirely on machinery, matrices, and type supplied by firms such as Mergenthaler in Berlin, Bauer in Frankfurt, and other manufacturers based in Leipzig, Dresden, Hamburg, Offenbach. Yet none of these companies actually maintained offices or representatives in Königsberg or Klaipėda. So the typefaces used in Lithuania therefore arrive through networks of trade, circulation, intermediary distribution, rather than direct sort of industrial presence of type foundries. And this raises an important question of, if the infrastructure was imported, how was a typographic form collated once it arrived? So looking through all of the Lithuanian type specimens, I've come to the conclusion, what I've seen so far, that so far they're all printer-produced specimen books or pamphlets rather than foundry-issued catalogs. And according to the type specimen classification system developed by the senior librarians and typographic scholars here at Sembride Foundation Library, these are classified as user specimens, which is quite key in telling the story from the user's perspective. So if we look at the typeface indexes of the period, we can see an overwhelmingly German typographic system. Even where the American foundries such as ATF or Intertype appear, they operate within a German-derived system of classification, naming, and stylistic hierarchy. And the Lithuanian typographic system basically appears in a language, appears national in a language, but sort of transnational in its material foundations. So it's a stratified system in which almost 19th century historicism, Jugendstil influences, and early modernist forms coexist. This suggests a typographic identity that's sort of emerging through recombination of what is available under the conditions of infrastructural dependency. So it's shaped less by design intent than by availability. And type is really selected, reused, and combined across newspapers, books, and state publications within a culture of learning. So you can also find examples of, simplified and increasingly geometric letter forms, pointing to early modernist rationalization. Faces such as super grotesque, edel, airbar, pressa, and console sort of indicate a gradual arrival of modernism. And some of these typefaces may have entered through regional distribution centers, such as the Gutenberg Foundry in Riga, where console 1 and 2 were actually marketed under the names of Venus and Mars. At the same time, this literary and educational publications continue to employ very expressive display lettering, and there's lots of decorative faces, the use of handles, cursive, and cloquens antiqua, very present. But rather than replacing earlier forms, modernism is sort of coexisting with a strong culture of ornament and bespoke lettering at the same time. So if the earlier examples suggest a gradual shift towards modernism, nowhere is this more relevant than in this type specimen from Spindulis, sort of the largest and most technological advanced printing house in Kaunas at the time. The presence of such typefaces as secession, bravura, and grotesque sort of demonstrates how Lithuanian typography was really absorbing both decorative Art Nouveau traditions, but also the emerging modernist clarities. And this really reflected a broader European current while producing distinctly local combinations as well. Other larger printing houses in Kaunas belong to the Polish printing house Prima, which printed the daily Dzień Kołęski and the weekly Chata Rodzina, while the printing house Jewish Voice produced newspapers of the same name in Yiddish. Thus, these presses served the needs of very diverse local communities, and among the larger printing houses in Vilnius was the Roma Printing Enterprise, which produced books both in Yiddish and Hebrew. So between the First and the Second World War, the Ritas printing house was the most technologically advanced in the Klaipėda region. So this is closer to the Baltic Sea again. And it's notably, it trained the first apprentice, or as they say here at some brides, the printer's devil in Lithuania Minor. It also operated its own bookshop, stationers, a bindery, employed an in-house artist, Vilius Jomantas, and established an illustrator, a graphic designer sort of within, so working on the custom letterings and illustrations for the house. And around 1937, they established a font foundry within the company. So this was the first in the Klaipėda region and all of Lithuania at the time. So if we take a brief look at some of these specimens from 1937, we can see that the continued presence of a remarkably broad typographic repertoire. So everything from lots of different Fraktur faces and Romanish, the expressive Jugendstil faces, such as Ekman type, alongside more handwriting styles like Lateinische Präschrift. So this was first released by the Gersch Foundry in 1909. So this is really demonstrating that the Lithuanian printers were working on collating a print specimen and building a repertoire that was historically layered rather than stylistically uniform. So this particular selection from Kaunas printing house points to a shift towards these like modernist shapes with the sans serifs like super grotesque and duplex, introducing this very functional, rational tone, but also typefaces like Baltica were extremely popular. Marco and Mozart sort of retain this transitional quality to the specimen. So modernism is entering the system, but without fully replacing the earlier sets. And the sample texts are really quite interesting to dissect. So the ones used in these specimens draw heavily on expressions of nationhood, sort of incorporating names of cities, towns, villages, excerpts from different sort of fairy tales and newspapers, also names for villages, as well as folk proverbs and riddles kind of intertwined within. And here we can see the extremely popular Herald and Lateish appearing in multiple sizes, sort of reinforcing their role as flexible working typefaces. The specimen text here references local and national themes, so things like rivers and different names for kings and hill forts, really situating type within a distinctly Lithuanian cultural context. In the lower right-hand corner, we can see some sample cards from a local carpenter. So these point to an everyday commercial use. And then the inclusion of German, Hebrew, and Cyrillic text highlights the multilingual demands placed on the printing house. So while the type specimens here and on this page as well are largely German in origin, there are illustrations of everyday life, sort of domestic activities that feel distinctly local in their depiction of rural life. So these are sort of seemingly minor details, but they suggest that imported typographic systems might have been continually adapted and localized and given new meanings amongst these extra sort of lithographs or wood carvings that might have been produced by local illustrators. So this project is ultimately less interested in the origins than the afterlife at the moment. So what happens to type when it begins to circulate? and how new typographic identities emerge through this movement. Very open to any questions, suggestions, or unidentified typefaces. Very welcome. You can reach me also on social and email. And also please come visit the St. Bride Archive Library when you're in London.
Thank you very much. That's a lot of research work.
Yes, I kind of just went through that quite quick.
Yeah.
Now we have some time. It is a lot of research work. It's quite hard to sort of compress it, and it can go into many directions. So at the moment, it is very much like a mapping project for me, and trying to see how the revival is kind of informing that, almost like as a forensic reconstruction.
And do you go to Eastern Europe, or is it entirely the St. Bride library that you use?
No, I go very often, and I've consulted with some bibliographs as well who are sort of know the history of the art of the book in Lithuania, and they've traveled to Lithuania Minor and some of these villages where the print houses operated, sort of knocking on every door and gathering, old Bibles. So they have amazing stories and their own sort of archive at home that they can share. But also the Tipa collection in Tartu is amazing. They have a lot of foundry specimens as well as printer specimens. So any sort of exchange there has been extremely helpful. And I really recommend for anyone to go and look at their beautiful print shop and archive.
I wonder where the casting was done and where the matrices came from. Is it because I guess that's not something the printers did themselves.
No, so I mean, Ritas actually had monotype and linotype machines a little bit later. So it was the first foundry that existed in Lithuania. But so earlier in the 17th century, of course, there were some type foundry around. So I'm not sure if, any type would have survived from there, but there was definitely an exchange already happening and a circulation line built through that. So some investigation into those smaller foundries in the periphery sort of cities is definitely needed to look into that deeper.
Because if they moved entire print shops, that must be a lot of stuff and
Yeah.
a lot of hot metal to be transplaced.
Yeah. So I think, loads of it did actually come from Germany and it was traded and bought. And the size of the print shops moving, I mean, some of them moved sort of just with selling loads of their machinery and materials to other printers, and then moving, into a bigger sort of company that already had other items established. So there was a lot of this local exchange happening that probably trickled down, and we don't know if the metal was, melted down or if there was some exchange of it having from hands to hands. So it's definitely more work to be done there.
Yeah, I guess because it's the other side of the world. From you look at the printed matter, but then it's hard to see how they actually got there. Yeah. Any other questions from people? We still have time. Guess it was really clear.
Thank you.
All right. Are you working towards a publication about this, or?
Possibly. I'm working towards just a more in-depth research to really find out how they arrived and what survived and what was the network of exchange, with Germany more specifically, as to your second question. So yeah, more research, and then publication maybe someday. But just trying to sort of find out about the history within a broader scope of something that we're organizing in Lithuania among some type designers and calligraphers and researchers as well. So we can share resources first and then see what we can do with them.
And you have to lay out the whole territory before you can draw any borders, how far you want to go.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, some sort of geopolitical map art project in that sense would be quite interesting. That veers into maybe like an archive of these specimens that relate to some of the publications. So we're kind of mapping something literally, geographically, geopolitically as well. So maybe it's not a book, maybe it's more of an interactive project.
Yeah, unfortunately, the whole question about where the borders are has become really important recently again.
Yes, definitely. And I think, some of these places that I mentioned on the Lithuania minor sort of map, they no longer exist within Lithuania. So some of these also like cities where the first book or the first newspaper or the first publication in Lithuanian language was printed, they're completely, wiped off because it's part of Russia at the moment. So to bring that back and to put that back on the map, in some sense would be great and really important, I think.
Yeah. Borders are really frozen in time, but they're not fixed. Yeah.
Agree.
All right. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good luck with your research. And let's see.
So we have Andres.
Yep.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
We can. Hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. Let me share the screen. Can you see it?
Not yet.
No. Yeah. Okay. If you took your own presentation animation, that's what we see now.
Yeah, just for a second. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I think you can all see it and hear me well. I'm Andres. I'm from HT Fonts, formerly Huerta Tipográfica. So you might know us from our former name and some of our fonts and tools that we publish online. And we are going to talk today about the HT letter spacer. This is a tool that was there for a while. I think it was published 10 years ago, and it was basically a script for glyphs that applies a spacing concept. So that's why I call it like a spacing framework. So what I'm going to guide through, if you know the script and you use it, the first part is going to be a little bit boring, but it might refresh some of the concepts. The second part is going to show how the new version that we just published improves some of the concepts that we had from before. The idea is basically the same, it's untouched, but we have a better plugin now. So basically this idea was born in 2009 when I was studying in type design in Buenos Aires. My first approaches to spacing were obviously through the very basics and Walter's crazy method to approach spacing, where you space certain letter forms, basically straights and rounds and diagonals. and you define some basics that you are going to copy and reapply to other letters. So you create a scheme basically that is going to go through your font. But some of the methods explained there are very are not specific to the letter shapes, are general, and it depends on your design, depends on specific proportions. So they can be ambiguous or not super clear. So for example, if you have these diagonals in this method, it's explained to be like minimum space. Then you need to apply that. But what is minimum space? Okay, it's a very arbitrary thing. So when I was approaching spacing, we didn't have metric keys back in time. The idea was implemented in Gliss, I think, sometime after that. I created some scripts to apply that, and I started to recognize that there were some problems, like the fonts were not spaced as I wanted. So I investigated the deeper approach, which is a basic concept. When you start type design, the very basic exercise is to get some geometric shapes on a shared height, and you need to space them to produce rhythm between them. So I was trying to understand what are you actually doing when you do that. Yeah, of course, you are guided by your eye, but what is happening? So the basic idea that we are told is like, okay, you need to consider the air or the space between the letters, like the area between them, and maintain the rhythm between them. Okay, so that's the first concept that I try to apply. So measuring all the spaces around a letter. So when you start to do that, basically what you do is, okay, you have squares that have verticals, and you're going to define a space between them. If you do it in a font software, you're going to define side bearings. But what you are technically doing in this case is establishing an area that you are going to apply between them. And this area is basically the square shape with verticals, doesn't have any ins and outs. So it's like a zero area. You are actually adding that space on top of it, on the sides. So when you do that, you apply set bearings. You are actually doing applying a distance at a certain height, and that ends up with a square area that you are defined with your distance by the height. So if you have a set bearing of 50 or 10 and your height is 500, your area is going to be 5,000, basically. Okay, so I had this concept. I said, okay, let's apply this to the rest of the shapes. So, okay, I have the target area that I want to reach, which has a certain number, and I'm going to measure the area in the other shapes, in a circle, in a triangle, or whatever shape I have. So what you are going to do once you do that is, okay, I want to add or remove area in these shapes to actually match my target area, the one that I define for the rhythm that I want to reach. This is a basic concept of the plugin or script, but I thought this was going to be it, because that's what we usually think. But when you go to letters and other shapes, you realize that, well, that doesn't really work. So if I have an H, which is a vertical, in a sense, very simple, I apply the area. It might kind of work for some shapes like circles, but when you go with open shapes, well, all the area from the right side of the C, in this case, is a lot, right? So if I apply this concept and say, okay, I want this red area to actually match my target area, I need to reduce the side bearings a lot, and this is not actually a acceptable spacing. So then I brought this second concept, which is close and depth. So what the script does is closing the counterforms or any shape arbitrarily by 45 degrees. It's kind of a blurring it or simplifying it. So it doesn't matter how deep your shape goes, there's the natural limit where this inner area is going to be measured. So that's when you close it at 45. And the second sub-concept here, which is the one that we are going to manually tweak to try to balance things, is the depth. And the depth is how much from the end of the letter, from the right and left bounds of the shape, you are to measure to the inside. So from the right side to the center of the letter. So basically, when you apply this, you are trimming the inner area that you want to read and measure, and that starts to give us like better results. So because the area that you are measuring is much less, is much less how you want to counteract that in order to achieve spacing. Then after that, I was okay, yeah, but we have ascenders and descenders. Typical problem in spacing is like when you have an F with an ascender and I want to space it with an N, I need to use, if I have a stroke that goes to the right, well, how much does affect the spacing? So I need a way to trim down that to specific zones. And this is the concept of reference height. Basically, when you have a system of glyphs or shapes, you define that system, let's say the uppercase or the lowercase or the numbers, and you define a baseline and a top line for them. And it's the reference height that where you are going to measure these areas or spacing. So as you see here, the J has a descender, but as we define the reference height based on the age, which is our reference glyph, this piece of shape that is going below, it's not going to affect the spacing or the measurements at all. Same happens with the lowercase, is trimmed to the lowercase height, and numbers, in case you have a different height, it might be exactly the same. So what the plugin does is applies this concept, so you can tweak them and try to balance things in different systems. So you can basically start with a lowercase. You can start from anywhere, but you will define what is your basic system. So you will have like basic parameters that are going to be general, and you can tweak them to different systems. In this case, I will start with the lowercase, but you can start with, I don't know, the Vanagari or numbers, whatever you want. But yeah, the easiest approach for the sake of the explanation is the lowercase. So you start here. This is a plugin, and it opens this window that you are going to have on top of your glyph file. And you can start tweaking the area that you want to target and the depth that you're going to use to measure the areas between glyphs. At first go, it's going to use, it's not going to use a reference height. It's whatever you have there. Each glyph is going to be measured within its height. But you can have an initial approach where you understand how this actually works. So you can tweak the slider and move it up and down and see how much strikes separate. And if you change the depth, you're going to see in the drawn areas in the preview, in this case in light gray, how much they are measuring inside. So basically what happens here is if you have strikes, you apply area, they are going to be pushed. But if you want to counteract that with the rounded or open shapes, you can increase or reduce the depth to actually make a change in those shapes. Once you do that and you find a happy value there, you can save the parameters on your master. And then if you have a tab open, you can apply to the selection or the current tab or whatever you want. You can live apply the changes you are doing, so you can actually see with your own strings there. This is to define a basic approach, but then we have a system of rules. In these rules, we are going to actually lock down the different systems where we want to apply our parameters. So we say like we are going to use lowercase as our basic system. So we create the font rule for the lowercase. So in the second tab, you can actually go to the plus sign or to the plus equal. That is going to create the rule based on the actual glyphs that you are selecting in your window. And it creates a rule based on the categories of that rules, based on the glyphs categories. So as you created, we created for script Latin, is a letter, is any subcategory, and in a case, lowercase. You set up in the step 3 reference for that group of glyphs. In this case, it's lowercase. I'm going to use an X. It's idea that you use a glyph there that it's actually at the bottom and the top exactly. The bounds are exactly at the height that you want to actually use. And you will apply an area and a depth as a variation of your general parameters. In this case, because I started with the lowercase and that's my kind of a ground, I'm going to leave this at 100. It means that every time that I space lowercase, they're going to be measured at the X height, at the X bottom, and apply the custom parameters as they are. You can also, not in this case, but in other cases, you can apply fixed width if you don't want to change the advanced width, or apply spacing to specific size. This works as a filter, so you can actually add strings, or you can add a glyph list if you want to narrow down some of the rules. So then you can, once you have this rule, you can come back to the first tab and actually check this again. And now you have your drawn areas in color. It means that they are using the rule. And as you see with the dashed line, they're trimmed to the X height in this case, because I set up this reference height. So basically, now I can refine my values, and I can see with more glyphs how they actually react, all the lowercase, to any change that I do. Once I'm happy with the values, I can move forward, and that's when you need to start doing a scaffolding of your font and the different systems that you have as rules, as font rules. So, for example, you can create a new category that is uppercase, that you're going to tweak the general custom parameters in some way in order to achieve the spacing that you want for that specific system. This tab is going to show you a list with all the rules you created for the font. So you can have different systems here, like the uppercase, superiors, numbers, tabular numbers, etc. So every time you select the glyph in your tab or in the font view, it's going to check the class that applies to that glyph, so you can easily see what's actually playing there. You're going to see a bullet point there. If there is an override on the master, you're going to check that later. You see pretty much an overview of all the values that you are using. For example, if the rule is actually filtering specific glyphs by name or by glyph list. In this case, we see on the right side, the uppercase rule is selected, so you can apply a name, an arbitrary name you want for it. There is a classification that is set there. And the reference in this case is the letter H, which is exactly at the bottom and at the cap height. And in this case, you can have different approaches for this. We are going to apply a percentage variation of the general parameter. So we are saying, okay, my uppercase, as this rule stands, is going to be spaced with 120% area of the custom parameters that I just set for the lowercase. And I'm going to measure the depth also at a higher degree, so 20% more as well. So you can fine tune that to see how the lowercase and general parameters apply to this uppercase. So once you set that value, you can have a tab open with your strings. So you type some uppercase letters there. And then you can apply it to the current tab. So it's going to, as you create rules, it's going to apply these values to all the strings that you have there, or only to the glyphs that you have there. Then when you are happy with a specific rule, you can then go and select all of them in the font view and apply this to, let's say, all the uppercase letters. So as you see, sorry, as you see, you can create many rules, and you can make granular rules for specific subrules if you need to use names or specific suffixes for glyphs or whatever you want to do. Good. Then we have the master rules. Sometimes when you have general rules that you apply to the font, let's say the uppercase or the numbers in the general rules, in the font rules, are going to have a 20% more. But then when you go to the black weight, That doesn't really work for that because maybe it goes too wide and the proportions change and you want to adapt spacing. So you can create the master rule, which is basically an override on that specific rule. It appears here not grayed out and with a bullet point, and you apply a different change, a different override for the area in this case. So it's going to apply a different rule in this case for this value in the black master. Always you can apply to just the glyph you are working on to the current tab. You can use the live tab apply, which means that as you tweak these values, they are applied to your tab immediately. You can apply values to all masters. So when you apply it, you are already trusting your rules. So you know that you want to apply that everywhere, basically. And the last tab is if you need a little bit of a background on what's going on with the specific glyph. You need to be aware in order to work with this when you create rules, what are the actually the categorization that each glyph has in glyphs, in the glyphs data XML and categorization. So you can use that in order to take advantage and apply different rules to different glyphs. So when you are when you have an active glyph in the tab, you can actually see in this tab what's a glyph's categorization for that. In this case, it's an @ sign that is only in the symbol category. It doesn't have any case or subcategory or script. And you see what's actually the spacing that is going to be applied for this in the overall calculations for that. It tells you that it's 110% according to my rules, and it gives you the final numbers. And in the list below, you see all the rules that are going to match that glyph categorization. In this case, there are two. I have a general rule for symbols that applies to any symbol, but I create a specific rule in this case that is called symbol cap, where I created a specific glyph filter. So it's a list of glyphs inside the rule that says that this is only applied to the @ and copyright. So what I'm saying is like, okay, in this rule, I want for these glyphs, I want to actually make an exception. So what's a workflow when you work with this? And if you want to try it, we have now, before it was a script only, it was like actually two scripts, one that runs the config values that lived outside outside glyphs or outside your font in a specific file that was next to your font. And now we are storing the values within your glyph file, within your font. So when the first script is what I was showing, is a plugin that opens the UI where you can tweak all the general values, store the parameters in your masters, store the rules inside your font, and you can use this to apply to selection and tab as we have seen. The second part of it is a reporter. In this reporter, you can activate it. It's optional. It doesn't do anything with the spacing, but it can show you live in your tab the draw areas that you have on each glyph. So you can easily see when you are working on the individual strings, what are the measurements over the glyphs, and you can easily realize if they're measuring the right height, if the areas are going too deep or anything. You can also see with colors if the rule is actually playing with them, or if you see them in gray, it's like they are not based on a rule. So that might need some tweaking from you if you're not happy with the spacing. So that's a reporter that you can activate from the view menu. And then two scripts that are similar to what we had before. In this case, they only apply the values that you have in your config. So if you want to draw, you already set your rules, you have uppercase and lowercase, they play fine. As you draw glyphs and as you are working in the outlines, you can just assign a shortcut to this script, the apply HTLS config, and it's going to apply the scheme that you have in your font. So you just draw something and you apply it. I can show you in a quick video here that, yeah, I'm working on the G, for example, I have the reporter on. So as I move shapes, the reporter is going to show me how the measurements change, but then I apply with the shortcut the configuration, and spacing automatically change because the shape changed. So it's measuring this shape changes individually. So this is kind of different than using metric keys that will only apply certain horizontal measurements on the endpoints of the shape. This is actually measuring the area. So you can always have it handy as you work on it, you move things, you run the script to apply the config immediately. And the last script is number 4 here, is apply HTS values, which is basically the same. It opens a small UI where you can apply the values and override the full configuration. It doesn't matter your categories or anything. If you want to set some set of scripts, like let's say you want to do some tabular numbers, and you just to do that. Okay, you can select the tabular numbers, apply a specific fixed width, apply a value, see how they look, and yeah, they are finished. You don't need to do any scaffolding or scheme by using rules. You just apply some spacing values. So this is one of the ways of the workflow. What I explained, but there are many other ways you can do it, is basically based on a specific system, in this case, a lowercase, which is your 100% spacing. And then you're going to apply variations of this spacing by increasing it or reducing it to different groups of glyphs. So you apply a multiplier or a factor, and then you change the reference height for this group. So let's say you have the superscript here, and I'm saying, okay, yeah, this is going to be 65% area and depth to measure them, and you apply it to all the subs glyphs, and it's going to have a very similar spacing than your uppercase, than your lowercase, without using any other software. So, or using manual arithmetic calculations, dividing it or whatever. It's actually measuring the area at a specific height. So you can do that for all the things. This means that if you go with this scheme with factors, as you change your lowercase spacing, when you reapply the spacing, everything is going to change based on that. If you're not happy with that, you can have like a integer values instead of factors, like percentage value, and you can set the areas with specific area values and depth for every rule, so they can work as a different system that you use at the same time. You can use this also for tabular glyphs, so you can define a rule that match them, and then when you mark the rule as tabular, these glyphs are not going to change the advanced width. They are going to maintain that. So the only thing that happens is they are going to be centered as the spacing is distributed without changing the width. So if you use version 1, you're probably familiar already with the new things here. This is a complete rewrite of the original plugin. It's much easier to work. We have separated the factor that before was a single thing into areas and depth, so you can apply these things to different systems. We can use absolute values, as I explained. Values are stored in your phone. You don't need an external file. You don't need to edit files manually like before. That ended up with syntax issues and all kinds of problems. Bracket layers are also space. There is an option that you can have to keep components in place. So when you shift specific glyphs, let's say like DA, all the composites that are using DA, if they are not automatically aligned, are going to shift DA so it doesn't lose its relative position. That's optional if you want. And the general advantages for this are that, well, there are many. There are also disadvantages. But this approach, once you like it and you're happy with it, it sets a spacing approach that is locked by systems, that you don't need to worry about specific glyphs or have many connections or metric keys between them that might be wrong with some calculations. You have a general approach that works on every case. And you can have a set of rules that you can use to other fonts. So if you did a sans serif and I don't know, you have a set of rules that work for different glyph sets there, then you can use that for another font, and you're not copying the spacing, you're copying the scaffolding and the scheme that you're using to space your font. And it's free, of course, that's the other thing. one of the many disadvantages, of course, this is not magic. It's not going to solve your judgment. You need to, even when you use this, you need to understand what you are doing. That's why it's good to explain the concepts. It's it is not affected by the counters. It assumes that you are maintaining constant proportions between glyphs in the same system. If you want to tweak proportions and you want the spacing that it only works outside of the shapes to react to that, you might need to do some tweaking of the rules where you separate different proportions in glyphs. And it's glyphs only for now, but it's an open method that can be ported to any other software, basically. And if you want to download, the latest version is pushed into GitHub. You can find it in our website, letterspacer.htfonts.com. There is a tutorial there that I haven't updated yet, which is related to the first version, but it's still useful to understand the basic concepts. But the screenshots on the UI are going to be outdated. I'm going to update that soon. But in the GitHub page, you will have a README file with all the documentation for the new version and the change log and everything. If you want to install it, do it that way. It's not yet in the Glyphs plugin manager. If you use that, you will use a version 1, which was a standalone script. So the new version is now on GitHub. I'm going to talk to Georg and Rainer so they can put it on the plugin manager after we do some testing. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know if you have any questions about it, if you are familiar with the software, if you use it before. You think it's a good idea, if you think it's better to do things manually.
Thank you. I think we have a couple questions in the chat. One of them is, are you planning to release this plugin for RoboFont?
Not yet. If there is, I want to see how people react to this, if they are using it, if there are enough requests and support to do it, and I have enough time, I would love to do so. Yeah, actually, the very first versions that I did were in Font 5 10 years ago, and the first one that actually kind of worked measuring the areas, it was done for RoboFont, but soon after I ported it to Bliss.
Nice, thank you. And then we have another one, and it's, have you tested other writing systems besides Latin, Cyrillic or Greek?
Yes, absolutely. As I explained, this is based on shapes, right? So you can apply it to anything. The first version that I actually polished and worked hard on it was mainly tested using Devanagari. So I can say that it works a lot with that, and that's the reason why I have these left and right side bearings. I was having the issue with half forms being spaced on both sides, and I said like, well, I don't want to space a half form that I'm manually accommodating to find a matra or whatever. So yes, absolutely, it can be used with Thai, it can be used with Greek, Cyrillic, especially things like Cyrillic is pretty the same logic. You just need a rule that match all the lowercase in the same system if they share a height, basically.
I have a question. How sensitive is it to weight and width changes? And the extent of that question is, would you interpolate within a design space the rules between weights?
Yes, in the parameter, the second question, in the parameter tabs, there is an action select menu there, where when you have the extreme values, you can actually interpolate them. So you need to have a specific parameters for each master. And your first question was width and weight. Well, as I explained, it reads the outer shape, right, of your outlines. So it doesn't matter how wide is your glyph. It's going to measure that shape. So it's going to react to those changes. As you create new masters, you need to find parameters for that masters and for that proportion that works with that. But it is not affected by the inner counterforms of the width of the glyphs. I always talk about investigating about that and automating that a little bit. Yeah, but I'm not sure if I want to spend the time to do it, because what I see here is actually good enough, and I prefer to tweak things after that rather. Yeah, I'm playing a video of me spacing a Allegreia font from scratch, basically. So yeah, you can find this video in YouTube. It's very boring. Don't do it with your partner. Dinner time. There's no music and nothing. But if you want to look how I start from scratch with an existing font and I'm applying the rules and values to different systems, yeah, you can check that video. Just search in YouTube for HD fonts letter space.
One more question. You're storing the data in the font.
Yes, now it's stored as a libkeys.
Yeah, so how much of that are you supporting in the future? Let's say that client comes back 3-4 years later and they want an extension on the typeface. Is your tool still supporting that data that's still there? Because it gives some claim on future compatibility if you do that.
Well, there's one thing that this comes as a convergence of two things. The original script that I did, and Sebastian Carebe did a version that was kind of halfway towards this, which was called Letter Spacer Manager. So what I push here is like, this is still compatible with Letter Spacer Manager that was already storing like libs keys. I think in the future, if the tool needs to read the same keys with the same names, right? So if you create a new font and you have many more characters, the keys are still there. The rules are still there. So it might not apply, or you might not have a font rule for the new glyphs that you created there. But what is there is going to be read. I haven't tested exporting to UFO and doing back and forth with glyphs to UFO to be sure that this is exported properly if you do that, but I'm going to do that soon. So there is a chance that once they are stored in the UFO as well, we can actually do a parallel tool that I can actually apply the same principles to UFO. So you can use that in Fontra or Font Goggles or whatever you want.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You filled your time. Thanks so much for your presentation.
Sorry, I'm trying to stop sharing. I have no idea how to.
It's
Kill me if you
the
can.
red button somewhere.
Wait, yes.
Oh, the host can do it too.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it. I cannot find it. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Alrighty. So next up, I think we have Maria Laura. Yes.
Yeah, it's really back to back. We don't have a lunch break because we don't know when your lunch is.
True.
On the world. Welcome.
Hi there. Thank you for having me. I will share screen. Okay. Before we begin, just a quick note. My presentation will be in Spanish, and I'll do my best to speak as clearly and as slowly as possible so everyone can follow. And I apologize in advance to those who don't speak Spanish, and I really appreciate your patience. I hope the visuals will also help to make the talk easy to follow. Let's begin. Just a spoiler. Yes, let's begin. Well, yo soy María Laura Olcina, soy licenciada en diseño en la comunicación visual y también maestranda de diseño tipográfico. La presentación de hoy tiene que ver con un proyecto del lugar donde trabajo y trabajé por mucho tiempo, que es una institución legislativa de mi ciudad, de Santa Fe. Y la presentación se llama Del archivo a la fuente, diseñar tipografía desde la memoria escrita. Em, el archivo aquí tiene que ver no tanto con el formato de los documentos digitales, como puede ser PDF, JPG, PNG, sino más bien con el lugar o el espacio donde se resguardan y se catalogan documentos históricos, como en el caso del Consejo Municipal, que es esta entidad o esta institución en la cual dio marco a este proyecto. Pero bueno, primero un poco de contexto. Yo estoy actualmente en Argentina, es el país donde nací y donde resido, em, y también en donde me formé en cuanto al diseño tipográfico. Estuve cursando en la Universidad de Buenos Aires, en la maestría de tipografía, una maestría que en algún momento inició Rubén Fontana y que después varios profesores le dieron continuidad, como Pablo Cosgaya, Marcela Romero, Fercosi, también Mariana Pitaluga, Maxo Velázquez, entre muchos otros. Em, Creo que también es importante para nosotros como argentinos mencionar las universidades públicas por el momento que estamos pasando, así que es algo que subrayo en esta presentación. Particularmente yo resido en la provincia de Santa Fe, para algunos será lo que sería un estado, pero nosotros le denominamos así. Quizás algunos conozcan la ciudad de Rosario por este pequeño niño que hace rato está jugando al fútbol y ahora hace un montón de goles. Eh, pero no estamos hablando de Rosario, sino de la capital de la ciudad, de Santa Fe, también llamada como la provincia. La ciudad está enmarcada y abrazada, por así decirlo, por una corriente acuífera, por el Paraná. Pero también hay otras cuestiones que particularizan o identifican a Santa Fe dentro de Argentina y también dentro del mundo. Una es una bebida muy característica, un estilo de cerveza muy ligera que se fabrica, se vende y se distribuye aquí. Una golosina que también algunos conocerán, el alfajor santafesino, y ojalá en algún momento tengan chance u oportunidad de conocer. Y también la maratón de aguas abiertas Santa Fe Coronda, que también es como mundialmente conocida. Pero no es por eso que estamos aquí, sino que eh, Ciudad de Santa Fe, bueno, también es sede de la Universidad Nacional del Litoral, otra de las instituciones donde yo me formé y donde también me constituí como persona y también como diseñadora y como profesional. Hace un ratito les decía que para nosotros en Argentina es muy importante como estudiantes, como graduados, como investigadores y también como docentes, eh, seguir apoyando a la universidad pública y que se mantenga esta esencia de que sea gratuita y de calidad para todos, más allá de si pueden o no pagar por esa educación. Pero bueno, Santa Fe es una de las 7 provincias más antiguas de todo el país, de toda Argentina, y hace no mucho se cumplieron los 450 años de la fundación. Santa Fe fue fundada en 1573 por Juan de Garay y en el año 2023 se cumplió este aniversario. Pero también el 2023 fue el aniversario de una institución muy importante para la ciudad, que es el Consejo Municipal de Santa Fe, que es el órgano o la entidad en donde se lleva a cabo la producción de las normas de convivencia, de las ordenanzas, se llaman aquí, de estas leyes que van a regular la convivencia y la ciudadanía en sí. Entonces también es como una institución muy importante para lo que es la ciudad. Este es el Consejo de Santa Fe, con sus concejales en sesión. Es, está enmarcado dentro del poder del legislativo, que también comparte poder con el ejecutivo, donde tiene funciones el intendente y el poder judicial, pero en este caso las reglas, las ordenanzas y este tipo de leyes, como les decía, son sancionadas aquí, son discutidas aquí para el bienestar de toda la ciudad. Este es el edificio donde se llevan a cabo estas sesiones, donde se reglamentan estas normas para la mejor convivencia de la ciudadanía. Ustedes pensarán que es el gran edificio que aparece en el centro de la pantalla, pero en realidad es ese pequeño anexo que aparece al lado de lo que es el Palacio Municipal de la ciudad. Pero bueno, en ese tiempo, en 2023, se presentó el encargo por parte de la presidencia de ese momento de crear una identidad que podía ser efímera porque tenía que durar por lo menos un año para celebrar ese aniversario, esos 150 años de la institución legislativa de Santa Fe, y que se diferencie de lo que iba a pasar con el festejo de la fundación de la ciudad, que iba a ser en paralelo el mismo año. Entonces había que darle una identidad que pertenezca a esta institución legislativa, pero que a su vez se diferencie de esa celebración general que se iba a estar gestando. Para eso, dentro de la oficina de comunicación se decidió hacer una visita a lo que era el archivo histórico del Consejo de Santa Fe, donde se van a catalogar y reservar todo lo que son las actas de sesiones de cada uno de esos momentos en donde los concejales, los funcionarios debaten sobre las ordenanzas, los decretos, las declaraciones o las comunicaciones que se deben hacer. Se hace un registro de eso. Hay un grupo de taquígrafos, un grupo de personas que hacen ese registro en vivo y luego pasa a ser digitalizado y en algún momento luego pasa a lo que es la parte de archivo. Y en esa visita que hicimos al archivo histórico del Consejo, nos topamos con eh, la primera acta de sesiones de 1873, y vimos ahí un insumo que nos podía servir para ayudar a darle identidad a esta celebración de los 150 años que se iba a estar como dando en ese año, en 2023. Entonces, bueno, nos topamos con esto. Esta es la primera acta de la sesión, de la primera sesión que tuvimos acá en Santa Fe, y vimos esto como un insumo para buscar en este original, en este manuscrito, una identidad que podría ser algo a llamar a la memoria, al patrimonio, a la historia de la ciudad, y que podía estar disponible para todos los santafesinos, porque hasta ahora estaba eh, encajonada, guardado y reservado en ese archivo, y no muchos lo conocían. Entonces, a partir de ese manuscrito, se podía construir identidad, desde la historia, teniendo en cuenta este hecho, y no netamente desde el gesto decorativo. No era un ornamento más, sino que podía tener otro tipo de peso. Pero bueno, pasemos un poco a lo que es el proceso de lo que fue el diseño y la construcción de esta tipografía. Para eso el proceso se dividió en diferentes pasos. La selección de caracteres clave, de ese manuscrito original, el análisis formal de esos signos que veíamos, su propia vectorización, obviamente la regularización y sistematización de esas proporciones de alto y de ancho que iban a aparecer, con la impronta y con la espontaneidad que podría tener la escritura manuscrita. eh, con sus errores y con sus fallos, y después, bueno, la construcción de un set que sea funcional. Para eso, bueno, obviamente viendo mucho este libro manuscrito, se eligió hacer primero, bueno, una selección de los caracteres clave. ¿Cuáles eran esos caracteres o esos signos que iban a marcar la altura de X y el ritmo de anchos? Y nos fijamos mucho en lo que es la construcción de las redondas en esa caligrafía, en esta escritura, y como por ejemplo la O, más allá de tener ciertas variaciones dentro de la espontaneidad que pueda tener la escritura, esas variaciones de alto y de ancho podían ser regularizadas y también podían dar pie a otros signos similares a la hora de la construcción. Por ejemplo, la A tiene mucho que ver con esa O, con esa redondez, con esa inclinación, pero bueno, tiene otro ancho, tiene otro trazo de salida, lo mismo que la D, la G o incluso la misma E. También tener en cuenta los signos que iban a acentuar la inclinación propia de esa escritura, esos signos netamente diagonales que subían y bajaban y que marcaban esa impronta y esa rapidez, esa velocidad y ese ritmo que aparecía en esta escritura. También hubo que hacer un relevamiento especial de signos poco frecuentes, porque al ser un manuscrito original, obviamente hay palabras que nosotros en español eh, que son particulares y que, por ejemplo, no usamos ni la W, ni la K, ni muchas Hs, bueno, a veces sí, pero había signos que no aparecían, la X, entonces hubo que hacer una interpretación de esos signos y de los que sí aparecían, por ejemplo, en el caso de los números que aparecían solamente en las fechas, hacer un registro e ir viendo cuál era la esencia detrás de todos esos dos para llegar al 2 que se podía digitalizar y vectorizar y que luego iba a ser el que esté en el set de caracteres final. Entonces se hizo un trabajo de relevamiento de esos signos poco frecuentes para ver cuál era esa alma que se tenía que dibujar. Y con todo esto, bueno, pensar qué hace singular a esta escritura, que tiene el ritmo, que tiene el contraste en su modulación. Un poco lo habíamos visto con esos caracteres que se habían señalado, pero también había que hacer un trabajo como de análisis formal de eso que se veía. Acá tenemos una palabra testigo, bueno, su posterior digitalización con alguna de las pruebas que se hicieron. Acá ya se ve eh, en la grilla que se armó la inclinación a 45 grados, que también es propia del uso de la herramienta. Fue muy importante detectar y ser conscientes de que la herramienta de escritura era una pluma flexible, con una lógica de expansión, entonces cuando yo aprieto la pluma sale más tinta, y por eso esos finos y gruesos se iban a dar por esa presión de la pluma sobre el papel. Los trazos, por consiguiente, los trazos que subían iban a ser finos y los trazos que bajaban mucho más gruesos. Tener en cuenta también esa escritura inclinada propia de la velocidad de alguien que escribe y que quiere tomar registro de lo que se está hablando en un recinto. Y también la tendencia a unir, conectar o ligar signos, esto es propio de la escritura cursiva también, y de esa velocidad que se requiere. Entonces eso también se tuvo que tener en cuenta a la hora de pensar cómo generar este sistema tipográfico. Obviamente que en el proceso hubo muchas idas y vueltas, esto era la primera impresión de los primeros caracteres que fueron saliendo. Había algunos que eran poco reconocibles, pero que eran propios de la escritura. Por ejemplo, la E mayúscula podía confundirse con una E y bueno, fue modificándose hasta que luego se dieron otras versiones, pero bueno, siempre se trató de ir pensando en eso, en la inclinación, en el eje de esas redondas, en cómo era esa altura de X, que era muy chiquita en comparación a esos ascendentes tan altos y descendentes que eran mucho más largos y pronunciados incluso que los ascendentes. Bueno, el trabajo con los números también fue como muy complicado porque por ahí se encontraban, como les dije, en fechas específicas y nunca aparecía como una cifra grande en donde se pudiera ver la convivencia de varios signos numéricos en un solo renglón. Entonces, bueno, también fue un trabajo de ir homologando y también ir pensando en cómo se podía construir eso para que no pierda identidad y no se pierda el manuscrito original, pero que siga siendo una tipografía funcional y que ese dibujo esté sistematizado de alguna manera. También hubo muchas pruebas de textos corridos, que si bien esta tipografía nunca se usó como para escribir un texto muy extenso, sino más bien para titulares o realizar algunos destacados dentro de alguna pieza editorial, sí era importante ver cómo se modificaba la mancha tipográfica a medida se iban conformando las palabras. Obviamente, bueno, hay algunos signos que fueron más queridos, más preferidos. Por ejemplo, la D ahí ya tiene un corazón de que es uno de los signos que quizás llegó a lograrse mejor y otros signos en que fueron más problemáticos o que dieron un poco más de trabajo, como lo son el set de puntuación o de los caracteres misceláneos, que también era difícil pensar en estos caracteres, primero porque no estaban en el manuscrito original y segundo porque también viendo modelos de caligrafías, había algunos que eran como demasiado actuales para lo que se hacía en ese momento o tenían otro tipo de estructura. Entonces, obviamente, bueno, ese ampersand era demasiado contemporáneo a lo que refería este estilo y luego se decidió como volver a algo un poco más tradicional. Y eso dio pie a, bueno, que surja la tipografía Don Clemente, eh, cuyo nombre homenajea a Don Clemente San Martín, quien fuera el primer secretario que estuviera oficiando en esa primera sesión del Consejo de Santa Fe. Entonces, a partir de ese manuscrito de su escritura, nace este elemento, esta tipografía, para ser uno de los insumos que se van a tener en cuenta para el proyecto de identidad de los 150 años del Consejo de Santa Fe. El set de caracteres alfabéticos que se trabajó, tuvimos en cuenta, también teníamos un tiempo muy reducido para la producción de la tipografía, entonces se decidió trabajar con un set muy acotado que sirviera para escribir en español, eh, pero que bueno, también tuviera esas cuestiones más ligadas a lo que es la espontaneidad de una escritura manuscrita, entonces se ven algunas versiones, sobre todo de los signos para los finales de las palabras, que sí aparecían en el manuscrito y que podían retomarse para algún título, para alguna destacada o para algún nombre de algún personaje que vaya a ser distinguido. Bueno, como les decía, ahí aparecían esos caracteres alternativos, esos swashes o esas abreviaturas, como es en el caso del don, donde hay algunos caracteres que aparecen por encima de la línea de X cuando se va a nombrar a un señor concejal o a alguien que sea funcionario del consejo, en este caso como don Clemente San Martín. Pero la idea era, bueno, como que generar un punto de encuentro entre estos valores del pasado o esta historia, este patrimonio, con la cultura contemporánea y lo que estaba viviéndose en la institución en 2023. Obviamente algo propio de la complejidad de trabajar con tipografías conectadas era, bueno, por momentos aparecían colisiones de signos o signos que no pegaban del todo bien cuando uno los tipeaba uno al lado del otro, entonces hubo que hacer algunas ligaduras para evitar esos conflictos visuales. Algunas están un poco mejor logradas que otras, pero funcionan y mantienen esa fluidez en la mancha. Esto ya sería una de las últimas pruebas de texto corrido que se hizo con la tipografía de Don Clemente y ya mostrando lo que es el primer párrafo del texto que se escribió en la primera sesión del Consejo Municipal. Y después, bueno, aplicaciones, porque esto tenía que vivir en un sistema un poco más amplio, que a veces tenía más reminiscencia con lo histórico y a veces tenía que ser más actual, eh, y a veces convivía con fotografías y otras veces con ilustraciones, entonces como que fue un insumo más que sirvió a esa identidad efímera de los 150 años. También incluso se hizo un monograma con el número de 150 que tiene un poco que ver con esta caligrafía, pero está un poco más sintetizado. No tiene tanto esta espontaneidad o este ruido que por ahí vemos en algunos glifos o caracteres, sino que tiene otro grado de ajuste, ¿sí? Y algo que todavía se sigue haciendo y que se sigue usando es la tipografía Don Clemente para distinciones o declaraciones de interés o quizás certificados o cosas que emite el Consejo como una distinción oficial e institucional. Entonces eso sigue usándose y sigue estando vigente, más allá de que ya pasó el año del aniversario, claramente. Entonces, un poco para honrar estos conceptos de memoria, de patrimonio y de identidad que se tuvieron en cuenta para diseñar esta tipografía y para que sea un elemento más de esa identidad institucional, algo que se llegó a la conclusión fue que diseñar, bueno, una tipografía desde los documentos históricos no iba a ser solamente dibujar letras, sino que iba a ser traducir esa memoria, ese patrimonio manuscrito que teníamos en un lenguaje visual que se podía usar y que debería estar al acceso de todos. Entonces también una decisión que se tomó en ese momento fue la de eh, hacerla accesible o ponerla a la disponibilidad no solo de todos los santafesinos, sino también de cualquier persona que quisiera usar la tipografía de Don Clemente. Así que si escanean ese QR, pueden tener acceso a un poco más de lo que fue el proceso de construcción de la tipografía y también descargar de manera gratuita el set completo. Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Maria.
There's,
Gracias, Mara. Voy a dejar de compartir, si te parece.
sí, solo hay una pregunta en YouTube. Quería
Sí.
hacértela. Shreya pregunta, no sabes si ya lo mencionaste, pero ¿cómo encontraste? ¿Cómo fue que probaste tu tipografía o bueno, tus pruebas de texto? Porque bueno, como es una tipografía cursiva, obviamente hay muchísimas combinaciones posibles
Sí.
que se pueden. Sí.
Sí, en un momento en la oficina teníamos como todo empapelado de todas las... Bueno, no sé si esto se refiere a la pregunta, pero vamos y en todo caso se replantea. Todas las posibles A, todas las posibles E, y de ahí se hizo una selección de cuál era la más pertinente para ser digitalizada. Y luego a la hora del dibujo, bueno, se arranca como con cualquier otra tipografía, con algunos signos testigo y luego se van duplicando esas entradas y esas salidas para ver cómo engancha. Eh, Sobre todo en los signos como, o sea, yo arranqué como arrancamos todos con una N, M, I, para ver cómo se iba trazando y cómo se iban diferenciando el trazo de salida, de ya lo que es el trazo de entrada y el trazo de salida, ya lo que es el signo. Eh, pero sí, fue complejo. Hubo muchas pruebas impresas, mucha frustración de por medio, porque también es un proyecto que ya tiene sus años y yo lo empecé a hacer un poco de cara dura, porque todavía estaba cursando la maestría, todavía era estudiante. Hoy lo veo con otros ojos y hay cosas que seguramente cambiaría y tiene muchas cosas a mejorar, pero en ese momento también significó un gran aprendizaje, pero también mucha prueba y error hasta que esos trazos conectaban. Pero sí, la idea es encontrar un módulo que después pueda ser replicable en esos trazos de entrada y de salida.
Muy bien, muchas gracias.
No, de nada.
Thank you for sharing. I think we're on time. I don't know if there's anyone in the Zoom chat that has like any other questions. If not, I think that was it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hey,
Hey.
Jacob.
How is everyone doing? I hope everyone's keeping cool in this hot weather.
Pretending it's not hot,
Yeah,
mostly.
it is indeed. Okay, well, let me kick off things. I will just, let me see. Okay. Okay, let me know if you can see that.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm sharing? Okay. Well, thanks for having me. So I'm going to do a talk about typographic environments and the way in which we present our typefaces. So designing type is one thing, but how do we situate the type inside the world in a way that makes others want to use them? So about myself, my name's Jacob Wise. I'm a type and graphic designer, and I run a small foundry called Wise Type, which has been going for a couple of years, since 2019. Day to day, it's just a one-man operation, so it's just me, but I do collaborate with a number of other designers on releases, and also in recent years I've helped develop and publish a few other designers' typefaces. And now, since I run this small foundry, the presentation of the projects has become a very important aspect. And I find it's a way of contextualizing and sort of world building around a given release. And I tend to see it a bit, or as important as, say, like set design is to an actor on stage. Both must work in unison to sort of create this performance that ultimately inspires people to want to use the type. Because no matter how much time you put into designing your type, I just think it's a big shame if you can't get it into the hands of others. And that's what I find so interesting, to see the type being used. When we think about a type specimen, usually we have a certain sort of convention in our head. So a small printed edition showcasing a typeface used to evaluate how the type will function. And I'm not disputing this, but I tend to see the printed page as just one environment for a type specimen. And of course, it's certainly the most common. And when you see a good one, they're real objects of beauty. You collect them. I think we all collect them and have amassed these as well. But as a foundry, I've come to see that, this sort of conventional specimen can also be slightly restricting, since the environment and the context is predefined. So I quite like the idea that a specimen can take any form. And in this way, it's sort of liberating, like the narrative and the world around a project can be further accentuated. I think many foundries do the same, but it doesn't seem to be discussed as much, even though the presentation plays such an important part in the running of a foundry. So I just wanted to share with you a few of the projects I've published over the last few years, which come from my own sort of drive to explore non-conventional ways of presentation. So the first project I want to talk about is Saltburn. So this I did in 2021. So this is before I studied at Typemedia. So I really I was sort of learning as I was going along, and now I see a lot of corrections. But for me, it was my first sort of attempt at a text typeface. So it is a sans serif based, or at least inspired by the sort of types used by nationalized railway identities. No relation to the film of the same name. Not sure if anyone's seen Saltburn, but I actually named it after the town that my dad grew up, called Saltburn, and that's the end line on the Stockton and Darlington railway, which was the first railway in existence. So that was a sort of link and an ode to that. But yeah, I wanted to sort of imbue it with this kind of railway sort of feel. So there's all these pictograms and icons to help add a bit of context. But I also wanted to see how else I could push the theme in the way I would present it. And of course, that led me to thinking of like creating my own railway livery for Saltburn and imagining it as its own sort of railway identity and what that would look like. Of course, I couldn't do one-to-one scale, so my next best guess was do it in miniature. So I bought this just this like a model locomotive, painted it, printed out some decals, and yeah, that became a sort of a specimen object in a way. And then I thought, okay, well, it's going to be a lot of work for me to create my own scenery as well. So I ended up calling Mini World in Rotterdam, and they were very kind, and they allowed me to come with a friend, and we did a little photo shoot in their Mini World. And that was good fun as well. They have a 24-minute day-night cycle. So trying to get a golden hour shot like this, you have like 30 seconds or so. So it was a bit of a challenge, but it was good fun. And yeah, it was the first sort of project where I started to think about, a bit more playful way of how you could present the projects. So the second project I wanted to talk about is Scrapper. And this was a design I started in 2019, so some years ago. And it's this sort of condensed geometric typeface that was mainly inspired by this lettering that Ken Garland made on the left for First Things First Manifesto that was published in 1964. And Scrapper tried to distill the essence of this genre of brutal modernist letterings, and it sort of started to build a kind of character of its own. And then some years later, I decided to return to it, and it had such a simple construction. It was perfect for expanding into a variable font, which ended up having 3 axes of control. So it had like width, a slant, and also a tightness axis. But besides the design, I was also playing around with, some fun ways to display it. So this is like one example. I always loved how, taxi drivers are standing there at the airport with these names. So I thought this is like the perfect device to be able to show off typeface family and show off the different styles. And yeah, at the same time, I was like, when was this? Like a couple of years ago or something, I was around at my parents with my brother for Christmas, and he had Flight Simulator. And yeah, we discovered that you could import models into Flight Simulator. And that was enough of an excuse for me to try and do something with it. And of course, I thought, like, how cool would it be to create this like megalithic model of Scrapper, import it into Rotterdam, and create this little stunt compilation to accompany the launch. And yeah, I could retroactively sort of rationalize it in the way that Scrapper was composed of these kind of like brutal architectural forms. So why not imagine it on a macro scale, sort of towering above the city? So you can argue it's quite a tenuous link, but I think it was just a lot of fun. And once I found out it was possible, I thought, I've got to try it. And yeah, that became like the main sort of presentation material for the release. Yeah, the third one I wanted to talk about was lobbying. And yeah, this was launched last year. And it was the first typeface for WiseType that I published another designer's typeface. And this was Arthur Calamet's bobbin, which was an investigation into the dot matrix genre of types. So Arthur had been working on a pixel typeface, just a single style, the top left regular style, which I was quite excited by. And then we decided to work together and try and bring this project to realization through sort of exchanging ideas and feedback and development, padding out the family as well. So we added this bold, and the regular just has a 4-pointed star. So we thought it'd be nice to make the bold 8-pointed star to give it a bit more density, and then also trying this kind of true italic to accompany the Roman. Here you can see like a variety of the different styles. There's also a titling set, which was quite nice, like an inline titling set, like a sans serif and a serif one. And the typeface, it's perfectly suited to this more technical context. That's, I guess, where it works very well. But I also thought it would be interesting to see how this could be contrasted with a more bookish quality. Arthur then created this inline set of capitals you can see here, set, the bibliography up there, to give it this kind of classical editorial touch. So I imagined, it'd be interesting to see how you could recreate center-aligned historical title pages, but with this dot matrix typeface, and there was a bit of tension there. So we refined the italic as well together, which was a bit of a challenge because you've got such a coarse pixel grid to work with. But it seemed to work fairly well at small sizes. So it's now a typeface that has 2 different qualities depending on the size it's viewed. Arthur also went ahead and created all these nice illustrations and icons to accompany it. But for the presentation side of the project, again, I was keen to do something physical. So for some time, I had this idea to do something with kites, like to put type on kites. I've always got this kind of list on my phone of like nice ideas, and sometimes a project might fit it. And I think it suited bobbin perfectly. I could rationalize it in the way that bobbin is made up of these little stars. And, this was the typeface launch, and a kite, you could imagine, it goes up in the air, it's closer to the stars, and we're quite literally launching the kite and the typeface. So there was a sort of context to it. And here's a shot of Aliona Chibanu, who was interning with me, and she was able to like hand render all the stars onto this like bright orange stunt kite. And this was the result, which is a fairly short and depressing looking video of the kite flying on a very cold wintry day at Hoek van Holland here in the Netherlands. Very grey. But I think it worked very nicely. The colors are good. We ended up actually having to go 2 times to shoot the video. The first time we got to the beach, and it was December, I think early December or something, and there was no wind, which is bizarre because you never have to expect there to be no wind on the beach in the Netherlands, so especially not in winter. So we ended up having to go a second time and shoot it. Yeah, I think it worked quite nicely. Here you can see Aliona, my friend Leon. This was on the first shoot, trying to actually get the kite airborne and failing miserably. So yeah, besides the video, I also designed a set of matchbooks, which sort of doubled up as little type specimens. So the idea here was that, these bobbin stars can also be interpreted as little sparks. And there's also this, bobbin is like an electrical apparatus. So it kind of linked in that way. And it's, a nice little physical giveaway that I could hand over to people, and still had a sense of purpose, which I think links back to the context. So you can see this is the book of matches here. And behind the row of matches, you had a little glyph overview as well. So that was like a little hidden Easter egg. Okay, and then another project I wanted to talk about is Garamono, which we released also last year. And yeah, Garamono is the brainchild of Isha Hawkins, who's a type designer and graphic designer based in Cologne, originally from the US. And what is it? It's quite literally a monospace Garamond. So Isha came to me a couple of years ago and proposed this typeface to be released on WiseType, and instantly I was sold because the idea was so pure and instantaneous, especially the name. That was like enough of a reason. It sort of just clicks. And it's funny because, you know, Renaissance humanists were so fixated on this harmonious proportion and natural order, especially amongst letters and other things. So it was funny to see a design which was so blatantly twisting this ideal. The typeface also played with the idea of a fixed width framework. So how we could use that framework to explore swashes, ligatures that would use like a double or a triple width, as you can see here. Yeah, this shows like a swash final form, which uses this triple width. That sort of works together. But for the presentational aspect, again, it's sort of manifested as a physical object. This time in the form of this felt laser etched keyboard cover, which fitted this very particular Baroque harpsichord. So through a friend of a friend, I ended up knowing someone who plays classical harpsichord professionally. So once I knew that, there was this idea like, oh, we could do something with this at some time. And Garamono sort of fitted this. And yeah, it's nice because there's this link between the time periods, of course, of the typeface and the instrument. But also by the fact that the keys of the harpsichord also have this fixed width, similar to the monospaced framework. So also kind of linked together quite nicely. And yeah, for the project, I collaborated with a friend of mine here in Rotterdam, Marlin Didman. She's a textile and yeah, designer, and she works also a lot with materiality and etching into felt and doing lots of experiments like that. So yeah, we got together and tried to make like this dust cover for the keyboard of the harpsichord. And yeah, created first of all, just one of these laser etched specimen sort of objects. On one side, we have the typeface name and this kind of ornate pattern that fits with the you know, the precise metrics of the typeface. And on the reverse, we also have this overview of the basic glyph set. This shows like some testing. I mean, it took us a long time, like, over the course of a year, every now and then sort of having a meeting and you know, developing things and doing all these different tests to find a kind of pattern that would work nicely with the typeface. Here you can see like the final object, the what we call the onion pattern on the front, and then the specimen on the back. But yeah, the project, it sort of just kept spiraling as we thought of more things to add and to really make it like a special and decorative and kind of ornate, over the top, almost luxury object. And then we decided like, oh, let's create an edition of 10, you know, a limited edition, sort of collector's edition for Garamono, which would include like the full family licensing. And for us, it was a way of also seeing how much effort and kind of craftsmanship we could put into a special collector's edition, which quite frankly is useless, you know, to most people. It's just it's a dust cover for a harpsichord, but I like the link of it. And I also like the almost ridiculous aspect of it. Yeah, here's some images of the back of the laser etched presentational box and the sort of detailing on that. And I also had a plate made, like a photopolymer plate made with a design set in Garamono, and letterpress printed this stack of bookmarks on a small Adana 8.5 letterpress that I've got in my studio. And that also was included in this collector's edition, but also we had loads left over as giveaways. So here you can see a little video of me printing these in the studio on the Adana. And they're also just, yeah, nice little giveaways. And now it seems for each project, I've got this little item or special sort of specimen object that I can give away to people. And yeah, this is when Isha, the designer, came to Rotterdam during the launch, and he's very shamelessly doing a bit of boots on the ground advertising for Garamono. So talking of typographic environments, I also wanted to sort of showcase this feature on the WiseType website, which I dubbed the typosphere. So if you go to the main page of the website and you click this spinning globe, it takes you to this little microsite. And it's a way of doing a little typographic journey and sort of viewing the typefaces across different locations around the globe. I've always been fascinated with Google Earth and Google Maps, and I'm not sure if anyone's played this game, GeoGuessr, but that always intrigued me. So this was a kind of result of that interest, and obviously typography as well, and binding them together in a way. So yeah, feel free to check it out. You can cancel your summer holidays and just have a go on the typosphere and navigate through all the typefaces on the website. And yeah, so another project, the last project actually I'd like to talk about is Holger, which it's still in production, so it's set to be released in the coming months. And yeah, Holger, it's a crisp and delicate serif designed by Otis Verhoeven. It's a Belgian graphic and type designer. And yeah, he started the design during Frank Bogland's type design class at the Plantin Moretus Museum a couple of years ago, mainly based on his study into the Antwerp-based punch cutter Francois Guyot, who was working during the mid-1500s there. So yeah, it's his sort of attempt to capture that kind of crisp and elegant nature of it. So there's also these great deal of swashes and ligatures and alternatives for a bit more of a decorative look. And the design, it sits at the sort of border of display and text. So I think it has just the right amount of weight and contrast function at smaller sizes, but not so much as to unravel this kind of crisp elegance of display type. So sits somewhere between the two. You can see some text use as well. But to find a sort of theme behind the launch, so this is still ongoing as well, we discussed and we sort of identified tulips, you know, being equally delicate and also having this kind of historical link back to Low Countries. So during this period that Guyot was working at Antwerp, you know, this city was the largest port in Europe, possibly the world, and it played an important role in the export of tulips as well. So it felt like the kind of perfect environment to situate Holger within. So yeah, I thought it'd be interesting to see if it was possible to actually print on dried tulips on the petals. So yeah, I tested it out and I went to the market and bought a few bunches of tulips, waited for them to bloom properly, and yeah, then plucked them, dried them. And naturally, the petals, they had to be pressed in big typography books, which, yeah, they're usually quite big and heavy, so that worked out quite nicely. Here's like a detail of the little rubber stamp that I had made just with the name Holger on it. And yeah, the result, it came out pretty nicely. It's an edition of 100, and yeah, I really like this kind of organic, unique quality to each petal. Each one is unique, and you know, the print quality is never perfect, but as a small little, like a small addition that you could give away to people, I thought it was quite a nice little touch. So here's like a load of scans of the different petals. And yeah, here you can see one of the finished sort of petals, and I bought all these little presentational sleeves that you'd usually use for like collectible playing cards, right? And these hard plastic sort of containers. So yeah, I think they preserved pretty well. But yeah, the other side of this sort of publication and the project, the presentation project, came in the form of this collaboration with the artist and designer Delphine Lejeune. She's based here in Rotterdam as well, and she creates these beautiful sculptural artworks. So often using 3D printing, but she also works with textiles and glass and all sort of different processes. So yeah, about a year ago or so, we decided to try collaboration, and well, through a lot of meetings and stuff, we ended up creating this single large tulip-inspired artwork for Holger that could also, it's a single kind of specimen object in a way, a kind of sculptural thing that would also set the tone and identify some of the colors and that sort of thing that we could use for other assets of the release. So yeah, we had a lot of meetings on different forms and the colors and sizing, and I mean, it took us a long time to also identify tulips as well as like the main source of imagery for the design. And yeah, also identifying the color scheme, that was quite tricky, and we went through different rounds of that, and then sort of ended on this. So each little part of the 3D printing is printed in a different color. Here you can see one of Delphine's cats, and she loves to sit on all the little bits of artwork. And yeah, this is how the finished object looks, with sort of Holger, the name of it, entwined by these petals. So that's a sort of ongoing thing that we're going to continue in, and hopefully this will be released in the next couple of months. And yeah, then I thought I would actually end it on this cheesy slide and write fun instead of fin. That's very cheesy, but yeah, I wanted to mention that, regardless of this kind of perceived commercial factor that these presentational projects have, this is a type foundry, of course, but, I can honestly say that none of these projects come from a sort of place of commerciality, but it's rather, a sort of urge to have a bit of fun and, explore some of my own interests outside of type design, and also trying to create some opportunities for collaboration with other designers and artists who are, outside of my immediate realm. And I think a lot of type designers, you need another sort of creative outlet in order to strike a kind of healthy balance within your practice. And it's only over these years, that I started doing these kind of presentational projects, born out of kind of explorations into different environments to situate the type in. It started providing another creative outlet for me to play around with. So yeah, that's about it. More type, more environments. I thought I'd end it on this very stoic looking business card I have, where you can find the website, which is wisetype.nl, and I'm also on Instagram at wise_type, and for my personal sort of design work, it's jacob.j.wise. So yeah, I'll stop sharing here. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Jacob. Really, really beautiful.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. And you get me on the edge of my chair, starting with model trains, but then
I thought you'd spot that.
unfortunately, Mini World got broke. Did you?
I know.
Yeah.
That was
They've-
very sad. That was a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah,
But I did hear that they've been possibly had a massive loan from this millionaire or whatever in Rotterdam. But I don't know what the future is. It's very sad.
The city is not really helping. Okay, but that's a totally different different subject. Thank you so much. So much. Really, really nice to see that.
Yes, you're welcome.
You can call yourself a type foundry, but you're way more than that. if you want it or not.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to know the right terms these days. If boundary, or I mean, it is just me, but I collaborate with others, and yeah, I don't know what you call it, design practice or
That's
what.
that's a new business shape, working together with people.
Of course.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I'm not sure if there are questions. We ran a bit in time, but
I don't think we have questions in the chat. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. This is
Okay. I hand it to Celine. I'm very excited to see. Hi, Celine.
Yeah.
Hi.
She's there. Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm going to do my presentation with Jakob Schlitter from Pointer Studio. He is unfortunately somewhere else right now, but I'll do the first part of the presentation and he will take over then. First of all, thank you for the invite, and also Jacob, it's always so amazing to see all your lovely work, and good luck finishing Holger. I'm going to share my screen and hope that this works. Can you see my screen? Perfect.
Yes.
So when asked to give a presentation, the title was Floral Decoration and Historical Printing, and I added an extra title, and Contemporary Type Design. You will see why. And I've decided to also invite Jakob from Studio Pointer, since we've been collaborating for a long time. Jakob and Asya have been working on the first, or like on my first Foundry site in July 2023, which is still up there, and he'll talk later about this whole project. Here you see my site, so I just thought I'd do a quick introduction. As many of you probably know, I run also my own Type Foundry or design practice. Here are some, this is the website. But then I also teach at Type in Media, and for the last 3 years, and I have the pleasure to help the students think of exactly what Jacob was just talking about, presenting their work and tying together the concept. So come to the graduation show in a week if you're around. And then another part of my practice that has kind of evolved very recently is that my husband Tom has, of course, he's the founder of Fontu, and we've been working on the redesign, which just launched yesterday, and we are very proud of like presenting this redesign. So I'm a bit in charge of the sort of design and creative direction of the platform as well now. So go and check it out. But yeah, let's talk about one particular aspect of my practice. It's a residency that I'm doing currently, and it's called A New Nature. And it's done, or like in collaboration, or rather at the Rijksmuseum Meermanno, which used to be called Meermanno Museum, and house. What? So yeah, it's been, we started the residency end of March, and it's going on until end of October. And some of you are, of course, based in The Hague and very welcome to come by, or have already seen it. And some of you cannot travel to the Netherlands. So I figured I'd give a brief overview and then also show how Jacob's and Asya's work ties into this. But let's maybe start to the beginnings of my practice. How did I get into type design? I was really into all these fiction books as a kid, growing up in Germany, and just like the type on there just always really amazed me, like all these initials and just like fantasy. And I thought it was very beautiful. And I always was drawing these letters. And then at some point I was gifted this book about Schmuckinitialien, about initials, and learned about type history. And that was when I was about probably 7 or 8 years old, pretty much by accident. I don't come from a designer background, but this ended up with me. And then I started tracing the examples and just doing my own calligraphy when I was a kid. But then I ended up doing so many other things and became a graphic designer and then type designer and so on. But yeah, let's talk about the Rijksmuseum Meermanno. How did I get to know about it? It's the oldest book museum in the world, and it has this incredible archive of manuscripts and also type specimens and so on. Oh, I misspelled it, Hauspanhead-book, not Sketchbook. Anyways, it also just looks like an absolute fairy tale place. You can just visit it normally. And nowadays you can, since recently, you can visit the archive every Tuesday without appointment, which is amazing. So you can just go there, and all the things that I'm going to show you can just actually consult yourself and touch and open and so on. But I've always just been interested in this museum and came there, and they also supported Reviving Type, which Nora and I published together. And so at some point on one of my research visits, the new director, Yuri Mason, asked me, what would you like to do? What's your dream project? What do you want to do? And I mean, that was a very incredible question. And then we thought of, oh, let's do a residency and show some of my work and develop new work. And then I also had to find a topic, and I wanted to work with the sort of endangered plants, the endangered plant species, essentially in the Netherlands, and how climate change impacts our environment, but also how there is a lack of ornamentation in design and so on. So there was like this rough link for me, because I really care about the environment and flowers, and I think there should be more done to preserve that, because if we look at the numbers, I mean, I think everyone knows about that it's not going that great. And also, I think there is so much symbolic and historical value attached to plant species. For instance, if we think of roses or violets, everyone has their personal stories with them, but also throughout history, they acquired meaning. And there are, for instance, certain types of roses and types of violets that are going to be extinct soon, or are already extinct and endangered and so on. But yeah, in a way, for me, also, flowers are just like a little bit like type. They can form a language. And there's, for instance, also this Victorian flower language, which I find very fascinating, that you can actually express something through symbolism. And then I asked myself the research question, how can I use type design and ornamentation to raise awareness for the importance of the preservation of the environment? And we decided for the residency to work on an exhibition, on public activations, on new research and new work, which is a huge task. This is also the first sort of solo show that I'm having. It consists of 2 rooms on the top floor. There is some of my former work, some of my collaborations, some of my inspiration, both from the archive and my own archive. So for instance, some William Morris and so on. And that's also what one of the projects Jakob will also talk about later. So I just mentioned there's this incredible collection, and I thought I'd just sort of show you a little bit what I'm finding there. For me, the most interesting are sort of these printed type specimens, and sort of just seeing how much ornamentation was just sold, and also because of that could be used. And I think nowadays, a reason there is like less ornamentation is also because if it's not in digital typefaces, it's much harder to use. Or people, even if you put it in typefaces, people might not know what to then do with it. So I think this is sort of trying to be part of sort of this movement to bring ornamentation back into design, because I think the more we sort of see flowers and like actually know their names and encounter them, the more we also care about them in our environment. And I think, it's just really fantastic if you look at all this detail, and very inspiring to also then think about that a lot of this has not been revived or digitized, so it's just in books and that's it. But I also they even have some of these like more modern collections of books, and there's that just kind of put in, some reproductions of historical type, unfortunately, quite often without much explanation, but still, it's like really nice visual research. And for me, when people ask me how I get inspiration, I think this is a big part of it, to just go and go through the archive. And that then leads to me also producing new work. And of course, I, like working on new typefaces. And I look at certain stories that are related to plants, or like at certain plants that can tell sort of this story of extinction and climate change. But the first story that I was looking at, the first plant, is the acanthus, which is actually now becoming, which used to just grow in the Mediterranean, but now because of climate change, and I think we can really feel it these days here in Europe, it's they started growing here as well. So my friends and I get very excited when we see this acanthus plant in real life, but it's become very popular. So this is kind of a winner of climate change, you could say. But yeah, I found this sample and I thought it was very lovely. Unfortunately, it didn't say much about it. I just have that sample. And then I thought I just need to start somewhere. So I started reviving it, and this is my point structure. And this is sort of the rough first draft, and I'm kind of figuring out everything, how it relates to each other, because of course, having a few letters separately doesn't really make a typeface just yet. Here it is in a little bit of text. And yeah, so that's one of my first typefaces I'm developing there. But then there's also another one that is called Hellscape, which I'm developing with Tom. It's going to be released soon. But that one is actually based on the plants in Australia, but still it brings back the sort of ornamentation in plants. Yeah, sort of showcases sort of this different. I also always try to think of new ways of drawing ornaments, because I think it's more interesting to like use them as structures and intertwine them. And sometimes people ask me if I use any code for anything, but I really don't. It's just all drawn by hand, and like mostly I use glyphs, and that's sort of how that goes. Or like I do iPad sketches, but a lot of it is just computer sketches. And then I also just, yeah, I use sort of my knowledge in doing type revivals also just on ornaments and figuring out how I can use them for patterns and decoration and potentially new artworks as well. But then I always get these questions, do these fonts sell? And we've just integrated this new sort of analytics tools in Fondue that I'm incredibly excited about. And now I can see how much my typefaces, like which ones sell. And of course, Tonka, the sans serif, sells the most. I'm not revealing numbers, but this is since early January. But then Lillian, which actually is a single style thing, italic with some ornaments for display, is the second one. And then the next two are heavily ornamented typefaces. And then the sans serif comes after. So that's my sales insights. And then I think it's also quite interesting to look at the revenue by product. So again, you can see I make the most money from Tonka and then from Lillian, but then you already like, yeah, you already see that some of these like ornamented typefaces actually do contribute to some form of income. And then actually, if you look at units sold by product, you will see that my best seller, so to say, right now is Aphantasia, which is a purely ornamental font. And the reason I think it's on number one here is because I made it free for a few weeks at release. This is something that I usually do, and it's only for my newsletter followers, since I don't have Instagram anymore. But I noticed that if I make these ornamented typefaces, I really want people to use them. And if I make them free the first few weeks, then they end up, yeah, like essentially the license is just for like sort of small non-commercial projects, but yeah, they get used, and that makes me happy. The second one is a typeface with Borzois, so I don't know, I'm surprised that, you know, the sans serif is not on the first place here, but I thought yeah, people would appreciate this sort of small little insight. But then of course, being able to, or like drawing a lot of flowers and becoming more and more known for drawing ornamented typefaces then also leads to more commissioned work, where I get asked to do custom letterings and typography, including ornamentation. And usually I also always try to bring some kind of storytelling into that. And then lastly, it also, yeah, comes back in my own artistic work. I make these large scale tapestries with Yamuna Fasani. It's called Symbols of Utopia. And they are, yeah, large tapestry, 3D knitted tapestries and full of ornamentation. And all of them also have hidden meaning, which we then sort of talk about. So sometimes I use sort of this methodology of drawing typefaces in those contexts as well. And actually, if you're in The Hague, we're having a free studio warming and archive sale at DCR, which is our studio space, this Saturday from 12 a.m. to 8 p.m. And yeah, this is sort of my part of this talk. I just wanted to kind of show how looking at archives, there is still so much that hasn't been revived, and maybe that's sometimes also outside of the realm of yeah, actual text typefaces. So I think there is still so much to be discovered. And I also think that you can find a lot of that it's worthwhile sort of figuring out your own language that you can talk through, because in the end, I think it matters, and it probably matters to more people than one might think. And I also just only want to add to Jacob's last words, which was like, it's just also a lot of fun. And I think sometimes a lot of this just happens because I enjoy drawing it. But yeah, with that, I would like to hand it over to Jakob to talk about the type garden and the research we've been doing together for the past 2 to 3 years, so to say.
Cool. Thank you, Celine. Also, thank you so much for like inviting me to this talk. Like when you asked me if I want to join you on this, I was really happy to be able to revisit also our collaboration again and to talk about type. So I think I'm gonna just share my screen and then let's hope that this is working. I just assume that you're seeing my screen.
Yes.
And okay, fantastic. So like around 3 years ago, like we started a collaboration with my studio. Like I'm actually Jakob Schletter, and I'm half of Studio Pointer, which I have together with Asya Sukhorokova, my partner. And so Celine came to us with the idea of collaborating, and then we started under the umbrella of Variable Lab, a collaborative research endeavor about variable fonts. And we were all very excited about variable fonts. Celine also had a lot of like variable fonts that she started making herself. And we wanted to figure out like what can we do with it? Like what are like new ways of using these fonts, and what is also software that we might want to build ourselves for this. And like in the beginning, Celine just sent us a folder with all of her fonts. And so we started to look at them, and of course, like they're very beautiful, very ornamental, also like focused on a like a quite like variety of different shapes that these letters have, and like visual expression in them. So we thought we needed also like some like experimental way of looking at them and figuring out what their typographic voice is. And like we usually work by making little tools for ourselves that help us to explore. And in this case, we created an image scanner where we can throw in different kind of images and see how like the patterns of the images are influencing the like animation of the variable font, and this way kind of figure out the nature of them, and like what is like it gave us a more intuitive approach of like seeing which direction we want to go, because Celine asked us also to create a place on her Type Foundry website where we can showcase her fonts, and especially also that they're variable. So after making these experiments, we thought that we want to focus mostly on the letter shapes themselves and not so much like the semantic context that letters make with words, but how can we like celebrate like just the typographic voice, the shape of these beautiful letters. And we started experimenting with symmetry and different kind of animations and more like figurative, illustrative style that we also thought like fits very well with Celine's way of creating letters. And so we generated many of these like kind of creatures, plants. Like for us, they became also kind of pets. Like it was really hard to like delete a generated animation once we made them because we like connected to it. And we thought that when we're going to put these on the website, then we also want to create some kind of natural habitat for it, like a space where you can wander through and explore these creations in your own time. And so we had the idea of creating the secret type garden, where like these type beings would just grow and you could walk around. And in our sketches, we mostly worked in 3D spaces where you can walk around. And because it had to be working in the browser, we quickly realized that the way that we imagined it is just not working with like the contemporary web technologies at the time, like 3 years ago. We had very quickly, we had glitches in the letters or like performance issues, because of course we wanted to have all of the letters animated at all times in different variations. So at first this was a problem, but then it turned out to be a really exciting adventure into researching how fonts are being drawn on a computer. And I mean, like, you're all type designers, you know that fonts are made out of vector shapes, and that the displays we use to look at them have pixels. And so at some part in the process, like, the vector shapes have to be rasterized into a pixel image. And so there are different strategies of when you do and how you do this rasterization. So like traditionally, you would just create an image out of the vector shape and draw that image, but then you can't zoom into it because it's getting pixelated. So we discovered that also from gaming technology, there is a way how you can store vector information in an image. And before I'm gonna like explain how that works, I wanted to just show an interactive version that this becomes like a little bit more tangible. And as soon as we are verified, I can show you. So here, just as an idea, like on the left-hand side, you see like the information of the image that we draw. And on the right side, that is like the output that we get when we draw it. So we need only a very, very rough pixelated image, and we can get a relatively smooth shape out of it. And then there are like some tricks also, especially when you deal with very detailed, beautiful fonts like Celine's. Then you have to also take into account like how detailed is your input image and how like how much visual quality do you get out of it. Like here we see quite some artifacts on the right, but if we adjust the resolution of the input image, then we get like, again, like nice details that we can use for the fonts. And this was like a whole adventure of different kind of solutions and head scratching, but like we enjoyed that a lot. Also contributed to some like open source libraries as we were going, made them compatible with variable fonts because that was really important to us. And so that was what we were able to use then for the secret type garden. Like here you can see on the left screen recording of how it looked like when you were like inside the garden and taking a look around in a like an infinitely generated landscape. But we also had another project going parallel on the side with Celine. Celine was very frustrated when she was working with variable fonts because, especially at that time, there were not really tools available to animate them nicely. So we created also an open source and free tool where you have a timeline and you can animate fonts with it. And for that, we actually also developed like a different way of drawing these letters. I don't think I'm gonna go too deep into that because I'm otherwise running out of time. And I want to show you some more other things with this. And like here, just some more experiments and sketches that we were doing during our collaboration, like different animations that we made with this type animation tool and different creatures and animations that we created with the type garden. Then something that we also found really fascinating is like to connect the typographic voice with the literal human voice. So to have like parameters in your intonation, like when you're speaking like very aggressive or very friendly or a little bit nervous, that this could be directly translated also in the typographic parameters. And so we like made there like some experiments which are, I think, also more starting points where we want to work more in the future. And wait, let me show you one last thing. Also with the interface of our type animation tool, where we looked at sound and typography in like, again, a little bit different perspective, where you can animate the shape of letters with like either your microphone or sound files. And we actually just like 2 weeks ago released a version of our like type animation tool where you can do that. And we think like it's relatively intuitive. Like you see here the frequencies of an audio file, and you can select just which part of the frequency should control which parameter of the typefaces. And then we're also not really on social media, but we do have like most of our code online, and we have a website, of course. Also like variable time, which is the name of our type animation tool, is online, and you can just try it out and use it. On Celine's website, you can find the secret type garden if you're looking for it. And with that, like, we're also open for other collaborations. And with that, I think I can end the presentation. Thank you.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Amazing. Merging two different practices into one bigger space.
I think we have one question for Celine in the chat. It's wait, where is it here? How do you see the value of reviving material from the archive, and what added value? It moved. Wait, what added value does it bring in your opinion?
That could be, of course, a whole other talk. But thanks for the question. I think one thing is, of course, to also show that physical archives matter. I think this is something I'm discussing quite often with the museum. Like, it's a great source of inspiration of my practice, and there is so much that's not out there. So I think reviving it actually can create awareness around those things. And otherwise, it would just be a book page, an ornament on a book page in a closed book. So I think if you revive it, then it can become accessible, but it's also about seeing how to use it and kind of, talking about this whole bigger topic of like preserving history and preserving, preserving visual culture. I don't know if this is like fully adding to it, but also, of course, I have to add that I'm also doing a lot of completely new typefaces that are not based on historical material, but because this residency was focused also on doing something with the archive, I think that's sort of how that worked. And it's given me a lot of inspiration to sort of also, and it's also been humbling because sometimes people tell me like that my work is quite detailed, but then I look at this historical work and there is so much detailed work in history. So perhaps that, and I think it's good to find new sources, and that's sort of, I think, that about the value question.
That's the time when people didn't need to think about point structures.
Yeah, but then they had other problems. So
yeah.
Thank you.
Someone else is also asking me.
It's how working with ornaments and the living matter influence your way of drawing letter shapes and see the structure of a letter.
Also a good question. I think already during my Type in Media project in 2020, I was really researching how I could draw letters differently. I was very curious, how can you break those conventions and like question that, like in terms of where you place your points. But then actually working in this more organic way, I think I just sort of learned that I rely a lot on my eyes, and there are quite a few of my typefaces where I don't measure anything. And I think having these sort of qualities in my work, I think, is also what sort of slowly defined my style. But yeah, looking at plants is definitely really interesting, of course, if you look at curves and so on. But then also just a lot of optical drawing, and I think also for me, especially Eric van Blokland's class during Type in Media was very influential to sort of, draw and rely on my eye and draw it again and test and print and sort of see what works rather than believe in measuring. And I hope that answers it.
I think it does. I mean, I don't know. It's a simple question, but it may have like a lot of opinions on it. But I think it's good. Thank you. I think that's it, and we are also on time for the next talk. But thank you so much, Celine and Jacob. It was very, very interesting and very pretty.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Frederick.
I think so, yes.
Hey, hello.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome.
Hey. I just start by sharing my screen. Yes, whoops, okay. the share button. This one. Share. All right. Hi. I'm not going to talk about RoboFont. There were some questions this morning during the talk of Vincent and Connor, but I'm not going to talk about. But I'm going to talk about something else, something new, also something new that was kind of like a fascination that came along. I'm just going to drop away. Hey, no, the bar is yeah. Something new that just comes along. Thanks TypeLabs for the time. Thanks Petter. It's already been a wonderful day. And I have something new from Font Club Belgica, which is a font foundry that Dries Wiewouters and I are running here from Belgium. And it's something I just started as a small side project, as a one single drawing, just a simple M and an F. And it then just became something maybe way too serious. But okay, it all started with my girlfriend Mieke. She's like on the right. I'm on the left. We both have a fascination for stained glass. She's a stained glass artist partly, and so she can cut and she can assemble glass with lead together. So we have a fascination both for something in lead. It's kind of funny thing. This is a picture from a building that we visited last weekend in Longlaville. This is in France, where they have like 27 different kind of panels displaying the steel industry around that area, which are fascinating kind of stained glass kind of artwork, what happens in there. And since she is able to do this, I'm really got like, I have like a big focus on everything which is now set and built up and made in stained glass as a design. So I'm not an expert, but I'm just going to share my own kind of like view on this whole process and how did I came up with the new typeface related to my new fascination. So if you're looking at the past, you have this kind of like divine windows where the light comes in from outside, inside the church, and the light goes through the window, through the glass. And this is already kind of like a big difference if you're looking at type design, where we only see reflection. The black is something that you cannot see, but here everything is kind of like light that just comes into a building, very divine if you're looking in a church kind of environment. What I find very fascinating is the fact that structure, the way how we're building up the whole window with all the beams and the lead and the drawings are kind of like hand in hand. They have to work together. You see the pigeons, you see the whole structure of the holy person in there as kind of like the lead is part of the structure of the glass, has been part of the drawing. It's kind of fascinating, separately from really the structure of the whole kind of window, where we have this kind of heavy beams that is are like also sometimes like in steel, because the window is too big. So the whole thing is also being very stubborn and very, because it has to stuck there for some ages. And you see this in very different kind of environments. The line is like three pieces of glass, like 1, 2, 3, 4, and then like the tail, the person who is on his knees is like, but also people are still drawing on top of that. So there's also drawing inside the glass. So there are a lot of different kind of things happening at the same time. So first of all, it's the light that just comes in through the glass that you can see. You have different kind of colors. You have the structure of the whole window. You have the drawing of the whole thing, and everything has to like emerge together. If you're focusing on typography, in the past, a lot of the typography is just painted on top of the glass and then brandschilderen, it's called in Dutch. I didn't find like a proper English translation, like burned again into the glass. It's with an emulsion drawn on top of the glass, and then the glass is heated again, and then the typography of the drawing. Same thing for drawings like this, those and this other kind of leaves. They are also just being drawn on top of that, and then the glass is being melted again, and then it just sticks into the glass. But most of the typography is just being built or being drawn on top of the glass, and that's how it is. If you're looking at later ages, I found like a lot of exit signs in stained glass, which is kind of like a funny kind of collection. And there, the reverse almost is happening. So the weird thing is that now the typography, the letters, they become kind of the rigid kind of structure, and the glass has been cut around kind of the system to have this kind of very strange kind of lead kind of strange, but also fascinating kind of like choices to cut the glass there, to have like this kind of like, and this one is more straight, but they have kind of a very similar kind of way of cutting glass and making the puzzle of all these little pieces of glass. Only the one at the bottom is like a little bit different already, where the structure of the beams of the lead is also the guidelines of the letters to be built up. I really like how the triangles on the X are bigger than the horizontal lines. And if you're looking at contemporary kind of typography into stained glass, then you get this kind of stuff. It's like oh, I don't want to, or this kind of stuff where the structure is completely around this kind of lettering. It has nothing in common with each other, and it's just displaying the whole thing. But also it has no added value as a design, or the challenges that you get with cutting the glass into pieces and assembling them back together. I think you can also design from the limitation that you have, or this is not also like a freedom. You also get some very interesting kind of pieces around, where I really love the 8 here, but also in the 8 we have like unnecessary cuts in there. Like this could also just be like a triangle. All the tiny typography, this super tiny little glasses, and the tinier you get, the more difficult it gets. And you want to have very big pieces of glass because that's where the light just enters the whole thing. And that's also what you see. All the lead is like all blocking the whole kind of thing. So from typography wise, I found like one typeface related to, which is kind of like a super strange kind of thing. It's from a foundry who must not be named here, but it's a very strange kind of thing. It has almost nothing to do with cutting glass into pieces. It's like almost impossible. The lines are not adding up. I don't understand what is happening here, but it's advertised as a stained glass kind of typeface, or used for stained glass. There are a lot of pattern books, books that showing patterns of how to make letters and numbers, especially numbers are a big thing, more than letters itself, where you can just cut and have make your puzzle of all the pieces of glass, because they all has to be convex kind of shapes, to build and construct the whole kind of piece or the window itself. And you find some very beautiful kind of like lettering happening here, but also kind of like strange kind of thing, like, well, what's happening here? Like could be this extra kind of thing up there. The M is also kind of like double up, so you don't have like a side bearing anymore. It's all kind of like in a monospaced kind of environment. The W has no serifs anymore. Oh, I forgot them. But it's kind of like cool how all this kind of stuff just emerged from, and then it just builds, but also kind of crazy kind of stuff. So like the S, what kind of shape is this? Actually, you want to have like an extra like line there because the glass here is kind of like too thin. You get this funky A, but an overcomplicated Q. Also things becomes very difficult and complex to make. So it means that you have like a lead here, all this kind of lead, it just melts together and it becomes like big blobs. So this is also kind of like almost impossible to cut. But those are the examples that I found from books about lettering in stained glass. So you have this kind of books where very simple kind of ideas, like the horizontal font or the funky font, and then it just been placed. So the typography dominates how the structure is being built and how the whole kind of puzzle is being made to build and to display this kind of A, for example. I'm sorry for the pixelate, we just zoom out of the whole thing. The same thing for this funky kind of thing. I really like that other thing is kind of like moving and dancing around, and that you can also have like this A, that this is like almost like one piece of glass, and then you just can build the whole A out of the whole thing. And I found like a lot of numbers in there in actual pieces. I really like the 5, how the 5 has been moved and emerged from the necessity of cutting a little piece of glass and then assembling them back together. But then like the 8 is too narrow, the I, the 1 is kind of like an I, but it's kind of like, it's a funky kind of thing. So again, I'm not an expert, I'm just making my kind of vision, or like what I see and what I try to kind of like get from the whole thing. If you're looking at the technical kind of aspect of stained glass and cutting glass, so then the first thing that we have is the glass itself. The glass is just melted sand, where we just can add some other kind of minerals and kind of like a little bit of different kind of colors in there. So you have like blue or green when we add chromium, this kind of stuff, or more goldish kind of. We have glass which is completely transparent, or just kind of transparent that you can see through, so light can come through. But you also have very opaque glass which is just blocking the whole light of the whole thing. So glass is one thing, and glass is most of the time hand blown, so it means that it's also not straight like normal glass that you just can buy for like windows or something, but it's very bubbly. It's almost kind of like straight, but it's not even. It's not straight, and it's flat, but it's like a difference in kind of like in thickness overall. And the cool thing is that it doesn't reflect anything, but just light goes through the whole thing, so you can see through the thing, which is kind of like a different thing than from type design itself. So when we then assemble a glass with lead, the lead is actually kind of like an I, capital I beam that you just squash the glass inside, which is kind of like a very interesting kind of thing, because you have to measure how thick the lead is. So at the top we have the leaf, at the bottom we also have a leaf, and the leaf is the thing that you see in the lead that you see on top of the glass, and the middle thing is the heart of the whole thing. So this is the heart, and this is the leaf, and this is the leaf. And this can be different kind of things. You have a European kind of stained glass scene. We have like leaves of 6 millimeters, 4 millimeters, and you also have this kind of copper kind of, you just can glue glass together. But the really cool thing is that you just can stick glass in there, and then you just work around, and then you just build the whole piece together. So at one side we have the cutter, which is a glass cutter. It doesn't cut the glass, it just gives you a score. That's what it's called. And it just leaves a trace onto the glass, and then you just need like a plier just to break off the glass. Breaking off the glass, it's not cutting glass, even it's just called cutting glass, but you actually break the glass into pieces around the score. Afterwards, the glass is like a little bit grinded to get all the sharp edges off, like a little bit. If you're looking at cutting glass, some things are possible and some things are not possible. We have convex shapes, the one on the left, and we have concave shapes, which is on the right, which is just not possible to cut. A convex shape is a shape where the inside angles are always smaller than 180 degrees. So this one is more than 180 degrees. So this is just not possible to cut with a glass cutter, and also you cannot break it off, otherwise it will just break the whole piece of glass. This is a very interesting kind of thing, because this is a very big limitation of what you get while cutting glass. It just doesn't, you cannot cut it with a scissor or something. But the cool thing is that you can solve this, for example, by converting concave shapes like this one into a round kind of shape. So this is something that you can cut, because this you can cut with the cutter. You can make like a score, which is kind of like around like a little bit, and then you just can break off all this little pieces around this kind of like round kind of shapes, which is kind of like very interesting because you can solve this the problem where you just have all the concave shapes as a problem, but it's also an opportunity to build something else, to draw something else. Then we have like knives to cut the lead itself. So this is a very sharp knife because the lead is kind of something very kind of flexible, but you just can cut through the whole thing and then assemble things on its own. So you have to cut the lead on the length of the thing that you just need. This is a fit. A fit is like made of bone. This one is from plastic. Normally it's like made of bone. It's like a hard material. And this is to open up the lead like a little bit so the glass can just move inside. And then you just also push it back, the lead back on the glass again. So this has been displayed here. So this is where Mieke is opening the heart of the lead to put some glass in there as well. So we assembled and everything together. This is a very tedious process and also be very precise because the glass has to be cut precise. Also the lead has to be cut precise. And then everything just builds up together. When the whole puzzle has been made, everything is soldered back with tin as kind of like a solid piece of the whole thing. So this is kind of like an investigation of what kind of tools that we need, what kind of limitation that we have, what happens in the past from typography. So I'm announcing that there is like a new typeface in Font Club Belgica, which is called FC Lead or LED, where the thing started with an M and an F from Mieke, my girlfriend's name, and Frederick from the F from Frederick. As kind of like an exercise in what you can do within the limitation of cutting glass. So we have always these convex shapes. So what I really wanted that all the white shapes, the counterplaces and the white shapes inside the letter, all like solid piece of glass. There is no kind of like a concave shape in there. It's all convex. So this is like one piece of glass. This one on the left, on the top. I can draw, funny. This one. So it's all one piece of glass. But also that the black itself is also made out of the biggest amount of possible pieces of glass. So the whole black is also kind of like cut into separate kind of pieces. So we can also reassemble this to make an actual piece in stained glass, in glass that has been cutted from different kind of areas. So this is already kind of like happening. This works. So this is, can I just show this? Oh, it's blocking. Ooh, okay, never mind. This is an actual piece being cut and also framed inside lead. Where the white parts are as big as possible, the colored kind of glass are as big as possible inside the black itself, and this is kind of like forming the kind of the shape of the letter itself. So spacing becomes very kind of like important. So this is a display of all the white spaces that are there. So all the combinations can be different. So the font only contains capitals and numbers and some punctuations so far. And all the combinations, they can be like a million different kind of combination, but they all have to be like a single piece of glass. This is kind of like a big research kind of thing. Like I'm really happy with my B with a single kind of belly, and the 8 also with single belly kind of solutions. To make it everything is like a one single kind of piece of glass, to make the counters as big as possible. Also, there is as much as light that this comes through this kind of like counter spaces as well. The font exists it's a variable font. It exists with 2 axes. One is a width axis. The width axis allows to make different kind of variations. There's like a very condensed version, and there's like a normal version out of the whole thing. And this allows to make with a script to make it fit into kind of like a box. So now all the letters are, so this one is more condensed than this one. So So it allows to make everything kind of fit into kind of like a box, because at the end, most of the windows are always kind of like in a square kind of format, and then it's nice to make the type or the stained glass as big as possible inside this kind of like rectangle. The other axis is like an optical size kind of thing, and this is still kind of like work in progress, but it's a very interesting kind of idea where the optical size is not an optical size in a kind of like typography kind of idea, but I try to abuse this kind of term where the sizes of the smallest pieces gets bigger, especially if you want to make the lead and the glass smaller, then it's nicer to have like bigger pieces of glass. Because the smaller you get, it's more difficult to cut. It's also more difficult to build the lead around and to assemble the whole piece as a one thing. So this is also like a robot script that just fits everything into one piece. This is also important for the whole planning of the whole thing, because before you can cut, you really have to plan very precise in what kind of pieces that you want. And you have to fit, because you have like a whole pile of glass laying around, and then you have to figure out what fits over what kind of form, what kind of color combinations that you want to have. But also what kind of leaf, the thickness of your leaf of the lead that you want. Like in this case, this is like a 6 millimeters with a heart of 2 millimeters, but you also have different kind of sizes. So this is giving you also like a printout, a PDF, where you just can lay your kind of cuts on top of that to start cutting and then assembling the whole thing. And this also fits lines across kind of like a given width, which is kind of cool because this just fits into kind of like a window somewhere. So this is the plan, and this is already like a second piece that Mika is building, where she already started doing this bigger piece, but this is like a lot of different. So this is this piece. I think it's almost like 300 pieces of glass that she has to cut manually and then assemble the whole thing together. So it's going to be like a massive kind of thing. A thing that I'm also investigating, this kind of piece is almost not possible to build if you just put lead in here. Like in the first example, the old church window, there's also like steel beams in the middle to hold the whole window up. So if you make this and you have like one long lead line here, it will just collapse over time. So I'm thinking of like a way to, I hope to optimize it, that you can have like lead lines that goes over the L, over the R, to make like structure, to make a strong kind of like the M that goes into the H. And there are some multiple, like the N that goes into the serif of the U, because you can build and you can fold like one lead line into like a little corner, but it's kind of like nice that you have also over these kind of lines, kind of like structure, and that whole thing also makes the whole thing stronger as well. So this is the planning with already kind of like some glass put it on top of that. The cool thing about glass that it's also all colors. They're next to a black and white font. There is also a color font with different kind of palettes in there, which is kind of like a very interesting kind of moment, because that's for me almost the first time that I had to pick a color. Otherwise, it was only like it's filled or not filled. It's either black or white what you see, but then you suddenly have to think about like color combinations, and it's kind of like it messes up with your mind like a little bit. So color fonts, they exist in like four different kind of ways. One is SBIX, which is the Apple emoji kind of thing. The downside is that well, it's just pixel data in there, and the downside is there's no interpolation possible. With SVG, very cool. I did some cool projects with monolinear kind of and building tools for that, but also no interpolation, which is kind of like a pity. And then we have color V0 and V1 plus the CPAL, the color palettes issues, which is very cool because it also supports interpolation. And the whole thing is actually just a layer of glyphs. So every glyph, every a color is like one glyph and it's just been stacked on top of each other, and then a color is assigned to the whole thing. You can have different kind of color palettes assigned to different kind of contours, and then it's just been stacked on top of that. The color V1 is like an evolution of the whole thing, of the V0. It supports also gradients and some other kind of assembling of the layers on top of each other. But it's not widely supported. Some browsers like Firefox and Chrome supports it, but the V0 has been supported on macOS and InDesign, on different kind of places, and also Safari and more browsers. So I opted for the color V0, which is cool because it supports interpolation, so you can have all the scaling going on. It just can move the whole thing around, and it has different kind of color palettes, so you have to choose different kind of colors. The font has 6 different kind of colors. The top one is mineral. I chose the ones that are kind of like based on how the color is being built up. So, for example, the bottom one, chromium, that's the thing that you have to add to the glass to make all kind of like greenish kind of colors. If you add some cobalt, it's going to be some more bluish. Airport is kind of like a cool thing because that's a piece I saw in Brussels airport, where there is like a big new kind of like stained glass piece there built by Atelier Mestag, which is one of the oldest firms here in Belgium making this kind of. And I really like the purple aubergine kind of color combination. So I kind of like extracted the colors from there. There's a pastel one to make gold and all the blue, but the reddish kind of things. You have to add some ruby, cranberry ruby it's called, and all the minerals. That's the most kind of flashy colors that you can get out of glass, because you cannot have like very bright colors in there, because the brightness comes from the light and the sun that just comes through the windows. So and you convert this back into a color font. I just opted for different kind of colors based on that. It will be available on future fonts right after this lecture. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Very, very nice.
Thank you, Frederick. You put hot metal in a totally new perspective.
Yes, it's all about
and reusing type foundries for this new thing.
Excuse me?
You're reusing the spill of former type foundries, the lead, they didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah.
Great. Combining the oldest with the newest, more or less.
Yes, some sort of. Because the funny thing, there's not that much things around in contemporary type design related to stained glass. We have like a lot of painted stuff and some weirdly kind of like, but none of them are like really designed as kind of like, I'm going to design a typeface for this kind of media. And I really like to be restricted in the whole thing. The restriction also opens up design possibilities where this limitation is just like a small door that you just can grow through, and then you see like a new environment to draw something.
And Dave Crossland probably really happy that you ended up with Call of V1 again.
Yeah, I didn't mention the Google one.
Thank you very much. Refreshing seeing that you do other stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
But also too serious in a way, but it's cool.
Yeah. Good. Thank you.
All right. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Hi, Dave.
Hi,
Welcome.
Peter and everyone. Good morning.
Welcome.
Glad I made it on time.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, let me see if I can
Well,
present.
we're only running 5 minutes late for the whole day, so I think
it's good.
all the speakers did really well behaving.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, I think. Oh yeah, there we go. There's the share button. Okay. And then I think I go like this. Is it going to work? Oh. Oh no. My laptop's like creaking.
Yeah. I think you're also frozen on the screen.
Oh no.
Yeah, we hear you, but yeah.
I think, yeah, this is not good. Let me try and use my phone. We'll see if that works. Sorry, everyone. It's telling me to quit Chrome. That's not good. All right. I'll have to reboot, I think.
Yeah, no worries.
All right. I'm gonna hard turn off the laptop. I don't know what happened. What
We stay here.
disappointment. All right.
I mean, that was the only, well, not the only, but like one of the few technology glitches we had today. So that's
Yeah, the other one was where we started with.
yeah. Still, it's a good score.
Oh, Frederick, there are two remarks in the chat. LED thickness axis question. And looking forward to see Call of V1 Affinity, and Illustrator supports it, by the way.
Yeah, but also Affinity has some issues with interpolations with Call of V0. So
Oh, okay.
It flips back when you're at the end of the axis. It just flips back to the other font, which is not.
Oh, so you have to stay at 99% all the time.
Yeah, with Affinity, I have like the issues that like a lot of things are just going bogus at some point. And the Call of V1, I tested in the beginning, but the only thing that I just maybe would need is some gradients in there, because like in stained glass, you can also have glass where just like a fade inside of the glass itself, which could be cool. And to reply to the LED thickness axis, I investigated. But the thing is that it's just also just a stroke, and then I don't know. I would find it like interesting to have like this thing where it just the glass just pops up and becomes bigger instead of just adding a stroke to the whole thing. All right, Dave is back.
Sort of. I'm on my phone and I'm discovering how to use Zoom on my phone to share. So I think this is going to work.
Your other one is still there too.
Oh my God. Yeah, no, that laptop is rebooting. I can think I can just post a link in the chat and then someone else could present it maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Oh. If you share the link, I can share the screen.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, here we go. Chat. Message everyone. Paste. Okay, I think that's
okay. Sharing. Zoom share.
all right. Yeah, and then you can just hit the present button.
Yeah.
Right. I think it says slideshow now.
Yeah, I'm just getting all the Zoom windows on top of the thing. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So thanks everyone. Sorry about the classic tech problems. So I'm presenting a presentation that I made just a few weeks ago at ATypeI again. And this is a project that we've been working on for in some ways up to 10 years now. So with the beginning of variable fonts in 2016, upgrading Google's UI font Roboto to variable font technology was kind of obviously a goal. And so the sort of culmination of that is this new version called Roboto Delta. Next slide. And so there are kind of really, as I'm advocating for variable fonts over the last 10 years, I've kind of ended up focusing on really 4 benefits. Next slide. Which is the first one, obviously, the file size compression. You take a bunch of static fonts, you put them into a single variable font. And unfortunately, when you start to really push the format, you end up with actually quite large font files relative to the size of a static font family. But you have a lot more styles than a static font family would provide. And so next slide. That's then this kind of secondary benefit, which is the greater range of expression, that with a large range of weights and widths or other kinds of axes of style variation, graphic designers, have just a bigger palette to work with. And in the past, they may have used, different font families to create that great range of expression. And so next slide. What's interesting about the subtle variations that are possible is that instead of using sliders or named styles to pick styles, we can automate style selection. And so the meaning of this is that the actual style that the reader sees isn't determined by the designer directly. Rather, the designer has set up some conditions, and those are resolving down to the style that the reader sees. And then the fourth, thing, which I think has been, kind of maybe overused in promotion of variable fonts and underused in practice by the wider graphic design industry, is their capability for motion typography for animation. And this is something that's just changing this year now that Adobe After Effects, which is one of the industry leading tools for motion typography, now has variable font support built in. Which is kind of shocking. It's taken 10 years, but that's news this year. Okay, so next slide. We'll come back to these at the end. So Roboto Delta. First of all, I'd like to take you through a tour of what it looks like and what's inside. So next slide. The first thing would be the broad language support. Next slide. Which is for Latin here, uppercase, lowercase. You can go through about 10 slides here. As we look through the glyph set, this glyph set view is generated from Wacamaifondu or whatcanmyfontdo.com, which is a fantastic kind of web-based font previewer, which aims to show you what's inside your font file. And so you can see we've got Latin symbols, we've got Greek, we've got Cyrillic, and keep going. One more, 2 more. And so, overall, we've got 831 characters supported in over 1,000 glyphs. And this is just for Roman. The oblique styles are available in a second companion file, in italic.tdf. Next slide. So that glyph set is relatively large. It's not large for Roboto as a system font, which has I think 3,500 characters for Latin, Greek, and Cyrillic. So this is not in a drop-in replacement, but instead of the classic Roboto, this has this huge style range. And so this is a big type family. And so if you continue to just page through the slides here, Tam, you can see we've got a broad range of weights, and this is at the widest width. And then we can bring the width in and bring the weight in at the narrowest width, which gets very, very narrow, kind of paperclip narrow. And then that's the normal width. So next slide, we've kind of taken you through a kind of tour here of the ranges of weights and widths at the largest optical size. And again, these images were generated with the typeproof tool that Font Bureau developed for proofing such large design spaces. So with this, huge style range, we have a number of voices, or what I've called atmosphere values. And in this presentation, I'm not doing any animations. I'm also not showing any sliders. To select all that range of type, we really don't need anything specific to variable fonts too much. I think the maybe ideal user interface for accessing variable fonts, after seeing 10 years of experimentation with this, is just simply the weight drop down, the width drop down, which is provided by the stat table data, normal font size selection, which then sets the optical size axis as a kind of automation, and a simple italic toggle button. And so this is very close to the user interface. This is available in Microsoft Office. So Roboto, Flex has been available for 4 years now, and is the predecessor to Roboto Delta, and has that same range of weights and widths and sizes. And so over the last 4 years, it's been available on Google Fonts, and we do see some major websites adopting it. So here's PCMag.com, which is using Roboto Flex extensively. For it's a PC Magazine. It's doing magazine style editorial typography, and it's using a somewhat limited range of styles, but nevertheless it's using this range of styles, and in particular it's using the optical sizes. So optical size, I think, is one of the most powerful aspects of variable fonts today, because it is an automation which is widely implemented. So next slide. To recap what optical size looks like, the letter forms are adjusted to the size of use. And so you can see here that the smaller size in the middle, is easy to see, comfortable to read. The largest size is that same, type drawing scaled up. If you go back a slide, a bit more. Here you can see the largest optical size at the thinnest weight, widest width. And just scaling that image down to the center, it's very difficult to read that. Certainly here on my phone, I can barely see that it's there. And so the idea here, okay, go forward like 5 slides, is that the way I'm kind of see this is that you can best design a typeface for the largest optical size, and then kind of make it more resilient if it's used at smaller sizes. So next slide. Here we've got some examples of that optical size in practice. So here we have Latin, Greek, and Cyrillic at the largest size, and here at the smaller size. And so those two extremes, you can see the differences are quite, obvious, that there's a huge difference between the largest and smaller size, but each step, is quite subtle. Okay, so let's take a look at how this is being applied in material design. So the kind of spine, we would say, of a design system, is what we call the type ramp, which is the semantic styles from the heading, to the largest heading to the smallest caption. And these are sort of defined in design tokens, little typographic specification metadata. And so then in your app, you just refer to your element and say, this is a heading, this is a caption, and then the definition of what those styles look like is encapsulated in that token data. And that token data can be taken across different kinds of software environments. So you can get consistency from your design system, say, between Android and iOS and the web, different kinds of platforms. So with this case, this is a kind of classic material design. And this would be using a lightweight at the heading 1 and a regular weight for the other styles. And this is to approximate how to finesse that headline so it doesn't look too heavy. And so next slide. And here, we see Roboto Flex being applied, where just the regular weight is used, and optical size is adjusting the type forms in the way that was approximated in the past. So next slide. And so here's a more complex type ramp that was prepared by David Burlow, showing how there are limits to that previous static fonts approach. Here you can see that despite the largest sizes using the lighter weight, sorry, if you could just go back a sec, it's kind of uneven. So you can see that first line, you know, kind of sets, you know, the tone, and then the second line is that same light style, but by scaling it down, it visually becomes lighter. And then the third line goes back to regular, and then that's, you know, creating that unevenness. So now if we go to the next slide, you can see that with Roboto Delta, just having the regular weight, allowing the optical size to be set according to font size, you get this very even color. And so this provides like a very simple experience, you know, for designers and developers, and a kind of consistent baseline to build other stylistic variations from. Okay, next slide. Here you can kind of see, you know, again, looking at the metadata, the size and the styles and how regular, medium, and light are being used. And so next slide. With Roboto Delta, we just set the regular style at all of those sizes. Next slide. And here's the comparison. Okay, next slide. So, you know, this is in some ways, you know, not anything new, that optical size has been around for a long time. This is this great image that I believe Nick Sherman had prepared, which went its way into the CSS specification. And so you can see, you know, how the letter forms are being adjusted across sizes there. And next slide. This is in the W3C CSS specification because on the web, optical size is turned on by default. It's fully automatic. So if you just have a font with an optical size axis inside it, and you use that as a web font, it's just going to be used. And so this is, you know, users don't have to think about this, developers don't have to think about this. It's just improving the typography for everyone. And so, as I say, this is all just the regular. So next slide. This applies, perhaps even more importantly, to all the other ranges of weights and widths. And so in some ways, you could think of this as here coming down in size. So we've got the, from the left to the right, a range of weights, and from the top to the bottom, the range of optical sizes. And so despite that range of weights, you know, the number is like 1 to 1,000 in the range, and that doesn't change. But in a visual or perceptive sense, as you come down the range, and here's the, from left to right, the widths, and again, top to bottom, the sizes. So next slide. As you come down, what you're effectively doing is having a smaller range of variation. That lowest second to last row at the bottom there is essentially what's inside the middle range of the top row. And David Jonathan Ross, next slide, has this great illustration of this for his Roslindale site. He has this kind of upside down pyramid where he kind of tries to illustrate that range is being reduced as you come down in size. So next slide. So for Roboto Classic, again, you know, with the sort of static fonts, the way we would approximate this is we would have this range of weights and widths, and then, you know, there's a slanted stars as well. And when those are scaled down without an optical size axis, the extreme corners, like the black weight, the thin weight, become less readable. And so they end up just not being used very much. Next slide. And so that means that you have, you know, just this reduced expressive range as you come down in size. With Roboto Delta and fonts like this, with a large range of weights and widths across optical sizes, you continue to have that expressive palette even at the smaller sizes. So next slide. So I think, you know, what's especially interesting with the Font Bureau's approach to developing this large range of weights and widths is that it's been constructed through a novel system of axes, which allow you to customize the type style further. Next slide. So here is, again, using Font Bureau's proofing app, a simple sample. I'm sorry, one second. Sorry about that. So yeah, so here's the font bureau sample, and if we go to the next few slides, you can see. Actually, I'm sorry. I think if you go back 1, 2. Next slide. Okay, yeah, it's quite subtle, but if you can just go step back and forth between this slide and the last one, you can see there that the ascenders and descenders are changing in that pink highlighted line. And so what's happening here is that, we have a very long line length, and therefore we have quite a high line height, and this creates a kind of white channel between the lines. So in Roboto Delta, we have an axis to control the length of the ascenders and another axis to control the length of the descenders. And so this allows us to kind of fill in that space, that white channel between the lines. Now, if you step forwards about 5 slides, you can see as we bring the line length down, the leading is automatically being adjusted so that the line spacing is tighter as the line length becomes tighter. And again, the typeface can respond to this, in detail. This is beyond optical size. Okay. So at ATypI, there was a great presentation by Ferdinand Ulrich about Donald Knuth and Metafont and the Xerox PARC and the beginnings of desktop publishing. And he had this great phrase that the explorations then were about pens, parameters, and programming. And so what we're presenting here is no pens, but it's very much about programming of parameters, this idea of automating text typography. And so another example of this would be for justification. So today on the web, you have CSS's text line justify, and this is coded to do line breaking and justification very fast, but the results I think are not very good. And again, there are like large gaps in the text as the word space is adjusted. So here we can adjust the letter spacing per line, which again is something in the CSS engine, which make things a bit better. But with Roboto Delta, next slide, we have a particular kind of width axis which adjusts the counterforms width proportions. And this subtle adjustment allows us to make an even finer line break and justification result with a much more even paragraph texture. And in this case, every line is a different variable font style. It's very subtle, but that's how it works. Okay, so this is how to use these advanced axes inside the font. I want to talk for a minute about how it's made. And I know we're running up against time, so I'll make this quick. In short, Roboto Delta has been made with a combination of RoboFont and Fontra, a new web-based font editor. Next slide. And so, as you see here on the top left, you kind of have the user axes of optical size, weight, width, slant, grade. Next slide. There's a panel here to show the hidden font axes, and you can see that there's a lot of axes. And so each of these axes is being bound together to create those weights and widths across optical sizes that I've been presenting today. And so you can see here, if you go to the largest size, largest weight, how those individual axes have been combined. Next slide. Next slide, yep. And in Fontra, there's a really novel UI. You can see here that you can say show effective locations, and this is going to show you those mappings as well as being able to interact with them. And this is something that I've been calling axis introspection. And so next slide. You can then see if you wanted to customize this, and so next slide. That you can go in and, for example, extend the ascenders and descenders, and then in this case for a title you might also want to adjust the cap height, and so you have these axes to do this. So Fontra again is sort of novel in having UI for authoring these mappings. Next slide. Which is in the cross-axis mapping tab of the font info window. And so you can see on the left, goes like, we have the input, so here we just have the weight max. And then on the right, we have all of the parametric axes, which are individual parameters of the design being mixed together. Next slide. So at the beginning, I started with the 4 benefits of variable fonts. Next slide. Compression, expression, automation, and animation. And so I've been talking a lot about, the automation piece here. Started, with a review of the expressive palette. You can go down the line, go down here. Next. And so finally, to conclude, I want to talk a bit about the compression values. So next slide. This entire Roboto Delta project is smaller than the original Roboto static fonts. Next slide. When adjusting for the glyph set. So as I said, Roboto Classic has 3,500 glyphs. This has about 1,000. So the set of Roboto Classic static fonts today is about 8.8 megabytes. But if we reduce the glyph set and we also delete the hinting data, it's around 1 megabyte. And so we can see here that this mapping of parametric axes to weight, width, optical size is a very powerful compression technique. So next slide. The technology that we use to do this mapping is called AVAR2, and this is, next slide, something which a lot of people haven't encountered. So earlier this year, I commissioned a website called How to AVAR2, and this provides an introduction to the technology and various use cases. Next slide. And this is part of the MPEG open font formats upcoming 5th edition. Next slide. And this is the kind of open format version of Microsoft's OpenType format that we all, it's the same thing. It is OpenType. It's just without the trademark. However, it will be up to Microsoft to update OpenType so that the version of the format that we all use and refer to is got this. And this is now shipped in iOS, in macOS, in Android, and in Chrome. iOS and macOS and Android shipped this a few years ago, but Chrome just shipped this in April. And so this now works on all platforms for Chrome. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for Firefox. And so we are looking to contribute to Firefox. Google Fonts is looking to contribute support for this to Firefox. And once that happens, then we'll be able to launch Roboto Delta and other AVAR2 fonts on the Google Fonts platform. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
I'll stop sharing.
All coming from the core.
Yeah, okay, so a question from Nick. Has there been any progress in resolving inconsistent handling of optical size axis values? Basically, no. The industry consensus has been that mapping optical size 1.1 to CSS PX values is appropriate because hardware vendors configure the virtual pixel to be appropriate to their device, both their own kind of physical pixel hardware and the expected kind of physical ergonomics of their device. So there are increasing number of computers worn as spectacles, and if you set text at 12px and look at it on these devices, it's being scaled. So yeah, there's sort of, unfortunately, the difference between Apple and non-Apple devices, where PT, the point unit, and PX scale differently, is sort of unresolvable as a legacy issue, and I don't think that's ever going to change.
Maybe stop calling it pixels. We need a new name for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we've got virtual points and virtual pixels. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think that perhaps what we'll have to do is update the font format specifications to explain that it's no longer meant to be referenced to points physically, but to be referenced to like digital pixels.
And yeah, visual pixels and device pixels are different.
Exactly. Yeah. This idea of the visual pixel, the virtual pixel. There's also been no progress on Lawrence Penny's proposal to add a ratio factor to the font optical sizing property so that you can override the effect of that virtual pixel. So, you know, that like if you're designing for a billboard on a highway, you know, your canvas is not several meters wide. You know, you sort of design it as if it was a piece of paper being held in front of you.
Yeah, it's the angle, or you design something, you know, it will be printed on 400%, and that kind of things. Some of those are unsolvable, but
well, yes. Yeah, so then it would be useful to have a simple ratio value, like you say, if it's going to be printed 4x, you know, that you could, you know, as the designer in the CSS, easily change the optical sizing with a ratio. I think that's a great suggestion. I don't see any problems to doing that, but the energy has trailed off there. Yeah, that's something that I could see. You know, we could change. Hope that helps, Nick.
Yeah, that was Nick's question. Yeah. Okay. More questions?
Let me check YouTube. Nope. I think that's it.
Cool. We're on time.
All right. Yeah.
Perfect.
And I'm the next speaker, so I won't complain.
Just about on time. 7 minutes over. Okay. Thanks very much, everyone. I appreciate
Thank you, Dave. Okay. And that brings us, is it true? To the last speaker, which happened to be me. Not totally coincidence, so I can take a bit more time, and that's the freedom of being a moderator and organizer, that you can put yourself somewhere in the program. I'll share screen. It doesn't have a totally defined time, but I think it's somewhere we can go over an hour, 1.5 hours most.
I think also you're the last one, so it's.
I'm the last one, so whatever you still feel, and if it's too much, it gets too technical. I don't mind you logging off. I'll share screen. A little bit background what this is. I didn't prepare a lecture. It's actually a workshop, but then a mini workshop. It's actually a trailer of a workshop, and I'll explain how that is. Okay. Some stuff. You don't see the Zoom windows here, do you?
No, we only see your desktop.
Yeah, okay. I'll move the windows out. So I guess you know a bit of me, but for those who don't, I'm a graphic designer, type designer, working with Font Bureau for years, and founder of Type Network, which, by the way, I'm not part of anymore. So I moved on. I'm also teaching at Type Media, and now I have to share something, of course. In the Royal Academy in The Hague. And sorry, that's piled up windows of the day. Okay, so this is my I have one slide, which is this one, but I'll just share it in the keynote. It's that page from Cooper about the subject of this lecture, and that's the course series. And if you think I'm doing advertisement, of course it's a little bit. On the other hand, this will run in the fall. There's no subscriptions yet. That starts somewhere in September. This is not advertisement because in the 4 previous session series, it was booked within 1 or 2 weeks. So if you want to join, make sure that you'll be in time. And otherwise, it's likely that there will be another one next year. So we do this twice a year. And the reason that Kara and I started this is somewhat like a compensation for my lessons at Type Media. I officially retired, which means that my original 12 days at Type Media in a year went down to 5, which was all great. And then now I'm going there once in a while, but I was thinking, well, how can I otherwise share? And then we came up, well, maybe we should start nowhere close to what Type Media is, but somewhere that is close to what my contribution is during the year, which is mostly about everything else except drawing the outlines. So it's about processes and about tools and about how to make proofs and how to start your studio and how to run a business and all this other stuff. So we did this. We did it for 2 years now. Means ending with 4 sessions. There are 10 weeks of 10 evenings, which are in New York time, and I'm teaching from here. So those lessons are from Europe time, 11:30 to 3 at night. So that is a consideration if you are living somewhere else. On the other hand, we see people joining from all over the world all the time. So it probably is not a real issue. So what I want to do is a bit what would such a first lesson look like. We don't have a real curriculum. It's very much composed by the people who are there. It's actually a long list of topics that we could address, and we have only 10 lessons, 10 evenings, and the time in between that they can do assignments. And the process of finding out what it is that we're going to do itself is a design process. Because we have so many options and we have very little time to figure it out, and we have to predict that it will work. And so how we're going to do that. So this lesson, I called it number 0, is a bit like how such a lesson would proceed. And you are happy to you're very welcome to contribute in making the choices. It's a small scale version. It's the first cycle of the design process. What if we would have 10 weeks for this, but now we have only 1 hour and maybe a little bit over, and what we're going to do. So I show you stuff from previous lessons, and that basically starts with a list of all the things we could do, but probably don't have time for. That's how the life of a designer is. You think you're fresh coming from school, and the life is in front of you, and then suddenly you're retired. I'm not complaining. So what I do with them is make a markdown file. So this will be the core document of the whole course. Of course, it's all shared on GitHub. So the first thing we do is make who is who in introduction. So this is the kind of summary of the first lesson. There's 12 to 15 people. They don't know each other. They come from different parts of the world, have different backgrounds, different levels of education, different expectations. So first we try, what are you expecting from this course, and what do you think you can contribute? What are your challenges? What are your goals? What would you have done? If you say, okay, now we have the 10 lessons and you're really happy about it, what is it that you're happy about? Then some technical things, installing GitHub, because that will our central repository where all the work will go. We talk about applications. In practice, very few people have FontLab, but then somewhere like half or 1/3, 2/3 is RoboFont and Glyphs. The one thing this course does not do is some kind of religious discussion which editor is best. I have an opinion for myself, but for all the other people, I don't care so much. It's just that the choice is made by, well, what are you familiar with, but also the choice is what makes you the most independent. And in order to achieve that, not having a single source of failure in the future, it's just the application still exists 10 years from now, while you're still being a designer, and you have archives with fonts with clients that need updates. So in my design practice of 45 years, the one big line on top of everything I do is what keeps me as independent as possible. So dependence means that you are bound to the existence of a certain company. Now, that if you look back how that worked out the whole discussion with PageMaker and QuarkXpress in InDesign, you know where that is going. I had 300 CDs and DVDs. That was the whole, since 1985, the whole archive of the studio, everything we ever did. But the first 10 years of the studio, all the work was on the first CD of the 300. But then looking back, you can throw half of them away, because they contain QuarkXpress documents, InDesign documents of versions that are no longer supported, fonts that are no longer supported. So as a designer, what makes you independent? If the lifetime of your design should stretch longer than a couple of months, and preferably a couple of years, or maybe a decade or 2-3 decades, what will give you the most guarantee that 20 years from now you can still use the same files? And of course, especially with the things going on in the world, you can never make that kind of predictions. But there are some things that you can learn from the past. And the one thing is that if you're dependent on one company, on one format, where the company defines the format of your archive, that's a dangerous thing, because you don't know if you can access that archive. It got better with JSON files and XML documents. At least if the application no longer works, you can still make an application or ask someone to make an application to read the files. It was really bad, and it still is in some applications where the applications store their format in binary, and they don't tell you what the format of the binary is. So if the application stops working, or the hardware that supports the operating system that supports the application stops working, you cannot no longer access your backup and your archive. And the files are still there, but there's no way that you can get them back and open them up and use them for future. So we learned the hard way. There's hardware drives that we cannot access anymore, just because they got too old, or CDs that at some point in history stopped being willing to be opened. And there's only so much that you can do, but there are some things that you can help. And the solution we have is not for everyone, because it makes people dive into deeper into their tools than they maybe want to do or they're capable of doing. But if you compare it to being a musician that's totally dependent on some electronic things, or you're a musician that holds this piece of wood, which happens to be a violin, and you're not dependent on anyone. That thing will continue working for a very long time, expanding to your own lifetime. Same with the carpenters. So the whole discussion which editor is best, I don't think that is worth any discussion. It's a discussion between two carpenters, and one says I do everything with a drill, and the other says I do everything with a saw. They're probably not good carpenters. They say, well, I make furniture and I use whatever tool that fits best for a certain task. The other thing is that if there's a tool that says I can do everything, that may sound really nice from the outside. They say I buy one tool and I can do anything I want in the future. That only works because it's limiting your future. So there's independence again. I want to decide which tools to use and how to develop them. And it not necessarily means that you have to do it all by yourself. I talk about we as in there's people that can do things better or faster, or they can do things that I'm not interested anymore, or that I am not interested in putting time there, and someone else already learned how to do that. That's a dynamic set of people that fit into a project. Which means that yes, there is coding involved, but it's not like, oh shit, I don't want to be a programmer. It is like you're a carpenter and you know that you can buy drills in the store, but there's also things that you can do, like creating your own knives or sharpening your own knives, that you don't need other people, other companies for, which makes you independent. Knowing how to do this, even if you don't do it yourself all the time, is so much more valuable than just having something and you know which button to push, because that creates dependency. These are 3 suggestions of the things that we could do, or 3 here. So this course has two parts in the title. The one is advanced type design, which means that it is not a type design course. Sometimes people don't read the information well, and they think that I'm going to teach advanced type design, but there are so many courses that can do that, and it is also something like learning advanced violin playing. That's not something I can teach you in 10 weeks or a year or 10 years. It needs a lot of practice, but on the other hand, there is a lot of stuff that we can talk about, pointing in certain directions. If you look here, if you think of it in a different way, it might be easier at least to learn a bit of coding. If you can solve, let's say, 2 weeks of work, manual work in writing 5 lines of code, that's even if you write 5 lines of code, it would take a whole day. It's still an advantage. The thing that came up, say, different from the last 2 years, is that a lot of this code is also written as vibe code by AI, and there certainly is here and there is usage for it, but I wouldn't recommend. And if you're in a mode that you want to learn to play violin on a professional way, it means that people are actually paying you to be on stage and playing that violin, and say, well, I didn't have time to do it, but there's a really good tool. If you push the button, it also gives music. that's a different kind of profession. So learning how to do things that take time, developing a skill, even in an abstract way, knowing how to do things, even if you don't do it yourself totally, is also a skill. Okay, so these things we talk about. I have three proposals that we can do. I just released Performer Pro online, and a new TypeLab shop, which I'll show here. Again, this is not plugging. You already know it existed, and I don't expect you to buy a license for Performer. I just so the first, okay, going back, the first part of the title is Advanced Type Design. The second part of the title is Open Studio. So more and more I find myself in an age where I say, I don't mind if you see how I'm doing this. Good luck. It may take a while to get this in this experience how to do the coding on the fly, but if I can help you with that, I'm really happy. So this is the new Performer Pro. Performer Classic, as it's called now, but the original Performer was released in '83 by Purb, a form typesetter foundry in Denmark. And then I got the rights back, and then at some point Form Bureau published it in the Form Bureau catalog. But that was all way before PostScript. That was way before OpenType features. So there were two fonts. One was Roman, and the other was the small caps. And the only thing actually, and a limited glyph set, like 350 glyphs or so. That was it. So that has been over the years. And it was really a candidate to both technically update it and then also extend the glyph set, and then change some shapes that have been irritating me for 40 years now. And while keeping the essentials of Performer. So that this is a 4-year project with the help of quite some people. So what I want to do is show you how that worked. It's not like, okay, we go into a type editor, either RoboFont or Eclipse, and you draw it. It's there's much more to a typeface, especially when for big families with many axes and many automatable relations. Let's call it that way. That need other tools than what is standard available in RoboFont and Glyphs. So there's the independence again. So the whole process of making a font like this is I could extend this like 10 years from now if someone wants custom work to it or want to add another axis. I shouldn't be not depending on what is available currently on designer tools. So we're just using the editors as what they are, editors, drawing outlines, and for the rest we use other stuff, and mostly also built on top of other open source libraries or created from scratch. During the lessons, we get into this more because we run into advantages and disadvantages of the particular ways of drawing in different editors. That's a bit outside the scope of this first lesson. But there's a considerable amount, let's say, I don't know, 80% of the work is not done in the editor. And it's a totally independent production line where you can freeze, you can archive the way it's produced. The problem if you export a font from whatever editor, and then half a year later, they do an update, you're never sure if it will create the same font again. And in many ways, it is better, probably, what comes out. But if you want to have the guarantee that your font is exactly the same, like 2 years ago, the existing editors cannot guarantee that. So you need to have a production line that you can freeze inside the repository. And if you run it 2 years from now, it will generate exactly the same font again. Okay, so we'll look into this. There's a little application which is useful, connecting font goggles to your editor. There is a plugin available. It's only, what is it, 20, 30 lines of code. But we developed that from scratch, and then for the RoboFont and the Glyphs app users, you can see it working and how that is added to your current way of drawing. Another thing that this is my hobby thing. Jacob Weiss showed you how fun it is to put your type on model trains. As a retirement project, I allowed myself is building model trains, but then using type tools to do that. So drawing the outlines in RoboFont and then exporting them into 3D and then 3D printing them. I'll show you a bit of that, which is very close to the process of making the 3D animations of today with the title pages. Okay, so let's first do this. I don't have a full view on the chat, so feel free to break in if you see things that you also would like to address in this initial lesson. So this typically is what the lesson list looks like, the topic list looks like when we're done. So we schedule the lesson more or less. So it easily gets overcrowded because people, new topics come up, or we dive into a rabbit hole which takes up the half of the lesson suddenly. So it's very dynamic, very close to the way we try to organize TypeLabs. So I want to go through it briefly just to show you what a wide range of things we do. So in general, we hit all the topics, but it can be very different in the amount of time that we spend on them. So sometimes I just give some examples, and sometimes when people are really interested in knowing how it works in detail, we can formulate some assignments even that about a certain topic that they do during the week, and then we discuss that. The feedback is during the week, so it's not one evening to another evening. The more people show in the meantime, the more comments they get, and in that way, it's a really liberal approach. I'm not going to ask people to, and if they don't want to do homework, that's fine with me too. If they want to really dive into it and they ask feedback every day, that's also fine. So one thing we ask them to do is make. So there's one thing we do. We start with some glyphs or fonts that each participant has. We try to build that into one initial variable font with some axes and see how that works, only with a couple of glyphs to get it to work. And then that could be an initial question from your customer. Say, I have 5 glyphs, comes from logo. I want to make this into a family or a super family with so many axes. What would it cost? So the first assignment, and this is the same question type media students get in an assignment, make a quote for that. If you can't schedule your project for the next half year, then that could be quite dangerous. If it turns out to be 2 years, and you have to deliver half a year, and you have to hire people, and that didn't fit in the quote. So are you aware of what the value is of things that you're doing? And the value most often comes from a customer who wants a custom job, and it can be a small company or a big company. They can afford little or a lot. But at that moment it has value. But if you look at people, former students, they have the graduation project, and for years and years and years they keep working on that. So, well, just for fun, it's make a calculation, and it's not commercial thinking, but this is the distinction I make to a hobby and like trains is that I never expect to be paid for that. The professional part doesn't say anything about the quality itself, but it says something about you can make a living from it. You can afford to just do type, not work in a restaurant, and getting paid for the hours, and at least to make a living, at least to make sure that you don't have to do something else on the side. That's the professional. There are hobbyists who are way better than hobbyists, but they could take 10 years to do something where a professional has only 3 days or a month to do the same amount of work. So designers don't like it, if you say, but in fact, you should cross the line of good enough and then try to get as high as you can above that. But anything perfect is costing you 20 years, and that is hobby, because it will never get there. So it's a very realistic thing. It's the bandwidth between good enough, which means that it gets accepted, it runs, it solves the client's problem, at least, and then everything on top of that, it makes sure added value, why they come back, and why you can charge more than others. So, and you can apply that on any typeface that you do, even things that are not commercially available, or you give away for free, or you share as open source. Still, it has value, and it's good at least to know. You can ignore it and then put your head in the sand, but if knowing what it is that you give away is a value that you can hold against, do I really want to do this or not? The same for how large should your family be. If you look at the regular style of a typeface, you have 250,000 hits on Adobe, and then the extra black has only 500 hits, which took most of the work. So how do you limit the amount of work that you put into something? Again, it's not commercial. This is just what are the basic conditions that you have to make for yourself in tools and in how you spend the days in order to make a living from the things that you do. And there can be a lot of sandboxes and hobby projects. That doesn't matter if they get paid by the other side. That's all fine. So assignment quote, it's not in here, but it's one of the first things we do. And then we make a project, a bunch of variable fonts. And then the next lesson, we discuss all the do's and don'ts. And I won't tell you the predictable mistakes people make. You will find out if you do the course. Type Cooker, for those who did not do Type Media, it's always good, invented by brother Eric. It's a good way to think about the amount of parameters that you have, more than just weight and X height. We install Fontra, which is a good middle ground. If half of the users are RoboFont, the other half is Glyphs. Fontra is great, and you can start using it as an editor, but I have it as a companion to RoboFont all the time, and I'll show you a little bit how that works in the Performer project. Designing the process, you see some images here. How are you going to organize? If you have a month work, what are you going to do? Or if you have a project of 6 months, what are you going to do tomorrow? And how busy are you right now? That is really hard for designers to come up with the idea that if most of the work is done the last week, maybe you should start with that. That gives you a lot of rest and possibility to implement findings along the way in the process instead of getting all the ideas and all the good ideas in the last week. So designing the process is one of my cuddle topics, and then you can think of ways to design the designing of the process. And you can talk about it. You can make sketches in how we're going to think about the way that we design the process. It's endless. And that quickly results in what is the implementation of the design process, design spaces, what kind of parameters are relevant for the way that the masters are organized in design space. You saw a lot of that in previous presentation by Dave Crossland. We do something similar but slightly different. We have all those parameters, but we don't keep them until the end. So there can be a sequence of say 3, 4, maybe sometimes 5 different design spaces in a row in a sequence to do things, and you end up with clean masters, leaving all those options along the way. You don't have to, and coming back during the cycles, because the production line is automated from the first hour that the project starts. It's not something you do at the end. Many of these applications run in a terminal. They are nerdy applications. Nobody took the effort to make a nicely fit window with buttons around it. And if they did, you are back to the dependency issue, because you're not owning the application that you need. What is behind that button? So instead of but you can use the terminal. If you really don't like the terminal, you can make something like some windows and buttons that do things. We call it an assistant. I'll show you that in the Performer project. So we make a font. So the whole project is running after one lesson. Only with a couple of gifts, but we went through the whole sequence. This is what we can expect, and it works, and we can keep that working. So anything that breaks, like someone adds a point and then the interpolation doesn't work anymore, is immediately seen. It's not something like, okay, now I've been doing 3-4 months of digitizations, and then we have weeks to go to clean up all the mess that people made. You do something, you clean up within one GitHub commit. Everything should work again, and if it doesn't, it's immediately shown that it doesn't. It has to be fixed. Well, some more basic scripting. Sometimes you only need 3, 4, 5 lines. Adding a unit to the spacing of your whole font is not something that you would like to expect a button for. It's a script that is 3 lines, runs through the whole family. It tells you the glyphs that have 0 width that should not be added to any, or reducing, so you don't want negative spacing, but all the others. So the whole thing, you'll see that in the example. Maybe I should show you soon. That whole thing, like drawing the outline, seeing it in relation to the other things that you did, in relation to the other weights and the other axes, and the spacing and the kerning and the open tab features, should all be in one cycle. So it's not like now I'm going to do the drawing, and the next month we're doing all the spacing, and the month after we do all the kerning. That's a really bad thing. It's like, okay, you build all the cars, and now we have to start thinking about how to build the top of that. On top, you can't do that. It's one thing. The spacing is not like divide the spacing and the kerning. It's one amount of white that's there, and it's kind of weird technological legacy that we divided it up into white that belongs to the letter and white that belongs to the kerning pair. If you read it, you're not seeing, hey, this part of the space between those letters was kerning and this part between the letters was spacing. It's one thing. If you change one, it should also change the other. And that means that you have to do it all at once, which means that you need tools that show you that. Okay, some other things. We do sketching. We go through the whole process. This is one golden rule. People start apologizing for their sketches. Never do that. It's like you're a musician, you're on stage, and you say, yeah, I just started to learn this. And I said, no, you're there. I don't care. You perform and you tell us, and this is the best I'll ever do. If you have doubts, keep them in your head, or share them with colleagues or so, or with the people in your studio place, but not with the customer. Also, sketches are not pieces of art. This is a really important one that belongs to Eric's typecooker, where he deliberately, with Paul van der Laan, deliberately tears up sketches of people and then glue them together in a better spacing. Sketches are not pieces of art. It's not like you have an uncle or an aunt to say, oh, you can draw so nice, can you frame it and then put it on the wall? That's not what sketches are. Sketches are really big, or really fast materializations of thoughts, and you can go back. If you cannot go back, it's a production process. It's not a design process anymore. So sketches and design are intertwined. You need to do something. You can afford to throw it away. If you cannot, like you have been doing manually 500 pages in InDesign, and you cannot change anything anymore, you're in a production process of making a book, not in a design process. Because sometimes this is a misunderstanding. It's not about calligraphy. Yes, we talk about pens a lot, like contrast and Gerrit Noordzij's expansion and translation principles. But we're not talking about calligraphy, which would be making pieces of art. Anything we write is because it's part of the process, and we can change it anytime. Okay. Learning Sketch is a lifetime exercise. You can't say, now I learned how to do that. It is different. The tools change, the assignment changes, your skill changes. So it's inherent for a designer to feel that you're not really good. And I can look up if you want the Milton Glaser interview on Fear of Failure on YouTube, or I think it's on Vimeo. Fear of Failure. It's great. And if you don't feel insecure about your design, then you should stop worrying, because that's the moment that nothing new happens. Okay, so questions about, okay, what kind of design are you going to make? If it's again back to that professional thing, I can make a living from it. That means that I don't get paid for it because people like me so much, but it is actually a solution to their problem, typographic problem, corporate ID. They need something. Are you the one who can supply it? And if in another universe, in an ideal world, everything would be customized. And it was like, say, 200 years ago, before Industrial Revolution, you make something because someone needs exactly this thing. We are now in an age that you need to mass produce, so to say, and you cannot do customized. People don't have, they cannot pay for the hours that it would take for anything customized. So you make something that is the best guess. This is what a lot of people probably would work, and that amount of people pay me for the hours that I spend on doing this. So there are some questions. What is it that you actually are solving? What kind of message is it? What intended point size is it that says something about a minimum and maximum stem width? Or if you already know there will be an optical size, better draw them at the same time, at least for a couple of glyphs, to see how realistic that is. What kind of topography, what kind of languages do you support? It's not like, okay, I want to make a large glyph set, or I want to make a small glyph set because I have little time. No, it starts the other way around. This is what people expect from it, and you're the one that's supposed to fill in that need. And then you come with, okay, if there's a certain amount of languages and scripts also, and that leads to a certain amount of glyphs that should be implemented. Same for design space. So what's the amount of axes? How complex can it be? It's totally dependent on the level of automation that you're capable of doing, and also the amount of time that you have to make all the masters. And you can chop it up. Say, okay, I do the display version first, and the optical size comes later. Still, it would be wise at least to do a word or so to know that it's actually possible. Even if you do the work later. I make so much comparison music and architecture. My son is an architect. He has great examples often of why projects are really difficult or fail. Or if you plan to build a house and then you say, okay, let's start with the kitchen. So you build the whole kitchen with all the wires and it works. And then say, okay, now let's think about the bedroom. That is not going to be a good house. So if the architect is not capable of drawing the whole plan in 1/200 scale, you end up with things that may be perfect in their own environment, but they don't work together. So it's constantly zooming in, zooming out. You have to make, if you can't make a word of 4 letters, 5 letters for all the masters, then something's wrong with the design space. You can think up a really bold capital I and a capital H, and say that this will be my stem width for the black. But as long as you don't have to draw, if you didn't draw a lowercase a and an S and a G, you have no idea if that is a good choice. So constantly zooming in, zooming out. And that's what we do here. So there's this long term, and then 10 lessons, we need to have a working variable font. But if we cannot make something work in the next coming hours, then it's probably going to fail. Similar to an architect who's not capable of willing to make a 1/200 scale rendering or a 3D model, and say, just give me a year, and when I'm finished, you can say yes, no, but you still have to pay it. That you're not going to choose that architect. Yet I see a lot of book designers and former magazine designers say, well, just give us carte blanche, and we'll show you what it looks like at the end. It's not a good idea. Tools, great TTX, made by Justin Dijar. Some analogy how to do object programming, scripting for glyphs. And then, of course, we have leftovers. So when we do this, we are like any opportunistic designer. Say, sure, I can do this, and then we only get halfway or so. So we have leftovers every lesson. Let's see if there's a chat thing. Oh, yeah. So leftovers, and we start with that, or we decide that it's not, we already covered it, or it's not that interesting anymore, and there's new stuff. Here's some standard. This presentation on history of the curve and relation with shipbuilding and with Icarus, and how curves evaluated in during the ages from physical material to mathematical descriptions. And directly in line with that, we covered how to go back and forth between quadratics and Béziers. If you save as TrueType and then you trust your editor, and then they convert the Bézier into TrueType, you have no idea what they're doing. That's a liability. You don't know if the next year you say save as for this font, it will be exactly the same amount of points. The different ways that you can convert Béziers into quadratics, like old TTF is quadratics. People draw in Bézier, which is easier, but it's a second. Like there's a gap in between. You draw Béziers and you trust that the quadratics are fine. And the way that the exporting software is doing that is by adding points. So you're working on a variable font intended for a web, so it should be as small as possible. And then you draw in Béziers and you say save as TrueType, and then you're not interested in what the points are doing. Means that you can maybe 30% of the points are added just because there was not a clear translation from the Bézier to quadratics and you didn't check it. There are ways to make that very, very clear, clean. When we work for Microsoft, we draw directly in quadratics often, or at least make a conversion back and forth. It's a pretty easy converter, and it shows what your editor is doing if you draw a certain curve palette. Is really old. I think the code is like 25 years old. It's one of the first thing I wrote. So it's added in quote open source. I give it to the participants as a plugin for RoboFont Eclipse app. It's not that I don't want to share these things with others. It's just that I don't want to do all the support on that. So everything I do is kind of semi-open. If you send me a link, I can point you where it is. It just comes with no guarantee that you actually will be able to get it to run, or I will maintain it that way. You better can learn it yourself. Adding optical sizing, are you going to redraw them, or is there a way to kind of automate the calculating the optical size, smaller scale? David Crossland already showed a bit like that. It's this, and also a diagram of David Jonathan Ross. It's the upside down pyramid where you have less range of weight in the smaller sizes. Make sure that the counters stay open and lines don't disappear. So there's some tricks, and you can see that as something that you add on later. Like right now, let's draw the display first, and I'll see how that works later in the project, like 2 months from now. You can also do it right away, and then maybe learn something from it. Some arbitrary decisions that are in the display may be guided if you know how that will work out once you make an automated optical size drawing from that. Yeah, well, there's a lot. So to avoid it, I'm doing all the 10 lessons now, just to get you an idea of the topics in the exercises that we do. It's about op-amp featuring, coding, kerning, spacing rules, and okay. So let's show you a bit how that works in practice. So this is now the final thing. It's a completely redrawn 8 masters for the Roman. So 4 masters display, 4 masters text, and 4 masters display italic, and 4 masters text italic. So 16 masters total, but each master has 2,000 glyphs, more or less supporting any letter language that we have. and including Cyrillic and Greek. So getting to that. So this is what the repository looks like. It grows over time, so we start small, and then it gets polluted, and in the end, I clean up the really outdated old stuff. And this is totally how we organize it. So if you look at different foundries, they learn their own methods. If I open this in Sublime, you see the inside of that. So there's some tools that we use. GitHub is one. Markdown, which is an edit for Markdown. That's the one. That's this document that I showed you. That we use for all the bookkeeping and the remarks and the lists. The nice thing about this is that you can easily export this into a PDF document if you need that for presentation. But it also exports in HTML files. So looking at this repository, for those of you who don't know what GitHub is, it's a versioning system online. You give the people who work on this project access, it can be used in several ways. If you make it public, it can also run your website for free. If the website is static HTML. But in this case, these are closed environments because they really contain the sources. Not going into details, but in any repositories there's a .git ignore, which is invisible, but you see it here, which contains the patterns of files that will not go to GitHub, because you want things that change a lot, like files that are generated or really large movies and PDFs. You don't want to share that, especially if they change all the time. So this typically is for sharing the sources, and luckily the UFO documents, that's the source code of RoboFont, are XML documents, and they back up reasonably well in GitHub. It's not ideal, but to some extent it works. GitHub is mostly made for source code. That's what it's really good at. Okay, so there's some folders you see here. There's a range of underscore stuff. Those are the things that are in the git ignore. So they're gray here. So anything that's generated as an underscore UFO folder or underscore variable font folder is not going to. So you can have them as local thing. There's also a local folder that you can use if you want to store stuff in your own repository without bothering others. Design space files, which are typically XML documents, like this. I know that there are people who hate this, but there are editors for this. It's just, there's the dependency again. Here, I totally see what I'm doing. I'm not dependent what the version of the file is compared to the version of the editor. This is what remains, and not the editor who works on this. I don't say this is ideal. There are definitely situations where an editor would be useful, but I'm so accustomed to writing code that this is the way that we define the design spaces. So you see the axis here, and you see the mapping and the labels, and there could be rules in here, how the swapping of OpenType feature glyphs are dependent on the axis of the variable font in design space. So there are different versions, and there's also they have a sequence. So there's one that creates the optical sizes. There's one that is calibrating weights. So if you start drawing a regular and then you do proofing and you decide that the regular is a little bit too heavy or too thin, then the export master can just be calibrated, because you also have the thinner and the bolder. So the final masters are not necessarily they're here. So these masters are the ones that the variable font is built with. That's not the ones that we draw. They are created by exporting the instances from a design space. Okay, not diving in too deep. There's a whole bunch of scripts. I'll show you some. There's this script here, and there's scripts burned. I don't want to. So sometimes you have a script that only has 3 or 4 lines, and I don't want to throw it away. I also don't want to look for it. As DJR always says, it's harder. It takes more time to find it than type it again. So there's a whole bunch of tools that just do one thing and then you throw them away. Now, I don't really throw them away. So there's in the scripts burned, there's a whole set of really small. So this is what it's doing. It's adding the 0/small cap because it was missing. This is adding some more glyphs. This fixes if there's by accident there's a oh no, this is another let's say copy from one, copy the kerning from one master to another master, copy the groups from one master to another, clear the Unicode of all the glyphs that have .uc in the name. These are not things you want to wait for until your applications will give you that as a choice, as a button. This takes 2 minutes, and you run it on all the scripts and then on all the masters, and then you have a clean set. Also, the groups is not something I want to do in the editor. So this is building the groups. It's just a big table, and we edit the table, not going to. Here we have an overview. We have all the functionality of editors that work on code. If you want to do this in applications with buttons and lists, it just takes so much more time to do that. It's not just one font, but you have to do this for all your 16 masters, or for the Roman masters, and then for the groups, and then for the italic, the groups are slightly different, but like say 95% is the same. I don't want to do it all over again. I want to fill in the lines that it is, in other words here. No, I want to fill in the lines where they're different and then run it again. So we make different kind of scripts, and they're kind of, but this is an internal thing. They're name coded. So anything that starts with add only should run it once, because if you run it, then it's there and it should not do anything. It's do a little bit of testing. See, it tests if it exists or not. But that already is a bit of overkill on what a script is supposed to do. Okay, so these are the really small tools. You write them, you run it on one glyph or one master or all the masters, and then you're done. It's risky. Don't try this at home if you're not skilled. It's like you have been working for a week on a wood block and it's almost done. And now as a carpenter, you have to decide where to drill the hole. There's no undo in carpentry. There's only one choice. You have to be really sure. And that's experience over time. It's also why GitHub is really good, because sometimes you screw up things and you say, okay, I am starting over. I download the repository again. This was a mistake. Stupid. So we have this backup that the carpenter doesn't have. But still, if you don't update, you could lose an hour of work, manual work, and overwrite that. So there's some things, that's why these are in the folder script burned. Please don't touch them. They have done their work. They're builders. There are things that copy, and they should not be things that find stuff. They're okay because they don't change anything. So there's some kind of an internal naming. Also the things, but that's also an internal thing. If they start with lowercase, there are scripts that run by themselves, no interface. If there is a capital, they do either their class or they do other things, like they have a controller, they have a window. It's a bit of an easy difference. Okay, now too much. Let's go to. So these scripts, sometimes we use them so often, and it would be because not all the people in the team have the same amount of skills in coding. So I do that, and then but it would be good to have some of those things available by others, purely within one project. So it's not like I make this big tool that now I have to publish in open source, and I have to maintain it for the rest of my life for free. It just runs in, and it's not that, again, it's not that I don't want people to share this, but they're totally not made to be used outside. They are from the level, don't do this, and don't let your children play with it. And because they're dangerous, they can, like with 2 lines or 1 line, get current font and current font.kerning.clear, you screw up like 4 weeks of kerning work if you don't have a backup. So it's really easy to damage the stuff. On the other hand, it makes it extremely powerful if you know how to operate with these tools. So we have a thing that's called Assistant, and the Assistant is a script that borrows from a lot of other libraries that we made over the years. Things that started as a single line of code and then a really small script, and then they became really useful and extended them, and then they even got extended beyond the requirements for a project. So then we have to save it. So we have a thing called Assistant lib that is holding those things, useful things with components, with things that know how to interpolate, how to make something that is close to a real italic. I don't want to have an automatic italic, but I want to have an assistant and say, well, this is the best we can do for you, and now you finish it yourself. So and then for each application, for each design, you can decide what kind of assistant do we need, depending are there serifs or not, is there a huge design space. You can have like italicize. You can have something that knows how to do a guess about making things more condensed, for instance. But in that case, that's not needed here. Different glyph sets. We're using Kubelin's sets. You can read it online. They're useful as a starting point. And then there's a separate Cyrillic set and a separate Greek set. So inviting all those libraries into the assistant for this project. This is not going to make a general application to do everything forever. It only works now, and if it doesn't work, you see we are on version 128. That's the amount of versions that we get from start to end of a project like this. So it's also dangerous for me to change things because there are several people at the same time working with this. So we make short cycles, and now it's clean, but often there's like 127, 126 still running. If you're not sure, or I ask people, don't use this yet, because it's still buggy here and there. And then at some point we remove the others. So if you look at the burned scripts, yeah, where they. Okay, never mind. So this also needs at least some masters to be opened. Here's the UFO set. So there is, in this case, you see there's no optical size here, and that's done in a later stage in the process. So we just have for a Roman and for italic. They contain all the 2000 glyphs here. The colors come from the one who last changed the glyph. So that's the only way we use color, because using colors for sorting out the parts of the glyph set, you can better use a script for that and not do it visually. So anybody who opens this glyph in the team will change the color. Everyone has its own color, so you can see who was the last one that opened this glyph, who was the last one that opened this glyph. That's the only thing, but it's useful. You can see how clean was a glyph, or was a master, or it's a rough overview. You can see how if it was still changed by several people. Okay, so now if we open I run the master. This is a small screen, so we have to compact it a bit. And this is again the okay. Restart it. See, there's another thing. I have to restart RoboFont. If I go to another project, that would be totally not acceptable if this is an application that you give to people, and it still doesn't work. Okay. Shit. This is what I mean. Oh, I know. Sure. Okay. I put this folder in a different position, and now it cannot find library. Okay. Hold on. I'll find the other one. It doesn't. So this is combined all the things for this lecture, and I did not copy the library to it. It's all repository, so it's a bit of space. Hello. I'll restart this again. Any questions in the meantime? Because you're really behaving.
I don't think we have any in the chat. Let me check YouTube.
Nothing there. No.
Nope.
No. Okay.
We're good. Yeah.
I have a question,
Yeah,
Peter.
go ahead.
You mentioned that this kind of independency with the sources. I wonder which formats in general you consider that can be reliable long term, I guess, yes, you are using UFOs and design space, but there is a kind of, I don't know, 4 or 5 things that you might think of. Let's say, I don't know, you need to store your metrics in a specific file, or kernel should, you take the time to store it in a different way, or stuff like that, apart from UFOs, if UFO is the format.
No, I do the other way around. So we, I'll show you once it's, it's still not done. Okay. We make virtual environments in the repository. So I'll show you the real one now. So it's called virtual environment, VENV here, which contains a complete set of a copy of my whole Python library right now. So you can see one of the things that we do starting this. There is here is a README file. So this is the I'm a little hesitant to go into this in detail, but so this makes a folder. So this is a terminal script. It makes a folder and it installs all those library here, including FontMake and FontBakery and StatMake and font parts, and so all the things that you need in order to generate this font. That's creating this VENV file. So that this includes the current state of font tools. It means that if I run this script here, FontMake, I run this script to generate the font, FontMake, this design space file, output is variable, and this is the output directory, and it will store the font in there, only using the Python that's in here. That's a big chunk, so you don't want to store it in the GitHub. So it is part of the git ignore not to upload the virtual environment. That means that I have a local copy that works. If I'm generating the font from here, I have to make sure to make a backup of that whole folder. Let's say that I freeze this document, I freeze this typeface, and next like 3 years from now, they come back and say, "Can you add a glyph?" I get this from storage, not from GitHub, because it does not contain the virtual environment. But if I get this from local storage, I have an exact copy of the code that I run today. In theory, things could change, but it is not very likely. If you copy the Python and the current state of Google's open source of FontMake and font parts, font tools, it's so low level on the Mac that any change on the operating system in the meantime, let's say Apple comes with updates, will not influence, because I don't have windows here, I don't have buttons, I don't use sophisticated drawing routines of the Mac. It's just a very low level Python running on the core machine, creating a variable font. So in theory it's possible, but it's very unlikely that this will give different results a couple of years from now. So I'm kind of, so I don't change the storage format. I save all the tools that I made creating the font in the archive. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I think so. But there's something that's not clear to me. So the VEM folder you have there, is it part of the repository, or you store it somewhere else?
No, it's not part of the repository because it's too big. That's not what GitHub is really good at, in really storing large amounts of binary files. So the GitHub functionality, like sharing all the changes on the UFOs, fast changes, like say, a couple of times a day, when you work on it with a team, those are the things you want to have in GitHub. But I don't want to. There's the dependency. I don't want to. I want to use GitHub as long as this project runs, but I don't want to be dependent on GitHub to be my cloud service to make sure that this information is still available a couple of years from now. So I have local backups, which it's not that big. It's not video editing there. Like,
and when someone else needs to build the fonts exactly in the same way that you have to do it, you have different stories for that. You share the environment you use for building this this project.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's also the main reason, apart from some others, but the main reason we use low-level command lines for this instead of being dependent on applications with Windows and that change all the time if macOS updates. You never know what happens inside the RoboFont or Glyphs if they update their version, and I assume it's for the good, but I don't know, and I want to be sure. We have customers, we have clients that agree that require that not a single pixel is changed if they come back 2 years later for an update. So I cannot afford to count on the export functions of, and I cannot even count on font tools being updated. I think it's for the good, but I don't know. So I freeze the whole environment that this thing was made with in archive with the whole project itself. And then you're in charge, because then you can say, I get this for my archive, even if I make some copies and they stay outside the studio or whatever for safety. What is it for 80 euros? You have 2 terabytes. It's not something to save money on.
So I guess you are very tidy with the documentation, and you document within the project like which version of a tool you use.
Now, for instance, so we have to-dos, and then this is things where we say this is how this is what we did, this is what we still need to do, etc., etc. And then what the version of the software was that we used and where it was found. But preferably it should all be in the repository itself, but not copying into commit into the online version of the repository. Okay, so let's start from this one. So Assistant 128. So the GitHub is really the shared resource from, come on, there it is. Okay, so, and then I open just one glyph because it knows, if it knows one glyph, it knows the design space and it knows which other, one master, and if it knows the design space, it knows which other masters are related. So this is what we normally see in RoboFont. So a plain outline. But then if I start the assistant, it is taking over. So anything that I want to be automated, I want it to be automated. Oh, shit, yeah. There's another thing I didn't start. I don't want to spend time on that, but we also have a trained network, machine learning network made by Eric's son, who graduated on machine learning systems. And we trained that on kerning. It was part of my lecture in Nancy last year, 2 years ago. Okay, I'll skip that. That's a bit too heavy for now, but I'll take the light version of this one, which does not contain the querying so it was complaining that it could not find the kerning server, and now we don't have it. So if you now open this, you see that it's dramatically changed. So these are all the things that people have normally as separate applications, and they're all in here. And the way Tal and Frederick made this work is that it is really, really fast drawing. That was a disadvantage in the past. When Python was drawing on the edit screen, it became slower and slower the more you draw. But it's over. It doesn't really matter how much things you draw on here. There's a lot of stuff doing. It dynamically calculates stem widths, for instance. It dynamically knows where anchors are going. It does have a lot of information about spacing. We saw some spacing lectures today. We do it kind of different. I want to be in charge. There's the dependency again. I want to be in charge what the spacing for the core glyphs is. So I decide that this should be 28. There's no rule here. If you look on the other side, shit, yeah, duh. It's spacing comes with the machine learning tool. I normally don't use this. Okay, I can't show this. Sorry, but there's rules here, and the rules are dependent on a table that I can influence. There's coding again. If you look at the assistant here, and so this is the library itself, and that's where all the big things live, and assistant parts, and there's glyph sets. So you see here the implementations of the Kubernetes matches. And each of them, if I say, first I decide what is the purpose of this family, and from there the glyph set comes. It's not the other way around, like, hey, I like this glyph, so I make it. No, if it has to support these languages, then these glyphs should be there. So what it does, it creates, I'll show you it on the S. This table contains all the information the system needs about a certain glyph. So, so it's not the other way around. It's not like we make a font and it contains glyphs. The assistant has this table, and if there's glyphs missing, it will automatically generate them. Also, let's look at, for instance, here. So there's an A. And the A knows about its Unicode. It also knows that it has a left to right spacing rule that is part of this A. We saw earlier today, you can put that into an interface. Personally, I like this to be just text script. I can copy paste this. I can even write a script that generates this script if I want to make a subset, for instance. There's some rules where the anchor should go. There is rules which anchor should be on an A. And then if you have an A acute, then you can see there's a base, that's the A, and there's an accent, which is in this case an uppercase version of the combined acute. So it seems like a lot of code, and it is, but it is, once you have this is the source for every other project that you do. So it's an investment, and I'm totally owning it. I'm not depending on anybody implementing this or changing it in the meantime. Or so this is what this is doing. So it knows there should be a bottom, but it also has rules where the bottom should go. If I move this, I cannot accidentally replace it. If I delete it, it comes back, because the rule is more important. You also see that if I can change this, which will be the base for how all the diacritics are connected, it's not something I can change. I can adjust it sometimes. For instance, if you have an E, then this so the rule that this could be in the middle is not always depends on the server length on optical thing. So I can adjust it and say, okay, this is a correction on top of the automatic thing that it will adjust the attachment. So all the see if I say hey acute, this is just two components. If I delete a component, I cannot even move it because it will get back. If I delete it, it comes back. It's supposed to be. So it knows a lot about. It's really the second officer in the cockpit. You can think about the things that you're supposed to do. I don't have to care about that the left side of the capital I should be the same as the left side of the capital H. That's taken care of. I decide that this should be an uppercase version of diacritics and not lowercase version. That's somewhere else. So I can switch back and forth between the, which is efficient. If I want to do the bold, I can just go to the bold and going back and forth. But then that is not only limited to drawing and spacing, but it also knows all the kerning. So it knows my preferences on which glyphs I want to kern. And that is not here. Shit. Okay. I didn't think of this. It's so part of my normal usage. Okay, well, I have to start the server. Okay, let's do that. So you see many operations in the terminal. That's not because I'm nerdy, but it is faster in many cases. If you want to copy a disk, and you type a couple of lines in the terminal, it's so much faster than dragging a folder over to another disk because all the overhead. In the assistant, there is this. I should have started before the presentation. This is the kernet. If you want to dive into it, be my guest. I can direct you where it is. It just comes without warranty. That's the thing. Okay, change directory to here. So for sequences of this, we have this kind of memorizing. So I'm storing a lot of those terminal sequences in Markdown files, and here it is. So change and then run. Assistant loop. Should work. It's not. Yeah, the problem is this is a bit of older already, and I forgot about it's not a thing I stored. Oh, okay, it's the other one. Now we're there. Okay, starting the server. So it runs a Python server on the background that works then for all the projects. It gives a 32 by 32 pixel shape, and then it's trained with 2.5 million images of my own typefaces. This is what I think is good kerning. And then it will come with some answer of what then the kerning value should be. So if I go there, now I can start the other assistant. Normally we don't use this one. And okay. See, now the connection is not refused because it can find here we are. See, this is the output of the server. It gets an image and it gives a kerning value back. It's okay usage. It does between 80 and 90% right, which in practice means that you have to look at them, all of them anyway. But it's a help. Okay, so now this works. If I say, you can see here, so there's a rule, right to, the right is a, if I go to A, so here, the right spacing is a copy of the left one. So if you move this, I cannot because it will automatically, see it adjusts the anchor positions, but in the end, it just swaps back. Now I can say here, instead of the normal previews, because I see here the preview, I can also compare to another glyph if I want. Like this. If I, and now we're in kerning mode. So now I can say here, so it shows me the groups that this glyph is part of. So the capital H has a long list of glyphs that are identical on the left side and on the right side here, which means that I only have to do the kerning of the H. So there's, and it knows that, so it can give me a list of, it's calculating the samples that I need to do in order to kern all the glyphs that are in the glyph set, depending on how those rules are defined in that glyph list that you saw. So I can go here, and this is mostly like playing piano. This is only kerning based. I can switch on, so I can go back and forth. I can go one line down. You see here the here. So we're now on line 5 of 154, which is the basic ASCII glyph set. That's what is now it's said. Designing the groups is the same amount important as the kerning itself. If you don't design the groups well, it's a subtle balance. If they're too tight, like you say, the group, the capital V and capital V and the capital W are the same, then you run into problems because you keep correcting each combination back and forth. If things are too different, let's say you put the lowercase o in a different group than the lowercase d on the left side, then you have a magnitude more kerning pairs for things that are very, very similar. in their behavior. So designing, and then there's also the option of which of them should be an exception. So I can kern this. I don't do it right now, but I can turn this into black, switching display stuff off. But I mostly kern from those bottom line. There's positive kerning, negative kerning. I can kern on the left side, and you see the color change, and I can, but it's all done in the editor itself while I'm drawing. So now the font is complete, but if I have only 5 glyphs, they are already kerned between them. It's all one cycle. It's not, and it also makes the kerning itself less tedious, because I'm working on this glyph. I do the spacing and the kerning and the relation to the other glyphs all at the same time. I can come back here and then change part of that, but it's all an integrated cycle. And in my taste, and I know people who think different, and they really should. But in my taste, it's all part of one design process.
We're going to do it. Let's do it now.
No, because I have to get.
It's very important. Yeah.
Okay, you're not muted. Okay. And then the building is the building process of this is just a script, and and I'll show you how that works. So there's a build all. It has some flags depending on if you're what kind of things you're testing, or producing, or just making an intermediate test. These are the masters. These are the masters of the text names of the text, the optical size, the masters of the optical size. Some debris that should be removed. There is ink trap making automatically, so it recognizes patterns in the display that should be widened, and this is the amount of units that in ink trap should be widened. It does. So the features are initiated. That's not something you want to do by hand, copying links into a UFO. It should. So some operating systems require a unnested set of components. So although it's really nice to have components nested, you don't want to think about it, but eventually you can have an outline or a component, but you cannot have a component that contains components. There are applications. It's not a font problem. It is totally within the specs, but there are applications that don't use it. So the glyph doesn't show, which is the mistake of the application, but they are not going to solve it. So unfortunately, you as a type designer is cleaning the garbage of lazy programmers in the world. And that's not just operating system, but it's also like 3D programs that don't do kerning, or they don't support opt-out features or variable fonts, or and you have to make workarounds. If your customer wants to have a font that works in Blender, you have to make a workaround to solve with the kerning and opt-out features there, because it doesn't work still after all those years. So these are all little pieces that do things to the masters, and then in the end you say, okay, copy the masters to that save position _ masters. Any problem, anything we're going to change, we're not going to change that in our
The woman that we just hired a Tyler for my replacement. No, she's given the talk.
You're not muted. So this makes the text masters. It does. Where is it here? Make text in traps. Those are all library functions that we sometimes defined. Adds margins, so optical size gets more wide. around it. It's using the text design space that's doing the trapezium where the Dave Crossland showed, where the hairlines get like a light amount of weight, and the black display gets into the more like the bold range to decrease the range in the small sizes. That's all done here in those design spaces. And then finally make the variable font, and then do some optimizations, hinting stuff, exporting the two types and the open types, and then also right now you could add in the variable font, but in our website, which is running on Fontu, great library. It was mentioned by Celine. That's also doing the WOF conversion. So you don't have to do it yourself, but you can also upload the WOF there if you have some opinion that things should be done differently. For the WOF, I don't mind so much, but because it's a total automatic operation and it's only for online services. So the problem, if you are making fonts that people get embedded into documents, they complain 5 years from now that they have red text because something in the spacing changed. But if your fonts are entirely for use on web and browsers, nobody complains that a text is reflowing, because they do all the time when different browsers or different sizes or different window sizes open the same text. So there it's much easier to update the font along the way and write a new WOF if it's needed. All right, that's for now. I'll skip a bit. Okay, I'll show you not the writing, but I'll show you how it works. This comes from the. I'll take the. As an example of the kind of plugins that we make, and as much as I can try to make it work in RoboFont as well and glyphs. Sometimes that's not really possible for good reason, but then that's how it is. So this is for instance, the repository from the last course. See, we had 4, and there is a bunch of. Oh, one thing is that you get a list of all the music I listen to when drawing. These are all YouTube links. They come free with the subscription. And then I had scripts. See, there's a range of glyph and a range of RoboFont sets. If I change this, Font Google Assistant, it's a really small thing. The same way we have a Bezier to quadratics to Bezier conversion that is a one-to-one, and it listens to a key. So that runs. It's a really small window. Sometimes I lose it. Oh, here it is. So it has 2 buttons. The good thing is that this is one of the things that we really look at in quadratics conversion. Issue here is that I also have to do the curve palette here, which is one of the oldest. It's still part of glyphs, by the way, even if you don't recognize it anymore. It was the initial thing that we asked Georg to solve. No. Where is it? No. Okay, this one. So it creates a window and it has showing the neutral equal position, equal ratio of the off curves. So if I select something, you see that they're pretty close to each other. If I move one out, let's do it first. So I type this. So this is Bezier. You can see because they're sticking out. If I type Q, I get. If I select it again, type Q, I get the. No. Bezier to Q. Oh, it's not part of this version. Is not part of a key. Okay. So now I have the quadratics version of it. It's almost the same. So there's hardly. You see a little bit of change in the curve, but you can ignore that if you count the contribution to the pixel grayness. This is much harder to work in. It looks like it has the same kind of construction, but quadratics have only one outside point. So the inside point here, to make it editable, because otherwise it would be totally impossible to edit quadratics, there's an implied point here. It's an on-curve point that's not stored, but it's calculated as the middle between the two off-curves. And there is, in this case, if there's no stress, so that means that the horizontal and vertical ratio of the off curves are near this gray line, then the construction is, so I can solve this. If my ratio is close to that line, it is a lossless conversion between the two. I don't need extra points. Now, I know that there are designers who like to do this. So, and I can you can make this really subtle. Like, okay, I can do something like, no, not that one, this one. I can make something that is very similar to the original, but now the point is here. So the ratio between the off curves, this is a really short one, this is a really long one, can generate more or less the same curve. Beziers are really forgiving, but it is a lousy conversion into quadratics. If I select this again, Bezier to quadratics, this is what the quadratics will be. And so people don't like this. It says, well, this is a poor translation. So, no, it was poor data. In a way that you cannot do a one-to-one translation by this. So the way editors solve this is by adding points. Because if I have this really, and I add a point here, the problem gets smaller, you see, because it gets directed more in direction of that line. If I do the quadratics here, it's almost the same. So yes, you can solve it by adding points. It gets really close to the original Bezier. But it will increase the font size. If you have this 1 point extra for every curve, because it's not evenly calibrated. And it's not forbidden, but it is not really necessary. So if you, if I clean this up, so that's why normally I never touch the off curves. No, so convert it back. Bezier, remove the point. So let's say that I did a rough digitizing, and say, okay, I want this curve to be smooth. Go on. My mouse is wet. Really hot here. So the projection on this line is the nearest curve that has the same curve with equalized ratios of the off curves. So if you say, okay, I'm somewhere here, I don't really care about what the shape looks like, because it is defined by this stress here, which makes it more pointy, but I want to keep the ratios the same. So if I do here, this is the closest to what the circle is, and then make it a little bit more pointy, you go in this direction. It's like choosing a color from a palette. And now doing conversion, see that it is it's almost flawless conversion back and forth. There's a downside. If you shouldn't design to make it flawless, because then you get it into really dull glyphs where everything is smooth, and but it is something to keep in mind how it's doing. This makes you independent from this, because now you're in control. Both from the source, because this is Python code, this is Python code. Okay, the other thing that I was looking for is this. It's the too many windows open. Not this one. So we develop these things. So sometimes I give them if it's too much code, and then it is. But we go through them. So they're often heavily documented, commented. I don't want to. It's not something you may be able to write from scratch, but knowing understanding how it works, you may be capable of adding, of removing some things. But at least it's something you can talk about with a coder. I say you can hire a coder for a couple of hours. Say, this is the tool. This is what I want to add. You give the code back to me, and it works. Explaining what you want is the actual skill. It's not necessarily. It's like if you're writing a movie plot, it can be dull or really interesting, but if you write it in German or in English, it does not change the movie plot. So if you write this in JavaScript or it's a language thing, but it's not what. And the programming is thinking the movie plot. Coding is making the code. That's not necessarily something you need to do yourself. If you're really desperate, you can even ask ChatGPT to do an example what that application should look like. But it's a dangerous rabbit hole. It takes a lot of time, and it makes you not understand what actually happens there. Okay, I was looking for something. And I think we should almost close there. Okay, so this is what I call a font goggle assistant. And here it is. It's not that much code. It's mostly documentation. It opens a window with some buttons, and it has some feedback. And this is actually what it's doing. It writes a file somewhere that contains the selection of the current glyph. So if I run this, there's this small window here. So they're really tiny plugins. And now if I go to a letter, then you can see that if I now look in the folder of this UFO, where is it? No. Too many windows. Where's my window? Mm. Okay. So if we look in the UFO folder, there is a file called font goggles RF sync text. Contains just this text here. You see the one half of what my application is doing, the plugin is doing. If I change the selection to go to another letter, then the text is changed in here. That's the only thing it does. If I drag this font to font goggles, which is font goggles here. It has this standard sample, but it allows you to select the sample. So I would say load text file, and it is in, where is it? In here. So now there's a connection. It knows where to get the sample from. And the good thing about font goggles that just made is that it is aware of if this text file changed. So instead of making another proofing window, I just made a connection, very light, just through a simple file. And depending on the fact that it checks on the if it's changed or not. But if I scroll through this, you see that it updates the file, so it automatically updates the specimen in the font goggles, but not only for this one, but I can do that for all of the family. So so if I'm looking, so if you have this on the second screen, you move to, I don't need an application for that. It's just the small script that knows how to bind those two applications together. It writes a file, and then here, so that's what the tool is doing. It changes, it replaces all the slash question mark by the current glyph. So we say I want to see something else, like how it's doing with between two asterisks. I can see that way, and anytime I change something, then that anything that was between the glyphs is changed there. It's not very sophisticated, but but again, it's something that I'm not dependent on anybody else. It's 20 lines of code. It can alter it. It can ask someone to alter it, but I'm not depending on someone not telling me that the application changed. All right, then we are close to the intended list, except for this one. 0. Okay, so this was our where is it? Too many windows. Windows somewhere. Oh, here it is. There. Okay, so we did. This was a really tiny introduction. Imagine that we do this for twice as long and every 10 weeks. There's a lot of topics that we can do. I want to finish with this, which is my pet project, nothing to do with type design, but using the same tools. And so here, I'm member of a model train building club, and they all have 3D printers and they download stuff, and sometimes they draw, but in 3D drawing programs like Blender, and I like to script that. So there is, I'll show you some photos first. So there's a lot of photos. No. Okay, here's some. So it's a 3D. It's a module club. So it's N scale 1 to 160. So a train is just 2 centimeters high, and so people build. You can, and it's all a Dutch landscape, so it's all really flat, no mountains, but it's a module club. So people build modules from. You can see it here. No, let's see. Yeah, so it's a module. It's 50 centimeters wide, 1 meter long, and they have a predefined set of layout, how they work together. So you can attach it. They come in crates. So in a couple of hours we build 30-meter of track on an exhibition space. So people just build modules. Some people just build trains. But we want to do something additional to that, making more high-speed train standard. So we started with new stuff, and there is which is more like this. And then the question is, do you draw them, which is just like manually drawing all typefaces, or I have to find them here, or so we build smaller tracks but longer, so we can run through high-speed trains, and so there's a lot of 3D printing here, both on the locomotives itself and also on this head where they attach, because that's really accurate. It's like 100 millimeter that it has to. So what I did is I'll show you some. So there are UFO fonts here that contain all the different variations that we need. Here it is. I'll close my assistant because it doesn't understand this font. So this is all drawn RoboFont. This is easier to draw it manually than code this, because the variation is too wide. There are different sizes, holes, screws, different levels where the tracks cross and that kind of things. So this exports, but then there's a program called OpenSCOT and Solid Python. They work together. OpenSCOT is a 3D. So what you export to, what you want is an STL file. An STL is what the PDF is for print is an STL for 3 dimensions. So if you have an STL file, something, you download it or you create it like this. If you have a 3D printer, it knows. It doesn't matter which 3D printer, it knows how to handle STL files. So the equivalent of a PDF file sent to a printer in PostScript is sending an STL file to a 3D printer. but it's still manual work. You want to attach these on top of each other, and they are different layers. If you zoom in, I can. So this is how it works on the printer pad. It's the slicer, and the slicer knows how it knows your printer. It's like a printer driver, and so you draw for a certain size, but then you can see here you cannot print in the air, so you have to print on the basis. And this is, so although these are screw holes, and this is kind of the maximum that you can make upward angles. Now building this together is another script, and that's, for instance, here. So that's an ASCII. If I open, you see the whole set. And pick another one. Yeah, so this is the viewer of OpenSCOT. So it exported the font that I had. So this whole shape was under an A, and this little said it in English. There were another glyph, so it's stacking glyphs together, and this is another glyph. So this object then is sent to the printer, like you send a PDF to a page printer. You send this PDF like the info still. Yeah, okay. So this is the same as we saw. So I drag it on the slicer, and I see that it has this side panels. These also generated. And now the same way, there's so much equivalent between type design and making 3D models, because it goes through the same process, just has one dimension more. So the slicer, how the printer works, it goes layer by layer, in the same way that your printer is making pixels and then has a slice of pixels and toner. So if you do a slicing here, so it calculates it's really fast. It calculates how the printer will slice through it. So if you go through, you see it has this because it's not full. It would be really a lot of material and really slow. So it makes this honey. You can have different shapes here, and it knows. See, now there's a hole, a screw hole there, and then if I come here, you see the whole thing is. And now this is just plain. You can go even deeper and say I want to see the actual pencil running through it. And so in the same way that you're in an outline, you check what the pixels become in a certain size. You also check what details, and it depends on the nozzle thickness. You have 0.4 and 0.25. Depends on the amount of details that you can do. There's so much coherency between making an optical size and deciding which shapes, so for instance here, deciding which shapes are still visible in a certain set, like here. You see here, you really see the wires of the printer, and you can see it coming through at some point. So when the print head is moving there. And so doing it on this level, you can actually optimize. You say I want to have 3 wires here as thickness, and then increase the size a bit in RoboFont, because that defines the actual output size of this outline. I really like to stretch the things. I like to stretch the way design spaces are used or what a design process is, but also now I have these tools. What other things could you do with the same tools that have a similar problem, but in a totally different dimension or different usage? So it's not a really important part. This is the fun part of the course. But just to stretch, in my opinion, working in one environment with one set of tools shapes the ID space also. Eric had this great illustration once where you have this island, and the people work on this island and they're all in competition because they all use the same tools with the same limitations. If you make your own island, you're totally in charge, and you can do whatever you like, and there's no competition. So that's the basic thought behind this set of lectures. Come back to there. Thank you for staying so long. It is typical how it works. We move in all kinds of directions, and then in the end we say, okay, what did we cover or what did we not cover, because that's for next week. All right. Thank you so much for staying.
Thank you.
And it's not easy, but once you master maybe only part of it, it's so much easier to tell your customer, sure, we can do that. And then you have to think, okay, how am I going to do this? And then, but there's always someone who can help you with that, making a tool for particularly that project. All right. Tomorrow I won't be there. Tem will be on her own moderating because I'm in the Type Media graduation presentations.
Yes.
And then on Sunday, 2:00 my time, Amsterdam time, there's I think 2.5 hours presentations of all the graduate students that hopefully graduate tomorrow, and they will present their work in TypeLab.
Alrighty.
All right. We went from 40 to 17, but you're still there. Thank you very much for staying. And let me know. Keep an eye on Kara's agenda, Cooper, if you're interested.
Yes.
At some point in September, the subscriptions start, and experience is that it's pretty quickly filled up in 1 or 2 weeks. But all right.
Yeah, thank you. Also, if anybody wants to join the Americas channel, they are already starting the presentations. And they're also on YouTube. So if anybody wants to go
but that's
check
Spanish.
out more presentations.
It's Spanish.
It's Spanish today. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good night wherever you are, and see you Sunday, maybe.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.